There's the announcement. Dickheads on live. So I'm waiting on Wages World. He's been having spenders on for a couple of days talking about his announcement he has to make. So we'll see what he's got to say. I haven't said much about the guy because, like I said, he's been making strides in truth and making himself a better monitor reader for his viewers. He started catching flack recently from the same fucking group of folks that have been giving me flack. So I'm curious as to what he's going to do about it. I'm hoping he sticks around, making progress. Damn straight, I'm leaving you, Patches, forever. How y'all doing today? It's a beautiful day. Who we got here? There's Rebel. Hey, I saw you over there too. Uh-oh. Sounds like we're getting started.
So this is a super special episode of Renaissance Band. Our brother and family member, Wages, Mark Wages, is with us tonight, and he's going to give a personal take on Space Weather. So he's going to let him take over and share a couple of things, and afterwards we have a chat. So Wages, take it over from here.
Okay. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing good. I can't see the chat or anything like that right now, but what I would say, guys, this is not my channel, so please respect everybody here. Especially in the chat. I know it's a different thing over here, and I first off, I'd like to thank Mark for letting me come over here. And I'm going to give you guys an update on what's going on and why I haven't been doing videos and things like that. And it's probably going to get a lot of you might already know why. Some of you do. I know you do because I've shared it through emails and stuff. But most of you probably don't know. And I do apologize for that. But at the same time, I got to take care of myself and my own family. That's kind of what it boils down to, guys. And first off, like I said, guys, this is, basically anybody that's here from overall, please respect my chat rules here also. Don't attack each other. Don't, can't be mentioning, especially if they're not here, they can't defend themselves. Just be, you guys know I encourage, civil discourse, because it does drive us to be better and to do certain things and to look at things harder. But we have to, at the same time, we got to be respectful for everybody else that's in the chat. Obviously no vulgarity. Me and Mark pretty much, we run our chat and our comment sections pretty much the same.
Everybody, well, Nibbly Nuts came over there and started jumping on me, and people were talking about my ego, and I'm like,
done that way if we want to be fair about
fuck
things.
all y'all.
I was invited. We don't want to take nobody's voice. Okay, that's one thing that I think that both of us have in common.
So here's our bunny rabbit with glow in the dark.
We cannot go at something that
little
because somebody's so hard, they're not going to listen anyway. It's just what it is. But I don't want to take somebody's voice either. So I allow people to do that stuff on my channel. But when I went dark here for about a couple of weeks, I started noticing some things and it got
more pawns.
It was bad enough that if you guys go back and look at my channel, I had to take off I went back probably, I left about 6 months of my content up from 6 months from this point on to 6 months back. The main reason is I don't have moderators that can monitor my comment section. If you guys don't run channels, you wouldn't know that. You know, so it's
Howdy,
hard
how y'all
to
doing?
watch all that. You simply just don't have time if people are doing, you know, just doing crazy stuff in the comment sections on other videos that you ain't currently even making, or you haven't even looked at for 6 months. Sometimes that stuff will get dropped in over there. So that's why that happened. I haven't had the time to put forth any kind of really true effort towards any of this, as far as monitoring any kind of current comment sections and stuff. I left the content that's there. The comment sections are still there for that.
Comment sections are a bitch to man.
From just that point forward, because
that's for sure.
I just don't have the time to look at it. And I don't want anybody being, you know, disrespected or anything like that, and me just leaving it up there. You guys know I don't allow people to attack other creators. I don't, even if I don't like them. You guys know who I don't like. I don't badmouth anybody. You guys know that. I won't do that. I don't think it's constructive. I don't think anything positive comes from that. And that's one of the main reasons why I think I was drawn to Mark. You know, the way that we became friends, we're not even just friends, we're brothers now, and that's just a fact. It's just not even close to just a simple friendship. And you know, if my channel was to go away today,
mine's broken.
Just a few people that I've been able to bring to market, it would make it. That would be why. I had a channel like him. And I would be okay with that.
Shit. Did I leave my weed upstairs?
So I look around.
I think I left my weed upstairs.
Just to let you know what happened.
I got plugged in the fucking kiln. I'm sitting here with it cold as a frog's ass.
I told you guys from the beginning of my channel that I would never, you know, take time away from my family to do this. This is not my job. This is something I've always done on my own time. This is something that I don't monetize my channel. I recently had a PayPal link that I started up at the encouragement of all you guys that wanted to, you know, bless me with stuff like that. I did that back in December, and I was blessed. And I can't tell you how, you know, blessed I was and how thankful. So anybody that did, you know, help me out that way, I can't tell you how thankful. My wife, my whole family, everybody. Us to have a decent Christmas that allowed us to do stuff like that. So I just want to let you guys know that really did help. I don't want, you know, when I say I don't do this for money, I don't want to downplay the fact that people have given me some. And that's what I'm saying here. It's appreciated is what I want to say, but it's never, ever, half the time I don't even mention it, the PayPal link at all, period. I don't have a, you know, like a PayPal link or anything like that. And I'm not down with people that do that, because people, let me tell you something, this is work. It is work. And you know, people like Mark here that has a full-time real estate job and kids just like myself and putting all this time into this deserve anything that's given to them. They do. They deserve it. I just chose not to do it that way. That's just me. Okay. And there's others out there like me, not very many. You're not going to find very many channels of my size that have made it that far that don't monetize. And the reason why is because when you don't monetize, the algorithm does not push your video at all. It won't. The only way your sub count ever grows is by word of mouth at that point. It's pretty much the way that it works. And I still, you know, and it's never been about that for me. It's always been about you guys, the information, you know, all that kind of stuff. You guys have seen me, you know, the evolution of my channel, how it started in one way and turned to other things and everything.
Come on, go.
And what I want to say is that what I lost sight of was I started taking time away from my family to do this. I used to do all my videos 2, 3 o'clock in the morning for one reason. That's because my family was in bed. I refused to take time out, you know, out of my life, out of my family's life.
We had an infiltration.
Well, that changed. And, you know, it changed about the time I started doing the live streams. I started noticing that when you do a live stream at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, you get about half the views as you do if you do it at 8 or 9 o'clock. And I think anybody can probably understand why. I mean, it's the, you know, most people are in bed. Yes, I realize we have viewers around the world, but the majority of people that are listening to us are here in the States. So, and the straw that broke the camel's back for me, and I'm just going to say it. My teenage daughter walked up to me and said, "Hey, Dad, you're saying you're going to go in the other room and make a live stream. You're only going to be in there for about a half hour, but then we don't see you for 4 hours." And when your daughter tells you that, and you don't even realize you're doing it, it's like a punch in the gut. It was the wake up call that I needed. I didn't even realize that was what was happening, and let alone the fact that I realized that they noticed. That was the big shock to me. So with that being said, that is the main reason that I've backed off. I have never really taken a break since I started my channel, ever. Okay. Now I don't live stream like Mark does every day. I was for a while. But Mark's been on here for 800 and then gets to 839, if I'm correct. But I needed to back off for a minute. I needed to back off, refocus, and focus what I started to do. And that is to look at stuff in a very objective way. Don't discount anything. I mean, absolutely nothing. Don't leave nothing off the table. Put it all on there and look at it all. I've always, prided myself in, looking at the observation and just going from that. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't pick sides. You guys know that.
That's the way it should be.
I'm on the side of the observation. That's where I'm at. And, wherever that falls in anybody else's, whatever they're doing or whatever their information is or whatever that is, so be it. That's where it is. And I don't ever get upset with people when they disagree with me, especially if it's respectful. Because more times than not, when somebody disagrees with me and shows me why they disagree, and I go look, about 50% of the time I end up changing my mind. Because I'm looking at it in an objective way, because somebody approached me with respect. And, and I understand defending yourself and all that kind of stuff, and you get so passionate about what you're doing. And I've even found myself in certain situations, really being too assertive, in my opinion, for me. I don't want anybody to be anything other than who they are. Okay, so what I need is for people to understand is that I need that same respect back. Don't expect something from me that I'm not. I'm not going to pick sides on anything. I never have. And I think that is, in a way, if somebody asks my opinion on something, I will give it. And I will show you guys certain things, and I'll tell you, hey, there's certain things that we can point to and say that it's 100% fact. Okay, I mean, I think we all can agree to that. When you pick up a glass of water, it's wet, right? I mean, that's just what it is. But there's other things that can be argued.
Hey, Lauren.
And sometimes those arguments end up panning out to be something really, really big, and sometimes they don't. And one thing I know for sure is 100% of the time, not everybody's going to agree. That is a fact. So no matter what you do, you're never going to make everybody happy. It ain't going to happen. It's just not going to happen. Even within our own little families, you can tell. Even if you look at different, groups here, like on my channel or Mark's channel or anybody else's channel that has a substantial amount of moderators and stuff. When we talk with each other, we don't fight. We don't always agree. But what we do is we respect each other. And we're able to say, well, okay, even though I don't agree, let's let's move past that and respect what, Mark wants us to do here on the channel, or what I want to do on my channel or somebody else's channel. Whoever's running the channel, it's up to them. Right? So what I'm saying is, I think that if we can all just back up and just look, and this is what I've had to do. And it had nothing to do with YouTube. This is just my own personal life. This is what I'm trying to say. And this is why I backed off. I have to put my family first. if I'm going to come out here and try to add anything to the conversation that's productive, I have to know why I'm doing it. I have to remember why I'm doing it. I'm doing it for my family.
3 more to make
and for
today.
everybody else out there, but my family first. For me. So if I lose sight of that, I've lost sight of all of it. And I don't think that, you know, anybody that ever finds himself in that position, sometimes it takes that little rock against the head, like what my daughter did to me. It was probably the best thing that could have happened. You know, and I backed off, like I said. And so the next thing I would say, guys, is I'm not going to shut my channel down. Things are going to change probably quite a bit. I'm not going to go back to the daily live streams and stuff that I was doing. I'm not going to do that. I can't. For me, for my life, I can't. I will still be giving the updates and stuff as far as space weather, still doing the research on other things. And
I'm going to keep doing my live streams because that's, I'm in my workspace anyways. It ain't taking no fucking extra time.
Often, you know, I may go back because believe it or not, guys, the second that I started live streaming, my sub count just quit growing, period. And I think the reason being was because I went from having a 15 to 20 minute video that everybody could click on to that they were used to something that was, you know, an hour and a half, 2 hours long sometimes. And when I want to hammer home a point, I'll repeat myself 1,000 times. I know I do it. It's a flaw of mine, but that's what I do. Okay? So that when I'm doing a live stream, I'm able to edit all that out when I do a video, so you guys don't have to hear all that. You know, when I make an edited video, something like 20 minutes takes me 3 to 4 hours to do sometimes. And
my sub count keeps going up when I do fucking live,
and
that's why I brought it over here
really
so I can keep it away from that channel,
I don't
which is
care what
growing.
Anybody says,
fuck.
You know, if it looks like junk, not everybody's going to stop and listen.
And I gotta tell you, look, Wage came from fucking Derek Bros, run WSO channel, period. He originated there.
With nothing, just my phone. I ran my channel on
and
my
I've
phone
watched him over the fucking last couple years actually make
I was able to figure out a way to do
impressive
it on my phone
leaps and bounds in improving his dissertation of these models.
And I'm using all free software. It wasn't costing any money.
So I've never really picked on the guy a whole lot.
You get it.
A couple of videos exposing what happened with Blue Kool-Aid here.
I don't want to put content out that's subpar to what I think is. And that's why I knew if I kept going at that moment when my daughter said that to me, that the stuff you guys
I'm still seeing wishy-washy in the guy. And I don't like that.
I was going to be doing, hey, bam, 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 just going from one point to
I don't see him going out of his way to lie to people yet. You know, I haven't seen that out of this guy. I've seen him try to improve his shit more accurate. So that's why I am curious as to what he's got to say today.
Thanks enough to the family here. You know, and that's why I try to pull people over here, because this is a positive platform.
I respect anybody going through this fucking
you're gonna get good
process of learning. Because I didn't start out knowing everything either. For God's sake.
There's never no expectations of anybody in the chat. You come here, you laugh. You might get some, you know, real talk sometimes.
I get the feeling his heart is good too.
You know, Mark's steering away from
I really do.
Content,
and I hope he doesn't bend under fucking pressures that he's already exposed to.
It's just a fact.
Because, like I said, he came out of WSO. Steve brought him in, and Steve, at that fucking point, was very embedded in Oppenheimer and Derek Bros himself. And that just all kinds of red flags there. But like I said, he's been doing good on his own. And I can appreciate it and respect a man that's willing to say, hey, look, this is different than what I'm being told.
We do not absolutely attack each other. It just, you won't see it here. It's happened. Don't get me wrong, because it,
But I jumped in the chat and I was attacked by Nibbly Nuts and a couple of other people, and I'm all like, Nibbly, after your performance this week, I don't think you got a voice anyways. But it acted like I was there to attack Wage, and that is not
I can't remember why
my
I'm
intent.
trying to even do my space weather updates and stuff like that, or find new research. And
I just was curious as to what's going on with him, because I know he's getting
I'm not sure if
pressures.
I shared with the Real Talk family yet about it, or the Renaissance Band family. Sorry, I'm still on that one. He recently changed the name of the channel.
I have too now that I'm looking around, and I've watched it myself, but it didn't really click
But I've come across
until last week,
some really interesting
and then
stuff.
he
And
fucking
like I
shot
shared with them,
himself right in the fucking foot.
There's a
What's up,
phenomenon out
Pollyanna?
there. It's get with the PGP is what they call it. But I can give myself goosebumps on cue. Only 1 in 1,500 people
Talk
do
about
that.
goosebumps.
And it was something I thought everybody could do it up until just, gosh, I can't remember.
Talk about goosebumps. And I know he subbed to me and
there's a whole lot around
John.
just getting goosebumps.
So he's looking at truth.
Vibrates that and stuff like that. And what you can do with that, and what happens when you're getting goosebumps. It's an adrenaline rush, goes through your body, and there's a whole lot of stuff with that I've been doing some research on. I'm still doing the research on it. I don't know all about it, and that's why I don't talk about it yet.
Like I said, man,
I'm still trying to figure it out.
I respect this guy looking at shit because he's trying. I want you
guys to do. I've always wanted that. I've always pointed
he's fucking
that
trying
out in my channel. You guys do the research yourself, okay? I show you guys how. I show you all the tools that I ever use. I show you guys.
He knows about the moon. I know.
Through clicking buttons, showing you guys each little button to click. I haven't done it in a while.
Wage doesn't know
that a little bit. When I take
if it's supposed to.
Like
I've talked to him about that.
Or just whatever.
He's working on it.
I'm taking you guys to show you information and data. I want you guys to be able to go look for yourself.
Yeah, there you go.
But also go outside
and look in your own sky.
That's all you got to do. Just go look. And if there's questions,
he just gave people. He's starting to talk about goosebumps. I'm telling you, this guy's trying.
Not for anybody else, but for you first. And then once you figure it out for yourself and decide where you're at,
I think everybody in there knows who's talking about goosebumps.
Try to bring it to other people. That's what I'm saying. Okay? I don't discount anybody's anything. I want everybody to look. I want to look at all of it, all sides of it. What I do is I find out what the observation or what the new kind of information is, and I try to find an opposing view of that. And I start researching both sides of it. And you'll find that if you do that, 99% of the time, the real answer is going to lie somewhere in the middle. But I've always said this too, where is the truth at? We always ask for that, right? What's the truth? We like to use the word, whoa. I mean, okay, whatever. But where's the truth found? I look around and I watch other people and I watch how, get really, really, adamant about certain stuff, and people get really, really passionate, and I love that. But at the same time, you have to understand that most of the truth is where, if I got an idea, you got an idea, you've done research, I've done research, we got 4 or 5 other people out here doing that, and we all bring it to the same place and we start talking about it, the truth usually ends up being a little piece of all of it. Notice that I said a little piece of all of it, not all of it. Okay, so what that means is that the other stuff that you were talking about. This is Wage's world. You have to be able to admit when you're wrong. That's a lot of what researchers cannot do. They can't admit when they're wrong.
Hey, Brood, no
matter what it is. And I would be sitting here lying to you if I said that didn't bother me. There's so much, my genre, and I said this a lot.
He just mentioned goosebumps, John.
There is so much
Wage.
negativity, so much fighting, so much going at each other that it's almost too much. For somebody like me, I hate drama. I promise you guys when I started my channel, no drama would be on my channel. And I've successfully done that so far. 2 years, no drama.
I don't think so, no.
There might be stuff going on in the background.
No, but he's backing off a little bit, which I don't blame him. But it doesn't seem like
I'll bring information to you all day long.
It doesn't seem like he's going to stop. And like I said, John, he just mentioned fucking goosebumps, dude, and frequency, specific hertzes and shit. And he's like, this shit is on. So, he's in the process of fucking learning, man. And like I tell everybody, I respect anybody that's going to go do their homework.
I'm a human being.
Including blue Kool-Aid.
People come at you from all different sides.
And that's why I've left him alone for so long. I haven't seen him go out of his way to lie to people.
And those of us that are channel creators, we have to look
that is something I can't just shut up about.
So all the stuff on there.
It does. I think so too, John.
Maybe we didn't even say or it didn't even mean. Or this or that.
And I'm glad he's doing this.
Something that we just accept.
And when I jumped in there, everybody was jumping on me. I was like, dude, I don't think you understand why I'm here. I respect this man for fucking making strides and improving his fucking shit. He does homework. Obviously, you people don't. Wage invited me over here to listen.
If anybody says that it doesn't affect them,
I'm not here to give him shit. I'm here for support. If I see fucking Derek Bros or fucking Nibbly Nuts giving him shit, I'm going to tear into them.
Question who they are, what they're saying. So, at the end of the day, guys, my goal for my channel has always been to try to bring you good information on space weather, but in a positive way.
Yeah, bro. I'm like, all right, keep going.
I know that I don't earn when somebody.
I don't need to talk over here as long as fucking he's not getting attacked. And
somebody does that,
I don't see it.
I completely shut down and I hear absolutely nothing you have to say to me from that point on. I won't listen. I might stand there and look at you and nod my head, but I'm not listening. That's me. Okay, I don't know how you guys are. But I try to treat others like I would treat myself. And that's why I give you guys the same respect. That's why I'm not out here just cramming down my opinion on you guys all day long. So when I read certain things and I see certain things going on and stuff like that, people, it just, at some level, it becomes too much. And when it started affecting my family life because of that, I was putting more stock in going and doing a video than I was in the relationships I was having with my family and not even realizing it. I will 100% always choose my family over YouTube. I'm sorry if that sounds selfish to some of you guys, but that's true. And I would hope and pray that you would do the same. Because if you're trying to make a difference out here in anything that you're doing, you got to make a difference in your own family first. Because nothing else really matters after that. If you're trying to save the world with whatever, I know it's a pretty big thing to say right there as far as saving the world. I know it's a big statement when you use stuff like that, but if you're not able to save it for something positive, what's the point? You have to be able to look and see what's important in your own life. So I would encourage anybody that's doing anything in their own life, don't put any of this crap ahead of your own family. Ever. And I mean ever. Because at the end of the day, you regret it. And I'm not going to go through this life anymore regretting that kind of stuff. It's not going to happen. So, the future of my channel from this point forward is going to be my family comes first, just like it should have been from the beginning. And it was until about 6 months ago. So I don't know how many live streams. I can't promise you how many live streams I'm going to give you. I can't promise you any of that. I'm not going to, narrow myself down to a schedule because I just can't do it. If I had to give you a guess on what I was going to do, I might be able to give a 10 or 15 minute space where they're updated every day. It doesn't take that long just to run through data. But I don't like doing just running through data because I like to explain things to people. don't understand. So, you know, I've tried to do both in the past, and it's too much. I can't do both. So I think what I'm going to do is it's probably going to go to a video every other day, maybe a video every third day, at least for now. And I'll probably have busier times. Don't get me wrong. You know, don't get me wrong. If something big happens, obviously I'll pop on with an update. Okay. You know, I'm not gonna let anything like big go. You know, even when I'm not doing videos, I'm watching the tools. Okay, just know that every day.
I know you are because they're addictive. They're better than cable.
Today until today. So when I seen that big CME blow off the sun.
Yeah, he's getting a bunch of fucking hearts and shit over there. He ain't getting any flack, man. So that's good. I was a little concerned when I started seeing some familiar faces.
So, you know,
I do too, you know, and he hasn't come to the fucking end of his research. He just knows goosebumps mean something at a specific hurts, and he mentioned that, and that's fuck, man. That's like fucking touchdown pass. He's tickling the fucking fancy over here. He's literally on the edge of his fucking being able to save the fucking world like he just stumbled over.
It was actually hadn't even crested the rim yet. It wasn't even facing us.
And he could save the world.
C-class flare range. So,
I agree.
What I'm saying is, if that thing was facing us, it would have been a high M class,
Did he?
not a small X class. In my
Thank
opinion.
you.
Because our tools aren't really over there that are able to, you know, monitor that. They're not that the detectors aren't there to see really how powerful it actually was, because it wasn't just actually 90 degrees from us. It actually was fired off a little bit towards the backside even, and it still gave us X-rays around the bend of the sun. I mean, so that tells you right there how powerful that thing was. But you know, and there's a lot of other things that are going on. Okay. And again, I'm not going to get into a whole lot of stuff here because it would. I can speak. You guys know I can talk for 3-4 hours on one thing. You guys know that. But that's not why I'm here. I'm here to, you know, show you guys that there's other ways to do things than just being all about this. I'm all about my family and positivity and stuff, and that's why, you know, I point people over here because everything I report on, it's negative stuff. Even if I try to put a positive light into it, I try to the best that I can. You know, I always say no fear because I don't fear any of this. Nothing. There's nothing to fear. Okay? The only thing we have to fear is stuff that we don't know about. And that's why we try to be as knowledgeable as we can and really look at things in a way that allows us to grow. I'm not always going to be right. And I'm not always going to be wrong. But one thing I will do is everything that I say to you guys, if I say, hey, I think this is what it is, that's what I mean. I think that's actually what it is. I'm not going to play a game. That's not what I do. If I see an observation, I'll bring it to you. I'll show you. I'm not going to come out here and say certain things without making observations on my own. I don't do that. Okay? This is something I don't do. And again, I'm always doing new kinds of research. It's just happening. This is what happens. We have to continue to push and go forward. You know, and there's a lot of different stuff going on out there that I'm not sure what it actually is yet for me. Okay, I'm trying to figure it out for myself, so I can't bring it to you guys until I figure it out for myself. And that's where I'm at as far as in my own head, as far as any kind of, I don't know, research, if you want to call it that. Just anything. Space weather involved, period. Anything new, anything old, I have to figure it out for myself. I got so like wrapped up in a little ball that I'm now starting to peel that away, and I'm starting to see things, and that I don't think I've seen before.
I do too, Wage.
So, you know, and that's what I'm saying. That's where I'm at. It's my family for me. I hope you guys do the same thing for you. But at the end of the day, if you guys have, if you start feeling like just beat down from everybody always telling you negative stuff, I mean, you got to find a positive outlet. And this right here, this channel is one of the biggest outlets I have. When you guys come here, I really hope you guys subscribe and stick around and give this a chance. I really do. Because I don't think you're going to regret it. I don't at all. I think you'll stay here. You're going to find that the people here are great. Not just Mark himself, not just the content he puts out, not just the dedication that he has to positivity, but the people that surrounding him are just as good. Okay? Because we want the best for everybody, not just Mark in this channel. We want the best for everybody. So when they come here, that's what they're going to get. They're going to get a positive release. Okay? They can download all that negativity bullcrap. They can leave it back wherever they found it at. They can come here, listen to good original music, cover music, comedy on the fly. You don't get that anywhere else. You just don't. And there's never no expectation. If you come here and you're having an issue and you mention it in chat, somebody's always there to at least listen to you. That's what you're going to get here. That's why people kept asking me for a long time. I was, mentioning Mark, this channel.
Yeah, I'm telling them I have nothing but love for this guy. I don't know why Nibley's attacking me every time I say something. We ain't supposed to be doing that over here.
I've never seen a YouTube channel like
But we all know where Nibley came from.
And I don't think you're going to find one. And again, I'm not like sitting there blowing smoke either. It's really, truly how it is, and it's really, truly how I feel. So, as far as my channel goes, from now on, it's just going to be, probably a video every 2, maybe 3 days for now, until I can figure things out for myself. And I'm not going to shut my channel down, which I highly considered and really almost just did. You can ask Mark or any of the moderators here. They're going to tell you that about 2.5 weeks ago, I told them I was shutting down.
And I just told him I got 42 people in here applauding them to keep going.
Back off for a minute and just let things go for a second, see how you feel in a couple of weeks. I'm glad I did. It does affect me that I haven't.
I know, TK.
I don't feel good about it.
Like I said, that's the only reason I'm over there, man. I wanted to see where he's going with his shit. He's already blown me away by mentioning fucking Goosebumps, for God's sake. He's just subscribed to me and John. He's learning. He's looking. And he just said he can't explain it yet because he's not done learning. And I'm fucking with him. I'm a fucking firm believer in if you don't understand it yet, you need to fucking look at it a little more.
I'm just going to say what it is because it is, guys. Just face it. I don't know why people try to dance around that because it is. Anything I talk about, I'm talking about, power outages. I'm talking about floods, earthquakes, volcanoes.
Yeah. Well, dude, that's what freaks me out about Wage. He started out blue Kool-Aid with WSO in that whole group. And I said something about it in the beginning and then shut the fuck up because I seen the guy actually going places trying to learn what he's talking about. And now he's come over here and he's learning about Goosebumps. And he at least knows that much.
There you go.
So
there's your update, guys.
I'm fucking pretty happy with. I was just over there trying to fight off hyenas a little bit. Because there are some over there.
I'm not going to be upset at all, period. It's just not what I am. I don't do that. But I do hope you guys understand why I'm doing what I'm doing. And that is the reason I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm sure there was a lot of talk about why I was gone, this and that. There always is when people just kind of fall off the internet for a minute and don't give an explanation. And that is one thing I am sorry that I didn't do. I probably should have popped on and told everybody, hey, listen, I'm going to go away for a minute. I didn't do that. I disrespect you guys when I do that, and I apologize.
I think it is. Yep.
That's why I did it. So,
Fucking llama.
My brother. Listen, I'm proud that I was able to, be here and listen to that. And that was a really great message. Hold on. Let me see if I can go back to the proper user. So, wait, that was awesome. I was actually expecting to ask you a few questions. I can say something to those things. So you just went and did it all the way going. Sorry. Oh, it's totally sorry. No, I'm so happy that you had a chance to express yourself. It's funny when you were saying in the beginning you called it real talk. It was forever. But the idea was you basically were real talking today. Like the show before I did the variety and all the positivity and the music and comedy was just positive. And it was real talk. But then we had to change the name because the show doesn't make sense. We barely do it. It's like 30, 30, 30, 30, 30, right? Didn't you say? Yeah, positivity, all. I think it's talk. We've got music. And it's just
but I think maybe you could get everybody a real quick, little bit of your history. The people that are here that, I think they'd be interested to know your VH1 history and all that. I mean, it's something that.
Well, that's if you want to do a reverse interview. That's not a bad idea. We just come up with a reverse interview idea. Fine. Okay, yeah, I haven't been interviewed. I'll be interviewed on my own show. I love that. Okay, I guess the start of it, I was 18 when I bought my first instrument. I didn't know anything about my talents. I was 18 years old. In fact, like rap. I used to like hip hop. I like Tupac, Biggie, Looney. There's a song. I got a vibe on it. Like, I got a song got this bass line that would make a car shake. So I loved hip hop when I was 18. Also, my cousin was hip hop. So I had this just push hip hop at me. Didn't understand real music. I'm 18 or 17 at a high school party. My friend had a guitar. Warehouse. And so I was blown away. I didn't realize you could play someone's music. I just learned.
I think he's getting caught up on chat now. Looking at chat.
Which if you like.
So he ain't talking. He can defend himself now. How we doing over here? I'm excited. This grows every day. How you doing, Daniel? Well, he was talking about goosebumps. I got excited. I got some goosebumps. At a specific hertz and how powerful it is and everything like that. And he didn't go into it very much, but I mean, he just subbed to fucking. He's just starting to really break his own onion open. And I was wondering where he was going with his channel. I know he's catching flack. For fuck's sake, he came right out of Derek Brose's fucking nest of WSO and that whole group of Oppenheimers and everybody. So, like I said, I've been watching him over the last couple of years, and slowly he keeps getting better and better. And then once he gets better, he starts realizing, oh, wait a minute. This isn't supposed to be going on. And shit, and so I was wondering what direction he was going in, and I see which direction he's going in, and it's very encouraging.
They don't leave, and there's a reason, because it is a positive thing, and you're very talented in what you do, and you include everybody that's here.
Well, that is a very important thing you said. To me, I want everybody. I don't think people realize that right now there's 163 people on, which is pretty amazing platform. But I was used to broadcasting to.
It's not on his channel. He's on someone else's channel. A friend of his.
Chat. And I was like, yeah, there's 2 people in chat. You know what I mean? I was like, Yeah, it's too. Of course.
I've been having a really good month,
Every single
Lauren.
one of you are so important. I hope you understand that I'm not the typical street.
Every day I wake up, you're welcome, sir. There's somebody else talking about the moon or goosebumps or just something incredible happening off of way off of YouTube. Geologists and meteorologists and fucking sea captains talking about it all over the waves now. Trying to help each other understand now why none of them could get bearings at sea. I've actually had a captain tell me, like, oh my God, dude. And I'm like, yeah, and he's talking about it every day now to these fucking sea captains out on the fucking sea. There's a lot more out there than on my fucking channel. And they have all been very curious as to why they couldn't take bearings. Now the answer's out there on the waves, not on YouTube. It's to our navigational cargo vessels and all those fucking sea captains out there listening to the open waves. There ain't no fucking suppressing that. The cat's out the bag.
Almost 2 months later, we have 8 comedy shows. Less than 2 months, we've created 8 comedy shows. And we're now filming a full movie each week live. If you guys ever want to see a live movie film, we do it now every week.
Yeah, I don't know this guy he's with.
Live improvisation. And what's cool about this, if you go back and watch Supermarket, Wages,
and he does kind of dumb shit, so I probably he might be a nice guy, but I don't think I'd ever want to do an interview with him. Just I'm picky. I don't want to get in fights with people.
Part of the next movie, be in the chat. You go, oh, Mark, why don't you try this?
Yeah, I've shared a couple of his and Off the Chain recently.
Because your ideas are important to me, especially if they trigger an idea and I want to just go with it.
Yeah, he's goofy and he's a radio talk show host. Who knows who he's going to be talking to, kind of thing, like with Shep and all that shit and everything else I've ever tried. So I think I just need to hang out in my corner and read hieroglyphs with y'all, and we'll just watch this thing go. And it has been. It's been growing exponentially. Yeah, I know, and that's why I said they're getting on the.
It surprises people.
They don't have to mention my name.
It's unfortunate that our world got to
tell people about the goosebumps.
Positivity is a surprise, and that people don't believe it
or frowned upon.
They don't believe it.
It's frowned upon.
Yeah.
Would I say I am a pot
it's like you have to be
stirrer?
Somebody or fighting against somebody.
Only when the pot needs stirred.
That's not. I always knew.
If I see someone going out of their fucking way to lie, you bet I'm going to stir the pot. I'm going to tip it over. I'm going to pour it on them.
I do. There's stuff that
I'm going to get crazy. But if I see somebody misdirected that's actually making effort, like.
You just wouldn't believe some of the stuff, guys.
Look, Blue Kool-Aid and I have history. I was working with Steve when fucking Raw appeared. And the day after that interview was the first day Blue Kool-Aid had ever looked at one of these monitors. And Steve was using him on the show that he was talking about Palladian planet-sized spaceships the day after Ra arrived. And I was pissed. But I've left Wage alone because I saw him actually going and reaching out to people trying to learn shit. He had shunned me and it kind of pissed me off. I tried to send him to John. I think he and John had words. But regardless of what happened there, it's not personal. I could have held it as personal. But that's not, I don't. It doesn't fucking matter to me if somebody's going off on their own to try to learn something. That's the only thing I want. And I saw that in him. And now it's come full circle to where he's starting to sub and look at Goosebumps and talk about Goosebumps. And I can tell from his heart and his efforts that he's really trying to look for the fucking truth, and I need to leave him alone. He's never talked to you? Okay. I've tried to send him to you. Unbeknownst to you. I send everybody to you, John. It seems like people get this slam bam, they start hating on it right away. But if they see and see happening, if they actually can see your goal is to be able to do this full time. And that is not possible. I don't have anything bad to say about the guy. And I haven't for a very long time. And I actually encourage him to keep going, man. It's not easy breaking out of that paradigm he was in for one. And two, look where he ended up. Look where he ended up. That, to me, because I was personally involved with fucking being angry with him and him being angry with me, is fucking speaking to me louder than anything. I've done the right thing by leaving him alone, and of course not leading it into a personal argument between me and Wage, because he was trying to learn, and I didn't stifle that, and there he is banging on our door looking for Goosebumps. I think it's amazing, and that's the way creation and truth is. And I love it that he and I had a bad start, and he's come full circle, and so have I. He does his things the way for a reason. Actually, I don't think I ever wavered. It just maybe he came and met me on my path, whatever it was. His own path led to mine. The same path. Now we're on the same path, is what I'm trying to get at. He came from a completely different direction. And now he's looking at Goosebumps too. So yeah, I'm fucking extremely encouraged with what he's said today. Absolutely. They don't want to hear that song. If he knows it, they'll sing it to you. They can. And see, that's another thing. I have not reached out to him to be a friend. I just today was letting him know that we're all in here giving him rah-rahs and go on, be strong. I'm looking forward to his next observations, and that's all I had to say. I've been over here since. I don't have anything else to say. He let me know that he was gonna, yeah, John, in comments. He said he was gonna make an announcement, and I took that as an invitation. I'm here listening. I mean, it wasn't like, hey, come watch me. He was just, he left a link, said, I'm going to be talking with Mark over here. And I didn't know what he had to say any more than anybody else did. And then I saw some familiar faces show up, like Nibbly Nuts and shit like that. And I started throwing red flags, and I was like, I wonder what he is going to say. And then he came out and said what he said. And Nibbly just kept beating me up every time I didn't open my mouth. It's fucking great. What can I say? It's fucking time for unity under one truth, because there is only one truth. And we've allotted each other our own truths for too long. I had my own. I thought I was riding on a rock hurling through space without no God in sight. Okay? And now I have proven omnipresence. Now that I've proven omnipresence in my head, I have no choice but to know there's a God, creator, much bigger than any God I've been told about. The one that's named Nibbly Nuts.
So
That guy.
6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. The show goes live.
Yeah, I say something. He says something about like 5 or 10 lines later, talking about I should go home.
You show up
Yeah, I've blocked him from this channel quickly already. He has been supporting Robert Lockwood heavily and Lee and all the band.
You may come in for 5.
I've blocked all of them. Everybody. I'm going to Lee's and pre-blocking like I'm just pre-blocking fools all over the fucking internet, John. Expect my fucking list to just keep getting bigger. What do you want to fucking do with everybody? I don't want to hear it. If all they got is insults and shit, man, I'm done with it. I'm done. Where's your NASA link? Blink, blink, blink. Done. Done. I'm done. I'm done with you. If you don't have your NASA link and all you got is insults for me, I'm fucking done. I don't care. Carl the Llama, he's blocked too.
But 99% of the time, you come here, you start talking in the chat.
Yeah, and it's creepy, Pollyanna, how they're doing it and shit. And it's very transparent what they're doing and who they're doing it for. Thanks to the fucking arrogant bastard himself, who couldn't keep his fucking mouth shut. You know?
You concentrate on that.
Under 3 different names. Talking about, I'm Carl! I know, Nibbly Nuts. I'm like, are you kidding me?
It ain't just for them, it's for us too. You know, it's just as much for them as they do for us.
That's some fucked up shit.
That's an important point.
I feel the same way about my I learned so much more from you guys that it amazes me.
Yeah. See, and that's another red flag.
Why do you care, guys?
And then Derek Bro's going over and donating to her. That's a big, I mean, that's a huge, like, hey, I'm here, boss. Fucking kind of signal that he does all over the fucking internet.
You know, I don't want you guys to feel like it's an obligation.
And that starts seeming like, oh, I don't know, communications to me.
And I hate to say it like that, but that's just being real, because you wouldn't get anything good from somebody that doesn't want to be here.
Well, also, the big takeaway here is you don't do things to misery.
I think he just said he blocks people too.
We touched on something that we preach a lot on the show, which is the more you get.
I gotta tell him my block list is probably bigger than yours.
Self, you can love. It's weird, but when you give love, you get more back. And not always, but you get like a multiple response when you give others.
Oh shit.
You know, you need to keep yourself protected for days when you're down. This is a roller coaster. Life is freaking this. The question is, are you going to be able to maintain this while you're going through all that? And that's why we do it. And that's why I just want the world to understand that whatever decision you're making, because
I just showed my block list is bigger than his. What's up, Shunka?
it's secondary to your.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it took me a while, Chris, to understand what was going on. And I'm sitting there staring at it on my own page, what is going on. And then it's just kind of started clicking. I was like, boy, you're a dumbass. It takes you too fucking long. How in the hell is it okay this motherfucker even has a YouTube channel?
Imagine that they walked up to you and said to you what it said to me.
You know?
Think about that. What would you do?
Yeah, it took me a while. And there it is on the back of the movie screens, and I'm all like, you dumb fuck. No one. Are you dumb? Yeah, I am king fucktard. Look at me. But now that I've got it, I'm definitely not letting it go. This is exposure. Ooh, 101. Like I said, I do not give a fuck if I lose every sub I ever had. I'm not going to let Bill Gates' fucking partner just run around mambly pambly throwing Christ around trying to fucking fool people. That's fucked up. But see, that's where I stir pots. Because I see somebody actually going out of their fucking way to mislead people. That's fucked up. Especially on so many subjects. That's huge fucked up. In my head, I can't let that. And nothing I've ever read, even in the fucking twisted fucking version of King James, says that I should allow that to happen. In their own fucking words, they say I should challenge that. Watch me never stand down until they change their fucking ways. That's all I want. I don't want an apology. That's between him and Creator. I just want him to change his fucking ways. It's got to end. It's got to end. This fucking oppression's got to end. And I'll be damned if I'm going to I've got it by the neck. I'm not going to let it go. I'll be standing over here screaming at myself. I've done that for 10 years. Give a fuck. I'm telling you right now. Fasten them fucking seatbelts. This is the fucking fight that they wrote about. You're in it. And I think some of you are fully aware of that. Most of you over here are, anyways. The ones reading the walls sure as fuck are.
I'll tell you what, guys. That was awesome to.
Damn straight, Daniel. Y'all fucking who?
Like I said,
Omniplexes and omnipresences. Seeing connections.
We have so much fun here. We show you that
And I'm telling you right now, this right here that we listened to for the last hour in my head is further confirmation. If you're looking for truth, you're bound to fucking end up on this path. Not my path, but the path I'm following. The path you're following. Truth. Because there is only one truth. There is one creator. And it's in every atom in the universe. And it's at 1748 hertz, and you're talking to it when you get goosebumps. You just got to learn how to listen again. And it's that fucking simple. And I can't disprove it. I tried, and it got deeper and deeper proof. More proof came forward. More proof came forward. That's how this whole thing has gone for years for me. I have tried to disprove everything. I have been on my hands and knees begging for somebody to come up with a better working model than mine over the moon. And that's been a 10-year project. For me personally, I keep balls at hand and I play with them all the time. I can't look. I can't look. Because I only realized what I was saying about halfway through that and who I was saying it to. And here it comes. Fuck. You know how those things that just don't come out right? Let's chalk that up to one of those. Always got some balls around that I'm playing with. God, where is Lee when you need him? Fuck. You know, Shunka, I am convinced you're right. With her, can I keep my balls in my hands and go?
These are things I record live.
You feel so comfy there. I'm like twirling him around and watching the shadow. Fuck. Bring out the scarabs of love. Fucking bed bugs. What the fuck is so? I don't even get that whole. That's a sex idol thing. No, not for me. But then again, he's the one who got vegetables on his dick, dangling it around. So I don't know what turns on old Lee. It might be fucking bugs. Oh my god. Break out the scarabs of love. It's from the scientific lead fucking playbook right there. More than just the tip. Uh-oh. Now we're launching shit. Daniel's getting excited. Stand back, ladies. Someone might get hurt. Oh shit. Yeah, Polly is the leader. But of course he is. He hates me. My haters watch me more than y'all do. They're the first ones here every time. I don't give a what's up, what's a tat? I don't give a fuck who's first commenting. I got fucking Langley on here, fucking one live fucking feed, man. They don't even register. They're so fast. They know I'm going live before I do. They, obviously. Just saying. It's not every day that, and you know, I gotta say, I was like, there are a lot of people out there talking about the moon now, and they are just fucking focused on my ass. And I'm all like, but it dawns on me. Well, what other channel in the world is talking about that fucking field right there on the back of those fucking screens? It all started making sense. I was like, oh shit. Shit. Got ya. So now I have some fucking clarity myself just through their fucking actions. So I gotta say, man, that shit backfired. Showed me exactly who the fuck the players are, what their fucking tactics are. I already knew that. And why they're pissed at me. Has something to do with omnipresence. I'm not even sure if they had the unified field. They may have. Minbun. Well, the llama's fucking probably recording, so he can go through it and pick apart any kind of semantics. Catch me in a weird pose or something, so he can be like, "Oh, look, he's smoking crack," even though it's fucking pure ground fucking full flour hash instead of fentanyl patch, where I'd be all like zombied out and looking at you, not even able to type, be like, see, that's the way they would prefer me, obviously, because they got to downgrade THC, and then they'll be like, "Oh, the THC kills you," and then you go to Harvard, and Harvard says that it actually protects your brain cells. And it's like, dude, you can't even get that fucking right. You know what I mean? The fucking sun is confounded. Where did that even come? I've never heard that. I mean, if you're going to call me a leader of a fucking scarab sex cult or whatever, you better have your fucking verses down right. Fucking don't come at me with no fucking confounded sun, because that's not the fuck what any of it says. Yeah, exactly. I got a dingly cobra. Well, the thing is, if you notice, and I've pointed it out in an older video because it was one of those revelations that I felt it was small, but it's very meaningful of why that signature is like that and why Horus has a down pop like that. They're binary. They're married. Our son isn't. It's kind of significant, but not really big. But I mean, it's physics, and I felt like it was needed to point out, and I did in a previous older video. I covered that, the entanglement. That represents their entanglement with each other. He has a dingly cobra. He has the little light that comes down off his head. That's why the fucking upper and lower crowns. That's his magnet signature. It doesn't look exactly like Ra's hat. It looks a little different, but it's still conical. It's actually somewhere around minus 25 or 30, I believe, Daniel. It's not all. It's only like 144,000 miles or some shit. I forget. It's not that fucking far. But or 280. That's an AU. 278. Flat tards get me confused. Anyway, it's not that far off. 60 is beyond lunar orbit, but it's never in the model because that part of the model that's just showing behind the planet. Right now, it's up over past the sun, or by the sun, and working its way towards the model. I've never actually seen it in the model because it doesn't affect the model. So they usually don't accentuate the moon because it doesn't have a magnet field strong enough to make Mother close her field lines. It's never become a topic. And I'm actually almost surprised that NASA has a closed field line on their fucking, but I mean, that is a property of magnetism. So therefore, naturally, they should put one on there. But it's very telling when they start closing that there's something other than a backwind or whatever they want to fucking tell you happening. There's only one reason for that fucking field line to go. And we've seen that in the Pharaoh song. She has something to physically push away in a charge manner. It's a very reactive thing with magnets, as you can see. I mean, they start whoop, and then they fist up on each other, and that's just that, and do the whole fucking thing like that we're looking at in this wall every day, because that's exactly what's going on. You've got another magnet pushing against us, and at this point in time, why it looks like this every day, and everybody, except for us that have been watching it for a long time, are like, "Oh my God, are you what?" Well, I don't have to anymore. I know what she's doing. It's a little more than yesterday, but the same thing. Because that magnet chain is getting more and more pressure as the sun's driving, pushing closer. It's physics. And that's what you're literally going to be seeing every day, just a little more and a little more Hey, Glenn. Yeah. There you go. 25,000 miles for the moon. Thank you, Pollyanna. Yeah, it's about 25 to 30, 28, somewhere in there. Split a fucking hair difference. It really doesn't matter if it's at 60. It's still honestly not that much further away. I'm not going to argue with you over it. You know what I mean? That kind of shit. I might be like, it's a little closer than that. You actually, mathematically, but regardless, that map is fucking accurate. And it shows what's right behind our ass. That's the important part. And goosebumps, right, King? But once you fucking run into something like this, that fucking One Piece makes puzzles just go bap, 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 every piece fucking fall into place like dominoes, your mind gets a little blown. But you can't deny the truth anymore. So yeah, once people start seeing it, it's over. It's out of the bag. There's people way out of fucking. I had captain come to me, navigator on the sea, where there's tens of thousands of navigationally trained sailors driving boats. They call themselves captains. And you know what they have to do? Because I know this from personal experience. If you're on anything other than a military, like a private vessel, pretty much all you have to do in the cabin house is talk on the fucking radio to other captains. And they've been chattering about why can't my stars aren't, what the fuck's going on? I can't get a bearing. Guess what you're talking about now? This is why you can't get a bearing. Check it out. Because they know how to check these things out. I did. I do. I show you. And that is huge because every one of these captains in their captain training, regardless of where they fucking got it from, would include taking a fucking sky bearing to double check your fucking navigational equipment. And they have been off for a long time and fucking arguing over it and going over apparently because this motherfucker ended up on my channel off a Google search. And the cat's out of the bag. Like I said, I'll lose every one of my subs. I don't care. I'm going to never stop exposing what's going on with the misinformation. Sure, I'm still going to give pertinent stuff like I do, but in the end, I'm going to remind everybody that that symbol right there is all over my channel, and you need to go look at the fucking first video and work your way back if you want to know the secrets Bill wants to keep from you. And now that I know for sure, I don't know how I didn't have it like zeroed in a long time ago. Except for that, I'm a fucktard. I was blinded by it just happening. I don't know. I no excuses. I started finding out who the fucking guy was last year. I should have fucking figured that out a long time. I knew he was fucking with me. I had Brandon here and all this shit going on with us and shit. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And then he disappears. And I think, okay, well, fucking what's his name? And I have it in my mentality that he had changed. He's just a preacher out here doing this fucking thing. And then I start thinking and seeing a little more, and I'm all like, well, wait a minute. He's he's actually supposed to be in prison right now. Big sore thumb. Big sore thumb. And then more activities about him coming in and who he's talking to, he's communicating with, and then Gina pops up on my screen, and I'm all like, "Oh, this is getting weird." And then last week happens, where he's trying to frame Homebrew and me, and these channels ain't letting up on me. They just keep going, which is cool. I don't care because once people actually look at what we've got, they're all like, "Oh my god!" So that's just the way it goes. Um, yeah, this is getting a lot more out the bag than I saw it happening myself, just being a small YouTube channel. That I hadn't figured in the real world people tuning in to get answers that they couldn't anywhere else. And at some point, I'm going to stick out, and so is Homebrewed, as a sore thumb in a Google search. And I keep seeing that happen with people that don't have YouTube accounts or have to make a fake YouTube account and be like, hey, man, I'm not a YouTuber, but boy, I'll tell you. Same story there. Their minds are blown, and puzzle pieces fall together. And then next thing you know, they're out on the ocean waves talking to tens of thousands of fucking naval vessels about why, securely, exactly why you cannot get a fucking true bearing. So, geologists, same thing, different field, coming to me looking for answers on geology, have run into me and out there talking in their field and feeling compelled that they need to let me know that they're actually doing this. And I really fucking appreciate them doing that because, for God's sake, man, I didn't know. I don't know unless you come and tell me that you're a fucking geologist out there talking to other geologists answering questions they've been asking for a long time. And that's fucking great. I love that. That tells me I could shut it down today and this wouldn't stop. But that's not what I'm supposed to do, is it? That just wouldn't be right. Because if I did, they ain't nobody out here screaming it other than John, and John's going to be the only one getting attacked by Derek now at this point. That's not okay. And now Wage, Wage is over here learning about his goosebumps and giving his way more educated than 2 years ago fucking opinion on what's going on in these charts. That we started out punching each other in the fucking face. I think that might be why some of his viewers were concerned. But I mean, really, Wage and I have talked behind the scenes and on here and his channel. So, you can't catch them all at once, but I can understand some of their apprehension. Look at the way I attack people who go out of their way to legitimately lie to people. Now, that could be misassociated with me just trying to stir pots. I understand that too. I really do. And that's, of course, that's never been. It's just there's so many fucking pots out there that need stirred. What- That's all there is to it. And now I've found a big pot. So I'm just going to stick to that one because I only got one little spoon. Mama Bear. Yeah, I think that might be Gina. Holly has a suspicion. Just Google said, I know. If that was the wrong frequency, none of that would show up. That's what I keep like running into. I'm like, how can anybody touch 1748 hertz at this point? There's too much that shows up that frequency in the human biology and everywhere you look. Obviously, it meant something. The same thing, I'm pretty sure, maybe a limited version because they even admit they didn't know what we were writing. Well, there's on the back of these movie screens. Granted, Derek Bros does not own that fucking symbol, but it's still on the back of his fucking movie screens. I don't care. That's there for a fucking reason. It's also on my shoulder. Fuck. Oh, how do you get by that? Just let it flow. Sometimes you catch yourself humming. It's like, oh my God, the connections are just too much. Way too much. I couldn't deny it any more than I could deny I'm a fucktard. And I'm a fucktard in open public. What's up, Renee? Dude, that's what Wages was talking about today. Goosebumps and a certain hurts and opening his onion and just starting to learn and he can't talk about it yet. I'm like, I love this guy. I am a fucktard, Shunka. Thank you for knowing. It's all I've ever asked anybody to do. Here, look, you need to know this. All of a sudden, I'm a mean motherfucker. Because I handed you a book and walked away to let you fucking learn by yourself. Fuckers. We are all fucktards. We can't exclude. It's like, somebody was like, don't worry about the fucking assholes. I'm like, I was a dumbass myself once. I still am, actually.
But this is an example that honestly, there will never be a moment
369, 369.
where you're like, oh,
See, Daniel's a fucktard. Look at him. He's got a snot bubble.
When Mark Wayne shows up in one of his crazy cars, you're like,
Oh boy.
I totally get it. You know, Dragon Award means a lot.
I'd better shut up with my fucking hash in my hand, huh? 3 to 69.
With the Wayne organization, just to Alfred, he's in the back right now taking out fish. We are now actually we've had an extra amount of work. We're the ones who've been curating the new backs. As you know, it's look, This is a winning enterprise thing. You guys want to go with the Modernas? You want to go with the guy?
Oh, I'm curious about this.
You want to go with the guy who's literally an evil doctor behind scenes? He pretends he's a doctor, but he does not have any medical certification at all. I think you should go with Wayne Anderson Enterprises. He'd have a much better jab for you. And at the end of it, you're not going to die. You actually will wind up being stronger. We're working in some sort of extra metabolistic situations where you'll be trimmed. You're going to be able to be stronger. You'll live to 363 years old is what we're figuring at the moment. So look, you can go with Wayne or you can go with the Gates, which, by the way, that just leads you down a really bad path. That may be a future episode where you see some of their people who are trying to take down the evil villains of the world that we haven't brought in to show you. Apparently, there's a guy who can do a pretty good impression of Gates on the show. I don't know. We have to work that one out. Look, Alfred is calling me. He said that I got so that's going to save some more people. I have some other stuff I want to see. This is scrolling so you can see. Yeah, no, I mean, Superman's fun. Madagascar. It's still there. See, this is how we write or make our movies, guys. It's all live improvisation. And this is where it gets crazy, okay? Let me show you a little bit here. You guys, don't play with me before. This is illegal. Minecraft. I am making. I'm going to show you one part where I'm actually saying something. Sorry. I've never seen yeah, it's an answer. What's up, guys? So this is early. Come on. I'm crowded. I thought you was coming for the crazy. Why'd you try to pit me up against my friends in the park? Oh, what do you go? Oh, that guy. Disrespect the Fox. Maybe you didn't do that. You can't disrespect the Fox. You can't. You know better. You can't give him Krypton. You can't. You will disrespect the Fox. No. You didn't do that. No, bad luck. I don't want to hear another word, okay? You didn't even take him down. It was your job to take him down. You can't. You get that job support. When the stars did bring down my shoulder, I wish I had the kryptonite in my pocket. Oh, go fetch. Swap. I can't. It's right here on my shoulder. What are you good for? Not right? Sorry. Well, you're getting a little close. Give me a break, okay? I'll pay you. I am anyway. So one more thing, there's a guy named Wayne Doppler. You've met him before. Sonny! You've met Wayne Doppler. What are we doing, Sonny? Check it out. This from my hammer, I need my 5.5 foot leg. With my 5.5 foot leg, they're alive. They're not really good. Come on. So I will have the patent complete in a couple weeks. I'm not killing it to you until I get my freaking patent. Because if you steal it and you try to use my radar system and you don't give respect to Wayne Doppler, we have a problem. I could tall span a lot, 8'5". Get this, okay? So if you have a problem or you would like to get a Doppler system, you have to wait until the patent is done. Because Doppler don't play. Doppler don't play. I've been known to drop the hammer on people. And by hammer, I mean my 5.5 foot leg. Bring my 5.5 foot leg down on somebody, and they're not really good at it. They're usually about 5.5 feet tall. And I just squashing them like that. Trying to steal a Doppler system. So, do we have a deal? Are you going to put Doppler 5007 on your website and pay Rich Bradley deal? Affiliate? Are you an affiliate deal, baby? Yeah. If you affiliate deal the Doppler 5007, I think we can have a deal. Yeah. I just need an affiliate contract. We've done it. Okay. That part is a pleasure to meet you. I'm going to deliver this package to you, and just let me know how you're doing, or I guess I'll just see how the news when you've destroyed Supermarket. Wayne Doppler, tallest man alive. Pleasure. Got this. So, guys, we're cut in here. That's just from the movie that's coming up this week.
Lockwood's over here.
Hopefully, it's watchable. Right now, it's 4 hours. So those are just little bits, but I want to show something else to you. This is another piece I was trying to find.
I said, Robbie had Bill Gates over there on his less than 500 sub channel, applauding them trying to fucking frame me. That's very interesting, Robbie, the billionaires you hang out with. You know, Bill Gates' more active, less known partner, Derek Bros, parading around as some kind of renegade preacher. Yeah, I'm over there saying that. Yes, right. Yes, homebrew. That's the only reason I'm over there, looking for these familiar faces.
Next time, just come in with an elbow. That's what I was trying to find for you with Batman Street, that marks anybody else. So there are two guys. So try to find it for you real quick. It's worth the watch. Yeah, this is the episode.
Starring you, bro.
Guys, just so you know, I'm in my basement doing this by myself, okay? Just so you know, I'm in my basement currently, all alone. There's nobody in the room. And totally busy now. So, okay, we move forward. So, get ready here. Sandra, did we get rid of Sandra? Can you see she has the special sheen? The spray, yeah, it's hard to come. I'm gonna take it about 5. Yeah, I'll just tell her to come and do it right now. Well, the Renaissance family doesn't care. They're fine with that. They understand that this is a production. And this is really a multi-billion-dollar production. The numbers are all BS. They know. They understand the whole world is Truman Show. Yeah. Come on, just get over here and do. Just make me look a little better, okay? Come on, seriously. What are we doing? Do you want me to really look like Super Mark or Superman for this part? Or do you want me to just pretend? Sandra, I mean, seriously, I'm going to report you to SAG. AFTRA, I may even call your parents. and just tell them that you're not doing the job. You're not doing the job that you should be doing to support this production. So I guess I'm doing it myself. Randy, am I doing it myself then? Because Sandra's not coming out to do it. She doesn't want to. You just want. So you're going to direct this whole production, and you want the talent to do their own makeup and hair. Randy, just seriously, just nod if that's what you're thinking. I see the eyes that you're making. They don't look right. Like, I think you know it's stupid. Like, you're saying to yourself, yeah, that is pretty dumb, right? Just nod. Say, yes. That's right, Supermark. You know it's very stupid. No, Sandra, I don't want to hear it anymore. If you can't come over and beautify Supermark before the next scene, then just go and do you, okay? Oh, I'm gonna call my husband.
See this guy sitting in a. He said, "This is funny." Yeah, he's sitting in a fucking telephone booth with a Superman suit on. But yeah, fucking Lockwood's over there. He said he's not hanging around being harassed. All I did was thank him for opening my eyes. It wasn't clear until I saw the billionaire over there on his fucking page clapping and applauding him, and him in the Carl suit fucking telling Pollyanna exactly what the fuck was going on. Pollyanna, reading hieroglyphs herself, have gone out on her own and learned how to do it. Yeah, all I can do is thank him for that. And thank Derek for showing his face over there, for fuck's sake. It totally pieced together everything. I've been wondering what the fuck is going on for too long. And now I've got a pretty fucking clear fucking avenue as to what I've fucking disclosed that they don't want you to know. Got it. We're good. Thanks, Robert. That's all I got to say. And he said I was picking on him. I ain't picking on him. I'm thanking him for that. I couldn't tell you how fucking happy my heart is now that I have these answers. Oh, yeah, it sounds like tapping. Sorry. It's like that. That's why I try to stay away from my keyboard on this thing. I had to tweak the sound on it all the time because it adjusts and stuff. That's why I keep all my files off of this computer. This is my gaming computer and my research computer. I bought it for $100. But yeah, every time I touch the pad, it sounds like thud. Going over here to look for Lockwood again. No, I don't see him. No.
You stay there. Put your feet up. Don't you see? I'm okay. I changed myself. Yeah, I changed myself. Stay there. Randy, come on, kid. Action. I'm gonna pick up your record. Here. A Supermark's hair had a belt thing going on the bottom side. I told you. You are only like flying hard to stop. You think? Then you're gonna call me back later and tell me I'm doing this. I'm not doing anything. This is a one-and-done situation, Supermark. Especially the way you're acting over there, Randy. I can't stand that. Get into the moment. You got me flustered there. I just need a second. I'm gonna do all my God thing all. And when I get to the end of that all, you yell actions. I do. Oh my Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Randy. I know you do your best over there, but really, you should never tell me to wait. First of all, secondly, she's supposed to be your hair. Now, Randy, are you going to set the scene up? I think I look a little too large to be your transfer. You want to do, Randy? I'm ready to go now. Oh, I know. Of course, you might work for that. I got it. Hold on, I got it. How's that? Is that good? I think that's good. Randy, I'm ready when you're ready. I can hear you say action. You gotta say it louder. I'm sitting here in Times Square. Are we calling the Metropolis for the city? Yeah, Metropolis. Okay. Here we go. We'll have you again. I'm here in Metropolis. I have a meeting to sell that building right over there. I am the greatest real estate agent on the planet. And my goal is to get a buyer and say, oh my goodness. There was part of part three that every life, all the property, and then all right, Chris. Check this out, guys. I'm gonna put that back. It's right here.
Yeah, he had some pretty good responses today. That's good. It's good. I didn't see, but Nibbly Nut. And the funny thing is, one of the first things fucking Robert said when he got there is, "Did Nibbly Nuts leave the building?" Because he was fishing around for Nibbly. I had already chased Nibbly away. And I chased away Robert. So mission successful. I've had a good day too. Nom nom nom. I love troll meat. and Mark, fucking Wage over here, he ain't had nothing but fucking hearts all day. I kept his trolls busy. Damn straight, no, fucking damn straight. You know, I really owe it all to Robert Lockwood. And I meant my heartfelt thanks to him for opening my eyes to what the fuck was just pinpoint me right in the right direction, buddy. Just help me right there. I needed that kick in the ass, maybe. Oh, is he in Arabic now talking? I don't think he's affecting anything. There, and they got a bunch of wrenches over there too. It almost makes me nervous. Like, yay, wage, bam! So, if I was Robert, I'd behave. He said, "I'm out of here. I'm not going to keep getting picked on by a fucking adolescent or some child or some shit." I don't know what he fucking said. I don't care. He said he's tired of getting picked on. Because I said something about him and Bill Gates' fucking partner. And he was like, "I think you got the wrong guy." I was like, "I got screenshots, bitch." I made a video. You star in it. Very specifically, I went catfishing and caught a giant. I'd go check that one out. Thank him so much. Yeah, nonsense. Well, he can't speak anything but nonsense in fucking English either. I wouldn't expect him to say it any better in Arabic. The fucking man's a menace, but a very appreciated one, I guess, at this point in time. I won't be like I did yesterday, actually inviting people to his channel anymore. I just did that because I wanted to be proven wrong in front of everybody, and it was a great disappointment. So I'm not going to fall for that trap again. Oh well. What the fuck is he doing? He's still going on over there, isn't he? Stop it! Don't touch me! What? Wait, hang on. Let me look at this. Oh, he's fucking Batman now. And he's talking to some old guy. Oh, that keeps grabbing his butt. That's even right. Yeah, I probably wouldn't interview with the guy myself. He's fucking killing me. Yeah. I might subscribe to him. No. Oh, he's having too much fun. He's, I could see him in an Egyptian suit, just getting all funky with it, and I'd just be sitting there crying. I couldn't take it. I'd probably get struck by a lightning bolt. What are you talking to? Fucking Lockwood too? Tam. No, I'm trying to leave that alone. I'm just every now and again looking in because I saw I saw Nibbly Nuts first. I chased him out of there. But yeah, is he still talking? I haven't been paying too close attention. I see King Teddy over there. That's fucked up. Oh my god. This fucking guy, man. There's, I don't even know this guy's channel that he's fucking killing me. What the fuck is going on over here? You got Batman and the old man's grabbing his butt. Arabic now, dude, Robert. Okay, that's what's going on. I missed that excitement. I saw a little bit of it, but I Mark Pyers is his name. Renaissance man. He's some funny shit. Yeah, I guess it's a infectious one. It just I can't help but laugh. Yeah, woo. It's one of those things you get in your chest that just kind of builds up and you got to release every now and again. It happens a lot more the more you realize what it means. 1748 hertz at every fucking atom, you in it, and you go, it's 1748, and you talking there, and it's like, ooh, how can you not laugh? Out of control on a wild roller coaster ride. And this guy's funny. I might just fucking sub him just to watch his ass. I heard him talking about stop touching me. And I'm all like, oh, I gotta see what's going on. I fucking clicked over there. He got this old man sitting there touching Batman's butt. I'm all like, oh, fuck. It's almost as good as a fainting goat. Well, that comes straight out of the heart too. It kind of boils up. It's got to pop on out there. Quite often, the more bubbly and laughter you get, you got to have some fucks along with it. I realized that that is not a language they really, or a word they like in the English spells. Damn it, John. Get your computer fixed. I've been fucking sitting here all day doing the rewind on his channel, talking about, damn it. Fuck yeah, fuck them. Fuck yeah, if fuck them all. I gotta tell you, in my older videos, I don't give a fuck. That is one that you shouldn't fucking pass up. You want to talk, Daniel? What do you want to talk about? New parts are on the way. Nice, John. Everybody misses you. Welcome them to your channel. How does a mute scream? With intent. I know, John. It's all been pretty much said this week, anyways. I'm having a fun time over here. It's all good. I can handle this. We're like fucking little bit of dribbling, some fucking trolls around. Did I ruin your punchline? Because that's how the deaf hear. Where are you blocked at? Yeah, I am too, John. It's very fucking enlightening, and I think this whole week needed to happen. And I think we knew last week it was going to happen because we were all talking about it before it happened. Say something's fixing to happen. I'm getting told my time off is off. There's some fucking something coming down the road. I've got a fucking fight ahead of me for something to do. And then all of a sudden, bam. Thank you. And we all felt it. We all felt it coming. Had no idea what was coming. And then there you and Polly ride into my fucking rescue while I'm taking a nap, and these motherfuckers are trying to beat me up with clubs. Yeah, and everything's exploding, and people are talking about our findings, and um, yep, cat's out the bag, my friend. Cat's out the fucking bag. You too, memory. I love your thumbnail there. Just showing a little bit of mama hotness. She's such a milf. Yeah, I can't help it. It's fucking awesome. It kind of makes a statement all by itself. It's like, where'd you get that? Well, that would be a magnetometer. It's telling you what's going on behind the planet Earth. That's a good conversation starter, I've found. It's better than dropping a link. I'm telling you. People like thumbnails. Huge difference. And I know it's not because I go back and check, make sure I'm not blocked. But I've got thumbs ups on my fucking thumbnails and no comments. And I used to always have some smart ass talking. Oh, I'm sure you've run into my comment. I know Brood has quite a few times. But since I changed my thumbnail and I stopped dropping links and I just point to my thumbnail, I am not getting a whole lot of any kind of comments until they're over here looking at Angry Catfish page. I'm like, yes, I think I've actually fucking made this really easy at this point. I don't have to spend time over there because I used to drop links all the time everywhere I'd go, and that is just not happening anymore. Well, I like yours too. That's my crunch meter over there, Dana. That's that's a good indicator if we're going to have a pop or not. Yeah, the channel filters link. It filters links for me.
Just explain what I do. You know, I mean, he doesn't really know I'm super smart yet. Oh, Mr. Mark, I kind of like this.
I didn't mean to neglect your pretty thumbnails.
Show up. Yeah. I got your number. I hear that you're super. You're a super realtor.
It's just the memory triggers got Mama looking all hot. You got her looking all crunchy.
He's not here yet. Guess who's here?
And this is the sexual idol scarab club or something like that. I don't know. We'll have to confer with Polly on that. She's the leader.
We want to make sure if for some reason there's an earthquake or a company decides to come that supermarket.
Yeah, it's been a very busy map over there all day, all night. It just keeps getting more and more noticeable that there's something going on over here. There is a box in there.
You need to understand you're being represented by someone from this service. It's super service, Walter. I notice you also have
10 of them were under. See, and that's very low percentage of them. There should be a majority of them under 3.
choose the price point. One of their slogans, and I offer the same service here. I will sell them both the same day. I will be there for every showing, and I will provide aerial photography.
I'm sure they probably did. Yeah, they've got to cover the fucking radiation coming in. Those microwaves are getting really low, and with pushes like what we're seeing every day, they could be blowing out transformers any time now. I don't care how much they're spraying; it ain't gonna reflect all of it. Seeing punches coming through that spray, I'm all like, oh fuck. Beautiful blue than the sprayer came. You gotta keep that electric grid going. And Cherenkov radiation is beautiful blue. It's very thick up there. That's what's hiding the planets in the daytime. Not the spray. That wouldn't do it. If there wasn't Cherenkov up there, we would see it regardless of what they sprayed. You can still see the moon. Cherenkov blows away, you're going to see them full topography staring at you, way bigger than we are. It's going to be an interesting day when the sky rolls back like a scroll and reveals the heavens and people shit themselves. Yeah, you're going to see a full on Dingley Cobra. I am going to sit there and just shit myself in my lawn chair whilst eating popcorn. While everybody's running around going fucking crazy. So, yeah. It's going to be a pretty crazy day, I think. We'll see. The moon's out at noon. Yeah, I haven't even looked. I've got mostly cloudy today, although it's pretty bright. Well, tenfold for 20 years before I came online, there were people like Marshall Masters giving people this spiel about a odd orbited planet that just sounds outlandish. And it is, if left on that narrative. It's fucking incredibly outlandish. You start adding in suns and binary systems and shit like that, all of a sudden it starts being like, okay, that's a decent timeline. But rogue planets and all the Nebaru talk, and nobody ever mentioned the closest they get to mentioning a sun that travels with Nebaru is when they turn Nebaru into a sun, and they've been doing that for 20 years. And honestly, that's the biggest problem with getting people to look at the moon. They think you're trying to talk about Nebaru. And I've proven that face to face with people. Tell them about the moon, and I look at them and be like, I'm not talking about Nebaru, by the way. I'm talking about your fucking moon in your sky. And they'll give you that second look and be like, really? In other words, that motherfucker was seriously sitting there looking at me, giving me the crazy fucking eye because he seriously thought that I was describing Nibiru when I was telling him his move's doing a fucking cartwheel. That's your problem. Derek Bros has been normalized. And I didn't know all this shit was going on. Obviously, y'all didn't know all this shit was going on. Some people knew some of it was going on, but when I got here, everything started hitting me in the head because they knew I knew something because I had just walked away from a senator who tried to have me arrested 3 times, and I'm sure that's not the only thing he fucking did because of fucking what's going on right now. This is way out of fucking his hands. This doesn't have the mark of fucking Jim Davis. It's his bosses. He tweeted too much. I have a Twitter. The only way I know how to get into is if I go into my email through it, or NASA, their link on ISWA. Um, but I have it hooked up to my Facebook, so everything I post on my Facebook goes to my Twitter. And I think I have people over there looking. I'm not sure. I don't know how to navigate the site. Been searching for truth since second grade. I was kind of running around reading books, thinking I was knowing truth, and I had searched truth. I knew young that I wasn't being told truth. See, no fast. See, and I respect that, but I love using their tools against them because I get over there on Bill Gates' website. I'll get on NASA web pages. I get on the presidential pages and sit there with my little thumbnail and my links, and that's what I do on Facebook. I hit. I'll be like, I'll tell them how they're complicit in mass murder, and knowing that it's an official government page, that's setting off national security alarms instantaneously. With the mention of these words on somewhere like that. So somebody has to look at it. And I haven't threatened anybody. And I haven't told any lies. So nobody comes after me, of course, except from subversive tactics. But that also lets me know I'm hitting some fucking nails on the head. And there are real people in these organizations that believe they're in there doing good that will see this shit and understand what is really going on. And that makes it harder for the establishment. I've always said I'm attacking. Since I went on my vacation here, I'm attacking them from the inside. I'm trying to hit the Mason side of the family, the Eagle side, because the Snake side over here has closed their doors, and I don't know them that well. I've worked with the Eagle side. I've been one of their senators' investigators. Well, see, and that's all I wanted for anybody that comes to my channel tenfold, and that's why I appreciate you looking and doing your homework, and that's why I'm over there supporting Wage, even though Wage and I started out and we walked away from each other. I let him go on his way, I continued on my way, and now he's talking about goosebumps today. Miracles happen, and you're living one, and this is just what it looks like. Be amazed. I am. It's beautiful. It's just fucking beautiful. The cat's out of the bag, and people are talking about this. It's a good find, and I appreciate everybody. I don't care who you are. That if you want to look at this, what we found, please do and learn, and then it changes the world. We will change the world together. So I owe you just as much thanks as you're giving me. We're all equals in this. I just happen to be the first dumbass to stumble upon something and actually start grabbing loudspeakers and telling everybody instead of trying to sell out to a billionaire. I've already been. I was adopted into the Briggs and Stratton, Quaker State, uh, Amtex Oil family. I've seen what money does, and not a big fan. It's never been to me about the money. It's been about the life experience and the things that are out there and what makes a person happy. And I found glass blowing does that for me in '93, and I've been doing it ever since. And I thank Creator that I'm blessed to have the free time to have raised my son by myself with no help. And I've had no grandmother or aunts, uncles, or any of that. Seamus has never had anything but me until we moved here and put him in the public schools. Not my choice. It's just the fucking way it is sometimes. And, I even moved closer to his mother, and we still didn't see her. Now we're expecting her here in about 3 weeks, which is a good thing. It's a good thing for me and for him, and because it's all about him. And yeah, you'll probably get to meet her here in the dungeon. We'll be setting up Seamus's shop over here on this side, because she's bringing his torch, and I've got all the equipment to hook it up, and we're going to be over here blowing the glasses. Well, uh, thank you. I just been doing the best for him I can. It's what we humans do, Tim. And yeah, I'm the one benefiting from what from 16 years of raising him. Uh, I'm a blessed dad. I know he's up there cooking right now. He asked me tonight. He says, "Can we have pizza bites?" Because I didn't let. I cooked him something good last night. We had potatoes with meat, everything on them, and big old mushrooms. Oh God! And but he was like, I was like, "Yeah, sure. Pop them in when you get hungry." And I done heard him slam the oven. Today was a recap, pretty much of Schumann and stuff. But yeah, go check it out. Look, I'll tell you, here come my fucking pizza bites. Hey, Ocean, what's up, kid? What you doing? What you got in your hand? You try to give me dinner? Mm-hmm. You cook that? Yeah. Did you burn them? No. Don't step down here. Oh, there's glass. Oh, your daddy's old. You know that. Oh, look, he even brought ranch with it. Thank you. Where are you going? Where's my milk? You don't get any. I got no milk. I'll be back. You don't get any. Come here, kid. I'm going to steal all of your milk. Ow, ow. Ah, he's a good kid. See there? I just benefited. I did burn him a little bit. Oh shit. He's a good kid. It's just the cheese that burned out on it a little bit. They look a little tough for my old man teeth. Oh yeah, they're definitely overdone. Yay. Yep, got milk. Gotta have that milk. Mm. Wow, that's a hard one. Put these over here for a minute. I got to nibble on shit like this. I don't have all my teeth. I'm still waiting to be fitted on my bottoms again. I did, thank you. I'm blessed by that little kid right there, Gypsy. I got milk now in my broken coffee cup.
Have a great time together, and I'm always going to give you love. I'm always going to send you every piece of positivity I have. And we're going to live in the moment. I've never taken a script with me to start this show. We do 4 hours every day. And we write songs.
4 hours you write songs and do stuff.
That's what happens when you live in the moment. I said something once. I'm a real estate agent in 2013.
I like this guy.
To buy a drone.
I'm probably going to sub to him because he's fucking awesome entertainment.
I showed it to you guys the other day. I've got a plaque over here that was in the paper for it. And so the thing.
But I wouldn't expect me to do
how did you think of that?
Any interviews with him because
this
isn't entertainment.
It's the same thing that I say now when people ask me how I write songs, great songs, and how
I'm liking this guy's show though. It's funny as shit.
Funny without having an idea of where the hell to go. How do you do that? This is the way I say when I explain that.
Fucking old man playing with Batman's butt, man.
Do what you love.
Have Batman, Superman in the fucking telephone booth having a breakdown. What the fuck?
There is
That's some good shit.
don't you
Stay safe out there, Wes.
work? I want you to keep this answers that you see and that uniqueness.
I've never heard of this guy.
Amazing. It's not outside of you. It's not comparing you to something else.
I just went there because Wade said he was going to head in a new direction, and I wanted to see what was going on. He had mentioned in my chat, so I took it as an invitation. And I did. I ended up there a couple hours early, and I was like, I'm not going to turn it off and set the alarm because I ain't going to trust YouTube. I'll just stay here until it starts. And as the day went on, I was like, fuck it, I need to go on down and start warming up the kiln. I got 3 poems to make tonight.
Why should you? No, I created the moment. I actually refused to watch.
And my kid made dinner. I'm a happy daddy. How much a dry ass pizza bite?
I want to get into something, but by that, everybody's having ideas for home. Starry Night, thank you. Yeah, I got 35 episodes.
Yeah, well, I went over to his channel and thought he was going to do it over there because he had sent me to someone else's channel. This guy. I'd never seen him. And I clicked on one of his videos and saw him in his Superman suit, and I was like, okay, Wage. I thought it was a joke. So I'm glad I went over there and saw it on his page because it sent me to the same guy. I was like, well, okay. This could be fun. It's been fun. It's been fucking hilarious. Well, Vigorous Wage is talking about Goosebumps and opening onions, and he needs to do some more study.
You bound have a good time. Go down Renaissance. The global Renaissance. Oh.
But his whole world is unraveling. And he needs to take some time off with his family.
Jim second.
God, no, that sounds good too, Tim. But I'd still be nibbling on the steak. I only got a couple of chewing teeth.
To take off a guy because you can't even get into it, guys. But it was ridiculous.
I just had
the 6th of Jan.
3 or 4 molars taken out over a couple of days, like 6 months ago. And because I've had them fixed twice now over like 30 years or something, and I'm all like, I don't want to be 15 years from now fixing these fucking same teeth. Pull them out, give me something to put in there and chew my food with. I don't care how pretty I am, as long as I can eat. Well, the old dentist up there that did the work, he fucked my jaw up. And it hadn't healed yet. And I just saw the new dentist, and he's got me going to an oral surgeon now to fix what his buddy fixed and fucked up. Then I'm going to get myself some chompers. I'm excited.
The world wasn't toxic as it was in December 1st, 2000.
Well, I'm coming to that conclusion, Tam. Dental pain sucks, and it just keeps occurring. You get one of them taken care of, and then another one pops up, and it's like, oh, fuck. Now I got pain on the other side of my head. I'm like, I've had this for fucking decades. I'm over it. I've come to the realization that they make some pretty good fake teeth. I actually blew glass with this guy named Willie Lee, who makes some of the best. He's one of the most sought after fake tooth makers in the country. I guess who watched him fucking work? Yeah, I'm thinking I could make my own teeth if need be in a pinch. Funny enough. But yeah, they wouldn't hurt as much. So I've talked to my dentist and he's agreed. He's like, I can't tell you where that's wrong. Well, they should have done that to me. They did it to my cousins. The teeth that did come in, they pulled them and gave them full dentures as children because a cough medicine they had out. I was on the cousin to it, so it didn't hit mine quite as hard as it did them. It was a codeine cough syrup they had to take off the market because it was fucking up kids' teeth before they came in. By the time I was my kid's age, every one of mine had huge pools of fucking mercury filling in them. I've decided to just have them the fuck pulled out of my head. But I've got some teeth that are strong as the fucking day that came in. So I'm going to leave them in there. They'll be good anchors for my dentures. Oh, about the color spectrum, the rainbows and stuff. That one, that was inspired by Miss Raymond driving around getting all them pretty double rainbow pictures. She's like, look at what just showed up in my sky. I was like, that reminds me. I haven't brought that up in a while.
That's how you play the door.
I know, right? And I always yell at people for sending me cloud pictures. It wasn't a cloud. It was a double fucking rainbow.
He's a celebrity impressionist.
And her and I had been talking about him a couple of days ago, and she just happened to. There's another one. I was like, oh wow, that's right. I wanted to address that. It's his fault. Seamus. Because for the longest time, I was trying to tell people, since those things showed up, I'm all like, you can't get two fucking bows out of one prism like that. And sometimes, well, at some point, somebody had said, well, two raindrops. And I'm all like, can't fight with that. I can't say that that's impossible. And me and my son are driving along. He's like, look, Dad, that's two different color spectrums. I almost wrecked the car. You little fucker. Out science me. Yeah. I'm like, fuck. You make too much sense. Fucking collar spectrum. Damn. That's it. That is impossible. I don't care how many fucking raindrops you got. The human, yeah, remain calm. That's all you can do. You just got to shut this fucking thing down. I do. I speak for myself. It gets in the way of the programming. You got to feel. You got to feel that warm, cool, calm. And the more you practice it, the more you'll carry it. And it becomes part of you. And then you're able to go, see, because a human doesn't penetrate in the ground. How can you possibly go into mother's torrid, mother's heart, mother's womb, this continents wide, big fucking chamber inside of her with these big cities where the human's never been if you haven't mastered that little bit of your magnet? It's impossible. You'd go insane and die. That's why you need to know this right now, apparently. So, yeah, I'm bringing it forward. I have a few topics that are pertinent right now with survival through the next stage of things. And that on top of it all would be your human frequency. And like I said, don't depend on your fucking human generators. Depend on your own magnet field. It's the only way that'll work. And nobody on the planet understands that until it was written on the wall, man. And I went through the process of proving it in my older videos, which you shouldn't miss. You just shouldn't miss them because I go into good detail. I bring you and show you where to go look for my information, as I didn't do and haven't done for the human lately. I just keep mentioning it and telling you how to do it. But I expect you to go, of course, learn it for yourself and tell me where I'm wrong. I can't find it. But neither is anybody else. It works. It works. It works. It fucking works. That's all I can say. It works for so many people. It's something you gotta understand, though, and consciously work on. And it's not meditating. It's not that at all. Hmm. That's the days of madness they describe in the Revelations. Absolutely. But see, this part of it, I don't think anybody else on the planet, including them, understood it. And here's why. Very specifically, in the cuneiform, they tell us, Sitchin tries to translate it, that they believe it has everything to do with an orbit, which they have an orbit of their sun themselves. It has nothing to do with 3,200 year fucking orbit here. It is not why their fucking planet's fucking up, because they're right next to a fucking sun themselves. And right here in Sitchin, it'll talk about how that sun in Nibiru nears Earth. It begins the tribulations on Earth when the fucking start tilting. Well, smoke, that's not bad to do. Yeah, it helps relax you. Your magnet field isn't any different than Earth's. When you're balled up, you're not interactive. Relax, let it float above your head. Now your field's doing exactly what Mother Earth does for you. On top of it, you're starting to be able to feel other magnets now. It's a baby step thing, and you can't rush it. But it's something you should get into, of course, because it's your human nature. And we've been told that we can't do all these things that we can. And you're going to suddenly find yourself very empathic, understanding where your energy's coming from, understanding when you're sparking it, understand who you're talking to. Because then mom and dad you start listening, hearing things from them a little easier. And it's like, oh, that was weird. And it is to your programming. That's why I accentuate that you have to shut down your head because we have been extensively programmed. But the more success you have at these things, or me, anyways, the more confidence you build in your head, and the less it starts becoming a problem. And then next thing you know, you're carrying around your own light heart, protecting your human, and laughing all the time, saying fuck a lot. I don't know. That's what happened to me. Mama's blowing red out of her dress. Yeah, that's a cow fart. Nothing to fear. Hey, how you doing, man? Hopefully, well. We were just talking about you. No, kidding. It's like, oh fuck. The fuck's this crazy bastard talking about me for? I'd wondered too. We're talking about goosebumps and how hot mama is. She's quite the MILF today. Yeah, that's been one of my big problems, Tim, that I didn't ever really conform to the programming. And I'm looking back on it and being like, damn. Well, one, I was too smart for some of my teachers, and that causes problems. I've watched that in my own son. Uh, but, it threatens people when you're different. Some people embrace it. Like his superintendent, stand up guy, saw what my son was doing to his school, and he was like, fuck, I need to change his school. And he went to the fucking governor and got a self accelerated student program implemented in the state of Colorado. You're looking for somewhere to put your kids in school, I'd say Otero County's not a bad place. Well, that, and they have to have crumbly bits to grind up their food because they don't have teeth. It was the best time of your life too, Tim. I already know this because that is just what we do, right? How can you not have the best time of your life with your kid? I've seen that, but I don't get that from you. I don't get that from you at all. I've been to these parenting classes just because I wanted to know what was going on. I didn't have the right equipment and shit. And I didn't realize they were court appointed only classes, but I had to beg to get in. I knew they were state sanctioned and shit. And I sat in the fucking same room with some crazy people, man. I pity their children. They should have, God, they should have had children the way they talk about their own kids. And just some of the things that would come out of their mouth. Uh, yeah, some people are, yeah, that's, but the majority of people, thank God. That's not the case. You enjoy being around your kids. You know, it's your life. It's why we're here. It isn't to go to the bars on Friday night or whatever. You know, it's like fuck. But yeah, that was a big obstacle when I don't know if you've heard this or not, but so here you're gonna hear it again. I was getting certified in California for foster care, and it took months, which should have taken days. And I was very patient about it because the lady was still letting me work. Anyways, uh, it came to a pinch point. I went to the county lady, and she acted all pissed off at me. She's like, starts talking about, I see your punishment, but I haven't yet found your crime, and I'm gonna fucking find it. She was mad at me, accusing me, and wanting me to tell her what I had done to deserve my punishment. And I had no idea what the fuck she was talking about. Like, you're gonna slow down a minute. What the hell are you talking about? Punishment. She goes, your parenting classes. These are court appointed only, and blah blah blah. I was like, so you haven't talked to my social worker? Yeah, I can't talk to your social worker unless I fucking sign off for her. So I promptly sent her a fucking. I actually went right into her fucking office that day and fucking signed off a physical copy for her. But I sent off a fucking right from the house, the fucking, and she was like, "Hey, ain't good enough." So I had to go and physically copy, sign her, and fucking she gave it to Gretchen, who had been my worker for. Hey, Cuss, for like 3 years or so, while Seamus and I were going through the program, and she'd come out to my house like twice a week and shit. We went in there. I joined their food safety classes, everything they offered. Man, I was in there, and they kicked me out of the program after about 3 years because she said that she couldn't no longer justify my being there. I should be teaching the class. That was what my and I was upset because I mean we would go we would go to the zoo and all kinds of shit, you know, with the kids and fucking walk around, do our thing as a group of people. It was something to do. I thought it was fucking cool, and they kicked me out of their little club. I was so heartbroken. I thought it because name of the program was the first five, and I thought it was the first 5 years, and it had nothing to do with that. And fucktard shining through here. And yeah, so the fucking county lady was shitty with me, and then she talked to Gretchen, and then she faxed me back a oh my god, and called me and apologized, and uh, I was officially as foster care that day. So yeah, actually doing the right thing sometimes can get in your way if you don't make note of it. As I when I tell people stuff I do, they look at me like I'm fucking making shit up. So I mean, I just leave a lot of the stuff I do behind the scenes alone. And I figured my record would speak for itself in this case. Well, it did, and it spoke the wrong language because I didn't warn her. I didn't have any idea that that would be a red flag, and it was. So I've just that's just the way it goes, and you learn from those experiences like that, um, and go into it with that kind of mentality that there's some people out there that make life a lot harder than it has to be, and it starts when they start having kids and in the wrong mindset, and then the kids suffer, and then that makes everybody suspect in that arena, and it sucks. It does. It sucks. Mm, that sucks, Gypsy. And that's so what's crazy is it takes something crazy to start your awakening out of this programming, but once it starts, it pretty much all unravels eventually. Yeah, people lack purpose and direction, and that's part driven by the confusion and the uncertainty of everything. And that's why I keep saying, I look right down to chat. Like when you erase you, I'm like, if you're going to say it, own it. you know, um, it's just nobody holds anybody accountable for anything, and it's just like, oh well, well, next time we vote them in, and or and ourselves accountable for listening to their fucking drool and just allowing it to continue. There's a lot of things that need to change in the world, and it begins with us looking in and seeing ourselves and having direction to go from there. And it's funny. I found it on a wall. The writing is literally on the wall, and I didn't believe what I was reading, and that brought us to this point. I had to prove it because I couldn't just let it go. It was making me insane, visibly, physically. I knew it. I was shaking apart. I was like, wait a minute, I want my rock back hurling through space with no God in sight because that's all I'd known. You know what I mean? Well, I know that feeling of being alone and lost. And it sucks that you have to go through these experiences to start opening your eyes. Uh, My kid still got his mom. And I'm thankful for that. But she's never been a part of his life unless I forced it. And I'm happy about that too, because I did always. And they still talk. And he knows her. I don't talk about her, but he knows her. Um, I couldn't ask for a better outcome. And it's just because I've been open, honest, and fair to my kid. Even when I'm punishing him, I'll explain to him why he's being punished. And it ain't like I'm going to beat on him or give him a penny and make him stand and stare at a wall, hold that fucking penny on the wall for a while. I still do that shit. He hates it because he's 16 now. And the rule is 1 minute for every year you are old. So you got to stand there for 16 minutes without dropping that penny. And if he does, you start all over again. Depends on how pissed off I am. He could be up there a good half hour. But it makes him fucking disciplined, man. Damn it. He don't want none of my change. I'm like, well, let me give you a penny. He's like, no, Dad. Well, there you go. You need to read you some laws, dude. You know how? You got a nice roadmap, nice framework now. You take yourself a high-end electronics fucking tech manual with you. You'd be surprised what you can read. It ain't a vowel. There's fucking a fucking ball game. You gonna read it for the king that turns down the kingdom? Well, I don't know what kingdom. I don't want none of them on earth. I turn all of them down myself. I spat in the face of one and continue to do so every day. The only kingdom I'm worried about is creation. Because that's the kingdom. Creation. All of it. How could you single out a beautiful speck of beauty out of a beautiful fucking infinite creation? It's so bigger than what we've been led on. Well, that's good, Jacqueline. Yep, parenting is like Legos. You can't force it. Damn straight. No, that's one thing you can't do. But if you try, it's gonna hurt the ones that really don't need to hurt the worst. Usually, I've seen that. That's why I was getting into foster care in the first place, because I saw a need and I saw an availability and mutual actually benefit out of it from my kid being able to interact with other kids when he was little, which was great. He still cherishes those days, of course, with Bertie and Michael, all the little kids that we helped take care of. Um, I do too. and I'm sure they remember me. I know I infected a big change in a couple of their lives, just by sitting down at a table with them and doing a couple of math problems. Nobody had apparently ever done that with them. And I would sit down and do their homework with them every night, like they were my own kid. Uh, and they appreciated that time. And you started seeing them going from setting fires to getting A's and B's in school. And that's seriously the difference that it makes, just to spend a little bit of fucking quality time with a kid. And I learned that myself by just doing it. Because I'm sitting here across from a kid that I'm afraid all of a sudden might influence my kid into fucking setting fires or fucking being a little hellion. And then within a matter of a couple of months of being a consistent person with this child, watching them actually be influenced by my kid and wanting to be part of the group every night, sitting around doing their fucking homework and shit. It was great. I learned a lot of things about parenting doing it in the foster system with some really difficult children, and it's not their faults ever. Good night, Chris. Take it light and stay light. Stay safe. When you can get out of how what? A sun ceremony. Yeah, partake in one. That sounds fun. I wish one of these tribes would invite me for a ceremony. I'll close their borders to me. I'm like, well, fuck off. I'll go talk to the Masons then. See how I am? Okay. Have a good night, Tom. Peyote. Yeah, see, no, I haven't had the peyote. Well, don't talk about the moon, Daniel. They might kick you out. They might block you. It's a dangerous topic. Well, you see how they're treating me, Polly. I've been knocking on their door and they've been poking me in the butt the whole time. They're like, huh? Why is your tongue in my ass? Fuck. Oh. I never thought an Andrew Dice Clay fucking line would fucking like end it perfectly. I'm just gonna leave it there. Oh my god. I'm waiting in line at the bank. Hi, Angel, just in time for me to talk about someone's tongue in my ass. Oh my God. That'll teach you to walk into half a conversation on it. It's like, wait a minute, I'm sorry, I take that back. Oh my God. This is good stuff. You can't buy it on TV. Pay-per-view or any of that. It's free right here. Shit. Mm. Now, which one of you motherfuckers been dinging me the most over here? Saw that. Hmm. Look at that shit. Different sizes of bands, different bands in this situation. I told you it's free. I've only seen 3 once myself, and this one here is a lighter blue. Someone's behaving themselves. This is the Planet Triple X channel. Yep, that's it. For Island, man, you might want to wait until the shaking's over. Just saying. I've been telling people to stay off of islands right now.
Right? Really what it is we learned that they're also on pizza. Before you know it, smiling, having a great time. I've got a sense of therapy. What the hell is a sense of therapy drum? I didn't know that not only did I invent the most powerful drum in the world, but I also invented probably the most powerful sense of therapy drum ever. Now, I find the parallel for everything
So they're still going on over here at wages coming out party. He has goosebumps. The guy that his fucking channel, it's fucking funny, and he just keeps going.
cone. But a cone is crap. Why am I competing with crap? Maybe the reason I haven't sold a lot of PCs is because I'm competing with crap. And I keep pricing my product with crap. When they're hand built And
Good
they
night,
serve
Prepper.
it.
I didn't see you there,
And
huh?
it provides 4 times what you get for a cajon. So why am I comparing my price to a stupid cajon that sucks? It sucks. I built one.
You gonna have
and it
one on
sucked so
stilts?
bad that I had to invent something new. And it's been impossible to get out. Almost as impossible as the platform to get out. Do you know why? Think about this for 1 second. Yeah, we have smaller versions too, Age. We got Junior. The PC Junior is 16 inches tall. This is designed so.
I was gonna say stilts with a pontoon float.
I guess guitars. When we went to NAMM and we selected Editor's Choice 2 years ago, 2019, Summer NAMM.
Might need some floats
The Editor's Choice
to float your boat.
they go to all
I've
the
seen
different
houses floating around on the fucking out there in the Gulf, man. They got literal barges with a house on
What's
them.
really cool about this instrument is you can play with your hands, you can play with your feet, you can get all kinds of different tones out of it, and it's not heavy. You know, there's
Okay,
12 to 15 pounds.
that's just good.
There's a grab and go bar in the back. That's something that you can should literally just stick your arm in the back, grab the bar.
Well, we're talking about rising water now. You ain't gonna blow up. No smoking allowed.
So they're really cool. I think that realistically, when I first invented it, I remember my brother and I were talking.
That could get dangerous.
I was like, look, they should be $500 and up. Like, should be any less than $500. These are hand built in the United States. This isn't crap you're getting from China. All the stuff you get from Guitar Center for $200, $250. Oh, I got $250. It's crap from China.
It's crap from China.
There's a reason why you pay $250 for that, and you paid $500-$600 for television. Quality, people will buy quality. They also will look at some quality that's priced low and say, that seems kind of cheap. I think I'm getting seems kind of cheap. Don't you think, guys? I mean, it's crazy to me that I've been pricing my beat seat against cajons. When it's clear, a cajon cannot even compare this thing. Unless you put 4 of them together and 4 people playing it. I'm not even a percussionist. And I could sit down and play probably more music than any drummer on a cajon because of what this thing provides. Feet and hands. You can't do feet and hands unless you buy pedals and all of this thing is like it's a drum in a box, but it's like a 17-piece drum kit because everywhere you hit it. So if you're a really good drummer, you can do like drum rolls and stuff. So anyway, that's an overview for you, brother. I hope you enjoyed the idea. If you guys go to beatseat.rocks, you can check it out. You can see the video of her playing it. In fact, maybe I can find that. There's a video of her playing it at the NAACP Awards. I think they put that one posted because Carrington Brown endorsed it. And that's her drummer. Her drummer is Carrington Brown.
And said, "My lord, your house."
Her drummer sometimes will show up with a drum kit. Sometimes he shows up with beat seat.
And Lil summoned into
Yeah, I'm about ready to get
his
busy.
presence. What do my own eyes see? Is it against me that this thing is done?
We'll make some
Thus
pawns.
was Enlil to them, saying, "Who is of the hostilities? Who is the instigator of these hostilities? Who's the one that is trying to get this going here? Who's responsible for this?" Thus Enlil.
This is the workers on Mars.
Who is the instigator of these hostilities?
Are rebelling.
Every single one of us has these hostilities, the Anunnaki declared. The toil is excessive. Our work is heavy. The distress is great. The work is causing the trouble.
Hi, Bill.
Anu was saying, the
How are you,
limitation
bud?
is heavy. Every day the complaints we hear. The gold must be obtained, Anu was saying. The work must continue. Release Anugi for consolations. Enlil to the hostile Anunnaki said. Anugi was released to the leaders, and he said, ever since Earth's heat has been rising, the toil is excruciating and unbearable to us. Let the rebels return to Nibiru. Let new ones come in their stead.
their steed is their ship or their chariot or whatever that's what they refer to as the ship. Perchance you can fashion new tools, Enlil said to Enki. For the Anunnaki heroes to avoid the tunnels. Let us summon my son, and they make reference to these tunnels. As if they found tunnels that were already existing that were under the ground. See, as if the inner earth, world was already there prior to the Anunnaki coming to Earth. That's where they reference that a couple of times, and you don't ever see people really key in on that. I've noticed this a couple of times as I've been reading this, that they reference when they were digging into the earth to find the gold, they found all these massive tunnel systems under the earth, and they had to find a way around them.
Yeah.
So I think that goes a long way towards this idea that the whole inner earth thing was there long before there were humans on the earth. Let me summon my son Ningashita and take
long
counsel
before there
with
were
him.
Anunnaki.
They summoned him to the house of life. He huddled with Enki and exchanged words with him. Enki said that a solution is possible. Let us create a Lulu, L-U-L-U, a Lulu. That's a human, a primitive worker.
Yeah, things are going good, Bill.
Work they will take over. Let this being carry the toil.
Obviously, people don't want you reading them, so it's a good thing to do.
Astounded were the besieged leaders, speechless. Indeed, they were. Who ever heard of a being created fresh? A worker who would do the work of the Anunnaki. They summoned Ninma, one who of healing and succor.
Especially how easy they are to read. That's what was fucking.
Enki's words to her, they repeated.
That's just unreal.
Ever heard of such a thing? To her, they asked. The task is unheard of, she said to Enki. All beings have a seed from which they have descended.
They've been good at distracting us for a long time. Their distraction game's over, though, I think.
And that's why at the beginning of this book, they describe the genealogical and historical record of the importance of the bloodlines to them. And they describe this whole their entire lineage on Nibiru. And that was a very interesting sort of capsule thing to look at, because it tells us 100% why the importance of the bloodlines is there for the elite running Earth today.
Because they're still here.
And so right here, Ninma says,
Crazy Josh.
We can't just create a being out of nothing. It's not right. A being has to have a seed, or has to have a lineage.
That's all you can do is laugh at it. It's like, holy shit.
And as we're going to see,
look at this.
From reading this, from what I understand from my research, the problem they had with humans and why they wanted humans to be destroyed, and Lil wanted humans to be destroyed, was the fact that, the humans started to revolt. Because when they used their own DNA to make this,
that took me about 10 minutes of looking into it to figure that out.
These Anunnaki weren't slaves. They genetically
that's a bummer.
Imbibed into their structure of their bodies. They're not slaves. They were princes. They were king.
That one.
And so they overlooked that fact.
It's another one of those personal choices
race out of them. They were inadvertently created a being, us humans, who will never ever succumb to being enslaved. That's why they had to resort to fluoride in the water and MSG in the food and chemtrails and electromagnetic brain entrainment like HAARP and the programming of Madison Avenue and the Edward Bernays and of the school systems. They had to create.
It makes you wish you had a loud enough loudspeaker. You know what I mean?
To distract us from the fact
like, hey,
we are
fucktard,
not in
you way over there. What are you thinking?
And so each and every one of you out there.
Yeah, well, some of my closest
life,
friends
doing your slave
have
job,
also. That
always remember,
Angel's mother, I call her mom.
Designed
got
to
shot
be a slave.
I haven't even called to see if she got shot too.
So your lack of wanting to participate in their system has, people try to tell you, oh, you're just a bum, or you're just lazy, or you're blah blah blah. because you don't want to have a job, work in their system. You're a bum. You're lazy. No. You are trying to call me names because you are not hip to the fact that you are not supposed to be a slave. Just because you're comfortable in your slavery doesn't mean me or you or anybody else has to be.
I hope they don't get sick.
We were not
that's all you can do.
It was a
at that point.
misjudgment.
Just hope
they
the
made a
best for them.
mistake.
Nothing you can do.
They thought they could just, create something on this planet out of some stuff that was existing there and have themselves a slave race and, to do their work and they'd be done with
something to hold on to.
But it was a big time error in judgment on their fact, and we see that
going to bed, John.
From their other history of what we read. Brother. This is why Enki, who was also what y'all wanted. These texts that we're reading, the Lost Book of Enki. For those of you that don't know, these texts are the very core texts that the elite have not wanted us to see for years and years and years, and have wanted us to misinterpret, because these are the texts that he set up the Brotherhood of the Snake with. The Brotherhood of the Serpent. This is the stuff that mankind is supposed to know. And the reason we're supposed to know this is we're supposed to know that our true ancestors made all of the mistakes, nuclear war, they killed their planet, they made all these mistakes with technology, warfare, they wiped out most of their planet with nuclear weapons. And Enki says at the beginning of this, the reason he's having the person scribe this and write it down and put it there for mankind is so that mankind can find out what their forefathers did. And since we are from them and from their DNA, we have a very good chance, and of course, more than a chance, it's here, of going down the same road that they went down.
They're the same. They're still here.
But if you have this information, you keep our planet.
You're missing the point.
Road,
they're still here.
Down, allegedly.
You're missing the point. You're still here.
Then their whole system goes crumbling down, doesn't it? This is why the priest class and the Vatican and the Jesuit order, all this stuff were created. To give people bullshit stories and not give them the context about things that could change the whole course of human history just by knowing and understanding.
Yes.
This is our calling here.
Yes.
They are telling us, look, don't go down the same route. Don't do what we did to your planet. And this is why people have
don't allow us to keep doing it.
Try to downplay this text and try to get you to not look at it, hear it. Well, that's why we're reading it on the air.
Generationally.
You are not supposed to be a slave, and you should never feel bad about not.
Lord Enki and Marduk, they're dead.
To
Marduk died about time Alexander the Great was walking around.
Be it emotionally or financially or anything else.
It's their generations that rule over
all beings have descended from a
same
seed,
family
one
lines,
from another,
same split, same division. It's the eagle and the snake.
No one ever came from nothing. How right you are, my sister, Enki said, smiling. A secret of the Abzu, let me reveal to you all. The being that we need already exists.
Thank you, Daniel. How you doing?
All that we have
good,
to do
I gather.
Is put on it the mark of our essence. Thereby, a Lulu, a primitive worker, shall be created. So Enki did say to them, let us hereby make a decision and give blessing to my plan to create a primitive worker by the mark of our essence and fashion him. Well, that looks like that's the end of tablet number 5. Let me scroll down here. Yeah, this is the synopsis of tablet number 6. We're going to be reading some of that here for you. To the incredulous leadership, Enki reveals a secret. And the Abzu
he was the son of Marduk.
Akin to the Anunnaki.
Alexander the Great was son of Marduk.
That of the Anunnaki, it can be upgraded to be an intelligent primitive
Messiah, the trickster.
Now, these parts, now this is the key thing that people need to understand. These parts right here that I'm reading that are in good English, they're synopsis of each tablet. These are the parts that are actually written by Zachariah Sitchin. He's writing.
Shit, that sounds like more fun than I want to have, Daniel.
So don't confuse that with the actual translations themselves. Now, there is
a lot of people dying from the jabs. It's scary.
Ones that have been printed off and stuff like that. Sumerian text and we get code keys for Sumerian language.
And within the longer term effects coming in, it's going to get worse and worse and worse. I agree.
Supposed connection to the CIA, which we've never seen documentation, but different things like that. In stuff that he also says that they're coming that the Anunnaki want to come and save us.
I agree.
Which runs contrary to Christianity. So he's been for a lot of reasons, and
I not only agree. I told you a long time ago that's exactly what this is going to do.
These texts are there, and there has been a massive campaign throughout alternative media, mainstream media, everything else to keep us.
What do you do with it?
And they always just say,
I can't
or whatever else.
Even convince people that have known me for fucking 30 years not to get this fucking shot.
Get a chance to understand and read and find out these are actual real texts. These are 5,000 real texts that came from the Sumerian kingdom. It's there. You can do this yourself. So these little synopsises here are what's written by him. But I'm going to skip the synopsis. Just get right.
Oh, they're already dropping.
We will create a primitive.
But it's just going to pick up speed.
By the mark of our essence, and he said to the leaders, the being that we need already exists. He tell them the secret of the
Abzu. It's going to pick up speed.
With astonishment, the other leaders heard Enki's words and were fascinated. There are creatures in the Abzu, Enki was saying. They walk erect on two legs. Their forelegs they use as arms. With hands they are provided. Among the animals of the steppe they live. They do not dress in any garments. They do not wear clothes. They eat plants with their mouths. They drink water from the lake and the ditch. Shaggy with hair is their whole body. Their head hair is like a
we've forgotten that we forgot. That's a good way to say it.
With gazelles they jostle. With teeming creatures in the waters they delight. The leaders to Enki's words were listened to with amazement. No creature like that has ever been seen in the Eden. Enlil said, disbelieving.
Disbelieving.
Eons ago, on Nibiru, our predecessors like that may have been. Ninmah was saying, it is a being. It is a being, not a creature. To behold it must surely be a thrill, Ninmah said. To the house of life, Enki led them. There in strong cages were some of the beings.
Us.
At the sight of Enki and the others, they
keeping in mind fossil records show that we actually had a bigger cranium than we do now.
Making no words. Male and female they are, Enki was saying. Male hoods and female hoods they have. They have hearts. Like us from the Nibiru coming, they are procreating. Ningashita, my son, their fashioning essence is tested. Akin to ours it is. Like two serpents, it is intertwined. Right there. So the essence... That's why he said that we had to give them add our essence to them. So when they refer to essence, they're talking about DNA.
Yeah.
Because he says, just like ours, it is entwined like two serpents. That's why in the ancient Sumerian different buildings and stuff and structures that you see that. You see the caduceus there for the person. That's what that represented. When their life essence and our life essence is combined, our mark shall be upon them. A primitive worker shall be created. Our commands he will understand. Our tools he will handle. He shall perform the toil in the excavations. To the Anunnaki, in the form of the Abzu, relief shall come. So with enthusiasm, Enki was saying, with the excitement of his words, and Lil was hesitating. This matter is one of great importance. On our planet, slavery has been abolished long ago. Tools are the slaves, not other beings. They see they're having problems with this because, they know slavery's not right. They know they're not slaves. So, they're having a sort of moral conflict here of making another being enslaved, which with good reason. You should always be against enslaving another being of any kind. A new creature, non-existing, you wish to bring into being. Creation in the hands of the Father of all, beginning alone is heaven. See, they're saying, no, we can't play God. But that's exactly what they did. These fuckers just went around all over the planet, setting up shop, telling the poor people of Earth they were gods.
Mm-hmm.
And giving them some technology. All the religions of the world are based on this. So in opposing was saying, and stern in his words, Enki said to his brother, not slaves, but helpers is my plan. It sounds helpers. Sounds like New World Order speak, doesn't it? Oh no, they're not slaves, they're helpers. Helpers. It's not a draft, it's a mandatory service. Oh. Nice doublespeak there. Nice to see the doublespeak goes back, longer than just our civilization. The doublespeak and Machiavellianism is nothing new. It's been around for a very long time. Not a new creature, but one existing more in our image will be made, Enki said. With a little change, it can be achieved. Only a drop of our essence is needed. So only a drop, only a little bit of our DNA. That's what they thought. That's what they thought. They thought that only a little bit, but what they found out is to get what they really want to get a really good one, they had to use the most of their DNA. And what they ended up doing was they ended up using the most of their DNA with the white-skinned people that were found in the Caucasus Mountains region. And those became the Caucasoids, and those were the ones that were made with the most Anunnaki DNA. And since they were white, those are the ones that were put in positions of kingship. And to this day, that's where the whole origins of white power and white supremacy and all that stuff come from, because they believe that because they were made with the most essence of the gods, that's why, the divine right to rule for white people is there. That's honestly, that's where it comes from. That's the root of it. A grave matter it is. It is not to my liking, Enlil was saying. It is against the rules of planets. By the rules of Earth, coming to it was forbidden. To obtain gold was our purpose. To replace the Father of all beginning, it was not. So we came here to get gold. We didn't come here to become God. After Enlil thus had spoken, Ninmah was the one to respond. My brother, Ninmah said to Enlil, with wisdom and understanding has the Father of all beginning endowed to us. To what purpose have we so been perfected, unless it is to make use of it? With wisdom and understanding, the Creator of all has filled our essence. So whatever using it we are capable of, is it not that for which we have been destined? With that which in our essence was granted, tools and chariots we have perfected. Mountains with terror weapons we have shattered. Skies with gold we are healing. So was Ninurta to his giving birth mother, saying, let us with wisdom fashion new tools, not create new beings. Let by new equipments the toil be relieved, not by slave beings. Where does our understanding lead us? Does it lead us to that which we have been destined? What knowledge we possess, we cannot prevent its use. Destiny indeed cannot be altered. From the beginning to the end, it has been determined. But then Enlil was saying, destiny it is, or fate it is. That to this planet we have brought no gold from the waters. To put Anunnaki heroes excavating the toil of primitive worker created to do its planning. That, my kinfolk, is the question. So they're saying, is it destiny or is it fate?
That's their favorite argument.
The Anunnaki are saying, we believe
about everything. Is it destiny
everything
or fate
that is supposed to happen,
that is
going to happen.
Well,
But how do they know if it's destiny or if it's fate?
Because Creator
for them to create
having nightmares here pretty soon, telling them you're fucking
I think
up.
it would be very realistic from our perspective right now today to say that it was destiny, wouldn't it? Is it from the beginning ordained, or is this coming about from us choosing it? Yeah, it's a quandary. It's a philosophical quandary. Because they're saying, by us creating this new people, we're going to change the whole face of everything, of the whole universe. For the first time, we're going to create that's why we have so many questions. That's why we don't know where we came from. We haven't been allowed to know where we've come from. Because according to the Anunnaki, everything else in the universe, every other creature in the universe knows full well where their species originated from, but we don't. And so they're saying, is that destiny? Is that fate? If we make it happen, then it's fate. It's not destiny. So it's a philosophical quandary. They decided to put the matter before anew. And they presented the council, the matter before the council. The elders, the savants, the commanders were all consulted. Long and bitter were the discussions. Life, death, fate, and destiny. Can there be another way to obtain the gold? Survival is in danger. If gold must be obtained, let the being be fashioned. The council decided so. So it shows you here that, sort of the regular people on the ground of the situation were having, philosophical quandaries about whether or not they should do this genetic manipulation or not. But of course, much of the same way as it is on Earth, they went and took it before, the High Council. The High Council says, yeah, fuck it, do it. Do whatever you're going to do. We've got to achieve our master plan. So who gives a fuck if we mess up the natural order things? Create a fucking being, get the fucking gold, let's go. Let's do this right now. What are you waiting for? Go, go, go. Don't ask questions, do it.
Pretty much.
Sounds familiar, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Let Anu forsake the rules of planetary journeys. Let Nibiru be saved. From Anu's palace, the decision to Earth was beamed. It delighted Enki. Let Ninmah be the helper of such matters. She has understanding in this. At Ninmah with a longing, he was gazing. Let it so be, Ninmah was saying. Let it so be, Enlil said. By Inugi was the decision to the Anunnaki and the Abzu announced. Until the being is achieved, to the toil willingly you must return. So they said, hey, that's fine. We'll build you guys a new fucking slave race, but your ass is going to have to get in there and mine that gold till we get this shit done, We can breed enough of these fuckers to take over. And so they were like, all right, we won't rebel. So there was disappointment, but rebellion there was not. To the toil, the Anunnaki returned. In the House of Life in the Abzu, how to fashion the being Enki to Ninmah was explained. So he starts talking to his sister Ninmah about how they're going to create the slave race and how they're going to do it, the technicalities of it. So, all right, let's get into the long of Yankee for you here tonight. We left off last time when we just read a kind of sentence back here. They was about to be a rebellion, a revolt of the Anunnaki that were mining the gold, and they returned to the work in exchange for the agreement for Enki to create a slave race. So he started explaining to Ninmah how he was going to do this. So that's where we're picking up tonight. To a place among the trees, he directed Ninmah. It was a place of cages. In the cages, there were odd creatures, the likes that no one had ever seen in the wild. 4 parts of one kind they had, hen parts of another creature they possessed. Creatures of 2 kinds, by their essences combined, to Ninmah he was showing to her. They returned to the House of Life, a clean place with brightness shining. They led her. In the clean place, Nigashita to Ninmah was giving and explaining the secrets of the life essence, the soul. How the essence from, essence, now there's mean the soul here, I'm sorry, DNA. How the essence from 2 kinds of creatures can be combined, he was showing to her. The creatures in the tree cages are too old. Monstrous they are, Ninma was saying. Indeed so, Inky responded. To attain perfection, for that you are needed. I need to know how the essences combine, how much of this, how much of that to put together. In which womb is conception to begin? In which womb should the birth be given? Implying that males have the ability to actually give birth, but males or females designated as that.
Should it be a human womb or a fucking Anunnaki womb, Josh?
And healing understanding are needed. The understanding of one who gave birth, who is a mother, is required. A smile on the face of Nimbar because of the $2 that my Inky she mothered and she well remembered. With Nigazida, she surveys the sacred formulas that on MEs were secreted. How this and that were done of him, she inquired. The creatures in the tree cages, she examined the two-legged creatures and contemplated them. By a male inseminating a female are the essences transmitted. The two entwined strands separate and combine in offspring to fashion. Let a male Anunnaki, a two-legged female, impregnate. Let a combination offspring be born, Nimrod would say. That we have tried, and it has resulted with failures. Inky responded to her. There was no conceiving, there was no birth. Now, this is the account of how the primitive worker was created. How Inky and Ninma, with Ningi's Zeta assisting, this is how the being was fashioned. They tried another way to attain the admixture of essences. How the two strands, the double-strand DNA. How to combine another, how to combine the two strands of essences together, another way must be found. That which from the earth is the portion that must not be harmed. To receive our essence in graduations, it must be shaped. So they want to slowly add more and more of their own DNA to these earthbound creatures. From the ME formulas of the Viru's essence, only bit by bit can be attempted. In a crystal vessel, Ninma was preparing a mixture. The oval of a female two-legged creature she gently placed. With ME Anunnaki seed, she impregnated the oval. That oval she put back into the womb of the two-legged female. This time there was conceiving. A birth was indeed forthcoming. The allotted time for birth giving the leaders awaited with anxious hearts, seeking the results. The allotted time arrived and there was no birth giving. In desperation, Ninma made a cutting. That which was conceived with tongs, she drew out. A living being it was. With glee, Inky shouted, "We attained!" Ningazita with joy cried out. In her hands, Ninma, so they had to cut the umbilical cord. They didn't know about that. Once they did that, they were like, okay, cool, we got this. With joy, she was not filled. Shaggy with hair all over was the newborn. His foreparts like that of the earth creatures. His hind parts like that of the Anunnaki. They let the two-legged female nurse the newborn with her milk for him to suckle. Fast growing was the newborn. What was a day on the Biru was a month in the Abzu. Taller the earth child grew in the image of the Anunnaki, he was not. His hands were not suited for tools, and his speech was only a grunting sound. So they basically made a Cro-Magnon man. We must try once more, Ninma was saying. The mixture needs adjusting. Let me try this or that, and then let me try this endeavor again, she says. With Inky and Nigazita assisting, they repeated the procedures. The essences in the MEs, Ninma carefully considered. One bit she took from one bit she took out from another. Then in the crystal bowl, the oval of an earth female she inseminated. There was conception. At the appropriate time, there was birth giving. This one more in the likeness was in the likeness of the Anunnaki. They let his birth mother suckle him. They let the newborn child grow. Appealing he was by his looks. His hands were shapen to hold tools. His senses they tested. They found they're deficient. This earth child could not hear. His eyesight was faltered. Again and again, Ninmah rearranged the mixtures of the ME formula. She took bits and pieces. One being had paralyzed feet. Another, his semen was dripping. So his sperm is falling out of this creature. What the hell is that? One had trembling hands. Another had a malfunctioning liver. One had hands too short to reach his mouth. One had lungs that were unsuited for breathing. Enki was disappointed by the results. A primitive worker is not attained to Ninmah, he was saying. What is good or is bad in this being by trials I am discovering. Ninmah responded to Enki, to continue for success, my heart prompts me. Once more an admixture she made. Once more the newborn was deficient. Perchance the shortfall is not in the admixture, Enki was saying to her. Perchance neither in the female's oval nor in the essences is the hindrance. Of what the earth itself is fashioned of, perhaps this is what is missing. Not of Nibiru's crystals use the vessel, of the clay of the earth making. So this is the idea, mankind being created in God's image.
Yeah.
Or I'm sorry, the idea of God creating mankind out of clay, these clay vessels.
Yes.
We have the reptilian statues that were stolen out of the Iraq National Museum that were also made out of clay. So she was putting the oval, the egg, in this crystal vessel that came from the Nibiru, and Enki saying, no, make it from the earth. You're going to make a human creature. It has to come from the earth. The earth has to be involved in it. You can't just put it in the stuff that came from another planet. It's got to come from the earth because you're making it out of the earth. Enki was possessed with great wisdom. Perchance what is earth's own mixture of gold and copper is required. Thus Enki, who knows things, prompting her to use the clay of the Abzu, made a vessel in the house of life and made it from the Abzu or earth's clay. As a purifying bath, that's why they call clay earth. Earth and clay. As a purifying bath, she shaped the vessel within it to make the mixture. Gently into the clay vessel, the oval of an earth female was placed. The life essence from an Anunnaki's blood she extracted and placed in the vessel. By the ME formulas, the essence was directed, bit by bit, correct bit in the vessel was placed. Thus, the oval fertilized into the womb of the earth female, and she inserted it. There is conception, Ninmah with joy announced. The allotted birth-giving time they awaited. At the allotted time, the earth female began to travail. A child, a newborn, was forthcoming. With her hands, Ninmah extracted the newborn. It was a male. In her hand, she held the child, whose image she examined. It was the image of perfection. In her hand, she held up the newborn. Enki and Nigishzita were present. With joyful laughter, the three leaders were seized. Enki and Nigishzita were backslapping. Ninmah, Enki embraced and kissed. Your hands have made it, Enki said with a gleaming eye to her. They let the birth-giving mother suckle the newborn. Quicker than a child on the Nibiru, he was growing. From month to month, the newborn progressed from a baby to a child he was becoming. His limbs for the task were suited. Speech he knew not. Of speaking he had no understanding. Words and snort were his utterance. Inky pondered this matter. What step should be done next in the mixture, he considered. Of all we had tried and changed, one thing never altered, he said to Ninma. Into the womb of the earth female, the fertilized ovum was always inserted. Perchance this is the remaining obstruction. Thus, Inky was saying, Ninma gave with the milk bewilderment again. What in truth are you saying? Of the birth-feeding womb I am speaking, to Inky was responding. Of who the fertilized oval nurtures, the birth-giving carries, and our image and after our likeness to be, perchance an Anunnaki womb is required.
Yeah, not the male.
In the house of life there was silence.
Men can't have
Never
babies.
before heard were the words that Inky was uttering. They gazed at each other about what in each other's minds they were thinking. Wise are your words, my brother, Ninma at long last was saying. Perchance the right admixture in the wrong womb was inserted. Now, where is the female among the Anunnaki who will offer her womb? Perchance the perfect worker
lined up.
we will create, perchance a monster into her belly we will place.
You just might.
Let's see. We don't know what the fuck's gonna come out of here. Might be perfectly what we need. Might be some fucking monster. I don't know. Fuck it. Let's try it. Nice, right?
Woohoo! Let's go.
Ninma said to Inky with a trembling voice, "Let me of Ninki, my spouse, inquire of that." Inky was saying. Now, let me go talk to my broodmare real quick. I mean, I know I fucked you twice, and you're my own sister, and I got you pregnant, and we had a couple of kids, but I still got my broodmare when I married Ninki. And here's my sister, my hoe on the side. So let me go talk to Ninki, my spouse. She's popped out a few fucking shit rats. Let's go see if she'll pop out another one here. Hey, baby, I got a job for you. I need you to come open up that pie hole you got down there between your legs. Go squeeze a fucking earth baby out of it.
You know she's gonna, Inky. You the man. You the pimp.
No, she said to Inky.
Oh, mother.
The admixtures were made. Reward and endangerment should be mine. I shall be the one Anunnaki womb to provide for good or evil, fate to face. Inky bowed his head, gently embraced her. So be it to her, he said. In the clay vessel, the admixture was made. The oval of an earth female with Anunnaki male essence they put together. The fertilized egg Ninma put into the womb of Ninma by Inky was inserted. There was conception. The pregnancy by an admixture was conceived. How long will it last? To each other they wonder. Will it be 9 months of Nibiru, or will it be 9 months of Earth? Longer than on Earth, quicker than on Nibiru, travail came. To a male child, Ninma was giving birth. Enki, the boy child, held in his hands the image of perfection he was. He slapped the newborn on his hind parts, and the newborn uttered proper sounds.
Uh-oh.
So that's where we're told that comes from.
Uh-huh.
Is that if you don't slap the baby on the ass, they don't learn how to speak properly. And that's why they always do that. You know, people always, why do they always slap the baby on the ass when they're born? Oh, you know, it's just a tradition. They just do that. Or, you know, they give you whatever bullshit explanation. No. That's not what they're saying here. He handed the newborn to Ninma, and she held him in her hands. My hands have made it victoriously, she shouted. And that's the end of that section.
Yeah, not much else to say after that.
All right.
Let's get on with it.
Now this is the account of how Adamu, by his name was called Adamu, being Adam, and the beginning of the Adamic race.
Yeah.
And how Tiamat, as in Tiamat, as a counterpart female was fashioned for him. The newborn's visage and limbs were carefully examined by the leaders. His ears were in good shape, and they were not clogged. His limbs were proper, his hind parts like legs, foreparts were shaped like hands. Shaggy like the wild ones, he was not. Dark black his head hair was. Smooth was his skin, smooth as the Anunnaki skin was. Like dark red blood was its color. Like the clay of the Abzu was its hue. They looked at its malehood. Odd was its shape. By a skin was its foreparts surrounded. Yeah, he had a foreskin. Unlike that of the Anunnaki malehood, it was a skin from its forepart was hanging. That's supposedly why they do that. That's why the Jews do the circumcision. You know, I mean, you've got the 12 tribes of Israel, the 12 tribes of Judah, 12 extraterrestrial races. Supposedly that's why they cut the foreskin off and the rabbis suck the blood out of it and shit. They literally do that. You can look it up. I'm not making that up. There's pictures of it online. You don't fucking believe me, look it up. Rabbis cut the fucking foreskin off and suck the blood out of it off of the baby. It's a fact.
They do.
They do that because they are trying to make the offspring of the Anunnaki. It's to take us and basically make us like them.
Pretty much.
Keeping the foreskin is supposed to make you, actually make you more human, I suppose. Let the earthling from us, the Anunnaki, by this foreskin be distinguished, so Enki was saying. The newborn was beginning to cry. Ninmah held him close to her chest. Her breast she gave him. The breast he began to suckle. And supposedly that's what one of these reptilian clay statues stolen from Iraq depicts. You can see the depiction of it. Supposedly that's what it is. It represents Ninmah suckling the human, the child, the crossbred child they made to her breast. You can see that. And where did those statues go? Why were they stolen? Question we all need to ask. Perfection we did attain. Mingazita with elation, he said. Enki was gazing at his sister, a mother, a son, not Ninmah, and a being he was seeing. And what name will you give him? Enki inquired. A being he is, not a creature. Ninmah cast her hand upon the newborn's body. With her fingers his dark red skin she was caressing. Adamu, I shall call him. One who is like earth's clay. One who is like the earth, the clay of the earth. That will be his name. For the newborn Adamu, they fashioned a crib in the corner of the house of life. They placed him. A model for primitive workers we have indeed attained, Enki was saying. Now a host of workers like him are needed. A model he indeed shall be. As for himself, like a firstling he shall be treated. From toil he himself shall be protected. His essence alone as a mold shall be. So was Enki saying, by this degree, Ninmah was greatly pleased. From here on out, whose fertilized ovals, whose womb are going to carry the fertilized ovals? Mingashita was asking. The leaders pondered the matter, and Ninmah offered a solution. From her city Shurabat, Ninmah summoned female healers, and she explained the task required to them. To the crib of the Adamu she led them, the newborn earthling, to proceed. To perform the task is not a commandment, Ninmah said to them. Your own wish is the decision. Of the female Anunnaki assembled, 7 stepped forward. 7 accepted the task. That's an interesting number.
7.
Let their names for all time be remembered.
7 sisters.
Ninmah said to Enki. Their task is heroic. By them, a race of primitive workers shall come into being. The 7 stepped forward, each one on her name was announcing the names Mingashita had recorded. Ninima, Shuziana, Ninmada, Ninvara, Ninmo, Musardu, and Ninguna. These were the names of the 7 who by their own wish were to be birth mothers on earth. Earthlings they were to conceive and carry in their wombs. Primitive workers they were to create. In 7 vessels of the clay of the Abzu they were made. Ninmah placed ovals of the two-legged females in their wombs. She extracted the life essence of Adamu, and bit by bit she inserted into the vessels. Then in the male part of Adamu, an incision she made, a drop of blood to let out. This is a sign of life being that the flesh and soul have combined. Let it forever proclaim. So the combining represents, okay, they let the drop of blood out when they circumcise them, and it represents the combining of the flesh and the soul, which is exactly what the rosy cross on the Rosicrucian order means. The flower, the rose on top of the cross, represents the soul, the non-material part of the body, being crucified upon the body, the physical being trapped. So what they're saying here is that when the drop of blood comes out from the circumcision, that is a sign of life and the combination of the flesh and soul. So if a rabbi sucks that blood out, they take the blood of the combination of the flesh and soul into their bodies. I don't know about you, but that sounds like some cannibalistic alien shit right there if I've ever heard of it. Ugh. She squeezed the male part for blood, one drop of blood in each vessel she added to the mixture.
It does.
In this clay mixture, earthling with the Anunnaki shall be bound. In this clay mixture, earthling to the Anunnaki shall be bound, Ninmah was saying. She was pronouncing an incantation. Now that's interesting. You read Masonic historians, people like Manly P. Hall, they talk about the Kabbalistic origins of the creation of life. In the beginning, there was the Word. And then when you master the Kabbalistic system, of which I don't think you need to go into until you're what, you're 40 or something like that. But supposedly, if you really truly master it, you can master the ability to create material life, material being, anything into creation using only the voice. So it's interesting that they do the circumcision, then she starts doing an incantation. Again, you see where the tradition of the Jewish rabbis and the Jewish stuff comes from. 12 extraterrestrial races, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 stones on the Ephod communication alien device. We're going to see the pattern here, folks.
It's not the races, man. It's the fucking zodiac, bitch. It designates which fucking side of the family is ruling over us.
She pronounced,
and it keeps missing this.
To a unity shall the two essences, one of heaven, one of earth, together be brought.
Eventually.
That which is of the earth and that which is of Nibiru shall be forever bonded in a blood kinship. So was Ninmah pronouncing her words, and Ingazita also recorded. In the wombs of the birth-giving heroines.
See, Josh's problem is he watches too much TV. All right, that's the red set.
There was conception, with anticipation was the allotted time counted.
That's the red set.
I lost my place. Hold on 1 second.
1 second, Josh. That's all you get. Oh, time's up.
So with Ninmah pronouncing, in the wombs of the birth-giving heroines, the fertilized ovals were inserted. All the allotted time, 7 male earthlings were born.
Yay.
Their features were proper, good sounds they were uttering. By the heroines, they were suckled. 7 primitive workers have been created.
Yay, 7.
Let the procedure be repeated.
7
more
the 7th son.
To undertake the toil.
So they'll have 14 whole
My son,
human
to him Inky was saving, not even 7 by 7 sufficient shall be. Of heroin healers, too much is required.
Hey, do it again. We got 21.
Forever their task will be this way.
I know, right?
Indeed, the task is too demanding. Glow beyond enduring it is. Female ones we have to fashion, Inky was saying, for males to be their counterparts.
Yeah.
Let them each know each other as one flesh, the two to become.
Knowing.
Let them by themselves procreate on their own, the childbirthing make. To primitive workers by themselves give birth, Anunnakis, females to relieve. The formulas you must change from male to female, make the adjustment. For a counterpart to Adamu is to be fashioned in the womb of an Anunnaki female. Conception is needed. Inca gazed at Ninma directly. Before she could speak, he raised his hand.
Lee
Let
made
me
another
this time,
one. We'll have to
Ninki,
listen
my
to it.
spouse, summon with a strong voice. He
We'll
said,
have to
if she is
listen to
willing,
it.
let her be the mold for the female earthling to create.
What he
Stay
covered.
to the
Just I'm
absent
a
to the house of
dickhead.
life, summoned Ninki.
If it's just I'm a dickhead,
They
that's
showed her
fine.
Adamu,
If he's
and
got
all the
harmful
matters of this situation were explained to her.
lies, we should probably listen to
Of the
that.
tasks that is required, they gave explanations of successes and danger to her. By the task, Ninki was fascinated. Let it be done, she said to them. Yeah, fucking, here you go. I'll open up. Yeah, fucking put that bitch in me. Yeah. I'll shit one out for you.
Here's your baby
Shit out of
girl.
that fucking gold mining slave for you. There you go. There's another one. Let's keep cranking them
Am
out
I
here.
leading
We can
sex
get this
cults
fucking gold in our
again?
atmosphere and say we're asses here. Come on, let's go.
I want to.
Fucking 9 months for one of these
I
things.
want to straighten this
I've said
out.
that for the longest time.
Pollyanna is our leader. Once for
They
all,
allowed
damn it.
a population to explosion to happen on this planet to get, their agenda achieved. And once they've got their agenda achieved,
See,
now they started instituting eugenics to get rid of those extra people that they created to get their agenda.
She is leader.
It's sick, man. That's very much the real reality.
You're still leader? Okay, cool. Cool, Polly. I was
there was
stressed
conception
there
in the
for a
allotted
minute.
time. Mickey was in travail.
I don't want to be King Cucumber.
Mickey counted the months.
Fucking nuts.
At the 10th month, the month of evil fates, they began to call. Ninma, the lady who's had wounds
overusing the word confused. Well, it says confounded.
On her hands, she wore protection.
Okay, if he's just being stupid, then that's cool.
A female to birth was given.
Yeah, I don't care if he's just bad mouthing me in the way I'm talking, that's fine. But if he's giving fucking harmful information or misinformation, we need to address that.
Hind parts like legs,
so if that's all he's doing,
it's fine. Shaggy, she was not.
Probably get a good laugh out of it. That's usually what happens.
Her skin was smooth.
We all just sit around and laugh about his cucumber
in color it was.
and his dick.
Ninma, the girl, and she slapped her hind parts. Proper sounds were uttered from the newborn. To Ninki, the spouse of Inki, she then handed the newborn to be suckled, nourished, and raised. Yeah,
I know. I wouldn't say anything if you just fucking didn't fucking pick on like very important shit. Omnipresence and the fucking human frequency and then now the food shortage shit. And I'm like, dude, where are you? I know where he's getting his information.
Her fingers, she caressed her skin. Tiamat, let her name be, the mother of life.
The exact opposite of what I got to say. That's his information.
The moon were fashioned, let her be called. Her womb's life essences of other birth givers shall be molded.
Yay!
To a multitude of primitive workers, she shall be giving life.
That's his cause in life now, I can tell.
Thus was Ninki saying the other words of concurring were uttered. So there you go.
He doesn't care how many people he's got to hurt.
Bred themselves a perfect male or perfect female, and they're going to go about the business of continuing to see what they can do to use this. Very interesting because you sort of get this idea that there was a kid involved, but you just sort of see this hapless idea of they're just going around.
Is my favorite fan over there, Dawn? Is Sweet Leaf over there?
See, the trial and error is not something that exists.
Cheering them on.
But this is where the elite get this idea of
dude, that is so funny. Every time I see a narcissist on his title, I click over there and there she is. Waving that flag. Like, goddamn. Woman. I wonder how long I'm going to be her fucking problem. No, well.
It is genetically programmed into the elite to always do nothing but the continuation of the great work, and be damned anything that gets in its way. Be damned.
Have a good night, Angel. Stay safe.
The only thing important is their work. You see them saying that here. The only thing that's important is that we find the goal. The only thing
campfires.
Whatever we have to do.
Yeah.
To get our agenda accomplished is what we have to do. And whether it's right or wrong,
lighten the dark.
Trying to get to work. And you see that sort of same thing happen with countries.
We just got to get enough campfires lit that we light the world. Working on it. It's going. The wind is kicking.
We'll pick up on that tomorrow night.
And the hash is good. It's like sweet nectar. So let's see, because I know that's what half my damn things are about now. Oh, that damn confounded moon. How long is it? Am I gonna waste my fucking time? 1 minute 37 seconds. Okay, we got that. We got 1 minute and 37 seconds. Let's see what this man has to say.
423. Dismayed, confounded.
That's because I'm reading. Reading.
The moon shall be confounded.
I'm reading.
The
reading
moon
more.
Shall be confounded.
I'm reading more. I'm trying to
invoking the name of Christ.
Trying to find a confounded son. That's all.
It is confounded.
That's
because
all.
Lee all of a sudden has a habit of saying exactly opposite.
Oh, come on. Is that it?
The moon shall be confounded. The moon.
Oh, God. He's just going to go on about
Lee.
What the fuck is. Okay. I'm just going to let him go.
Partner. What does confounded mean? It means it's confused. Now, when we're talking about a never-changing face of a moon, what would construe a confused moon, do you think?
Oh, 95 New King James. He got to pull out some fucking brand new fucking versions of the New American Version Bibles to make it. The moon will be something else. This is funny.
It's the biggest sale of the season at Furniture Row, so get ready because everything is on sale. Save
Wait a
on
minute,
living,
what search
dining,
was
and
that?
bedroom, plus 4 years.
I didn't see his search. Let's see what his search. What did he have to search for to get that result? No, show me your search, jackass. What's it say? Freeze it here. Expand. New International Version, New Living Translation. So he's looking for new translations, not standard translations. Okay, well, that's cool. Like I said, that's not actually life-altering information, and we'll let Lee have that one. That's funny. I was just curious what he had to, because I'm not running into those. I'm just Isaiah 24:23. I don't spot pick my fucking search and then hide what I'm fucking searching for to make my results fit my narrative. But I can tell off of the new titles because I know exactly those books. I've read them. They're the ones with the fucking the wineskins and instead of or bottles instead of wineskin versions. That's the ones that start the fucking Mandela fucking conversation. Those versions are of the Bible are what the ones he's using as references to the confounded shit. Just to get his picture right. That's good stuff. Now I know where he's finding his information, though, because I've read those books too. But every one of their fucking verses was different than the original King James fucking version or any of the other older versions. Everything was different about those Bibles. They were made in the late 70s, 80s to make it friendlier for the American public, and it was fail. It was a big fail because it didn't work with me. I read them, but I was like, I like the old version better because it's just fucking. It seemed a little more straightforward, and I didn't like friendly. I never have. So that's where he's getting his shit from. Okay, I'll keep that in mind though. Yeah, the sun in Fatima. Yeah, I don't think Lee's confused at all, TK. I don't think he's confused even the least bit. As a matter of fact, I know for a fact Lee has no confusion whatsoever over what he's doing. And I'm just going to have to point to the same thing that I always will and always would. And the only fucking thing I need in my head to know exactly what the fuck is going on with Lee, because my doppelganger and Derek fucking Bros made him take down half of his fucking content and discredit anything that has anything to do with me, including himself. That's what's wrong with Lee. And there ain't nothing other than that wrong with Lee. Period. Now you'd have to fucking bring forth some kind of fucking evidence to prove me wrong, because I watched it happen in real time. Lee would have been the first one to complain about YouTube taking down half of his content, period. And he wasn't. I was. I was the first one. And I let it go for what, 2 months before I ever even asked. And then I fucking went at like a man and asked Lee, because he popped his fucking head up and wanted to fucking talk shit. And I was like, Lee, I don't know what to tell you, but I'm asking you personally, what the fuck? And I've asked him 3 or 4 times, and then I went and made a video asking him because he kept avoiding me. And then he made his own video response telling us YouTube did it. That's a lie. That is a fucking bold-faced fucking lie. The first word he mentioned, and he was awful mad at me, was about YouTube took down my content. No, they did not, Lee. You couldn't convince me of that after the fact and knowing his fucking attitude to everything in the first place. Nah, you couldn't tell me that. He's not confused at all. Have a good night, man. He was given 3 secrets. Yeah, they said something about the 3rd secret is supposed to be released or something. I never saw it. And if I did, it must not have been anything spectacular myself. But yeah, they were supposed to release it. I hadn't heard about the damn thing until this whole Nibiru thing started popping up, and people were talking about Fatima, and I'm all like, why are we even on this fucking crazy shit? I really hold about that much in giving a fuck about Fatima. Yeah, that was a big 0 goose egg. That's a grassy knoll. And you'd have to throw an awful lot of evidence in front of me that would convince me of it that I haven't already seen on YouTube. Yeah, well, it's preordained. Of course, we're going to have this. But that's what I'm saying. It came out of the Vatican. It's going to look good. Right according to their plan. That's what I think of it. It's the only thing I'm left to think of about it. It's out of the Vatican. They're the ones that wrote that script, knowing why we're going to have cataclysms, etc. That's the whole fear thing. So that's why I hold absolutely zero value in that entire story. I don't care if it really happened, which I'm sure it did. There were thousands of people that saw the fucking sun do some crazy shit that day. I don't doubt it. I've seen it do some crazy shit too. But the story of the little girls and the nun and all this, that's Vatican, period. And yeah, I've heard enough of them. I don't care if they spew the absolute gospel, unless they start talking about the real fucking truth. Uh, it is what it is, and I hope that someday they do make that choice. But as far as anything they've ever said to this day, I would never give it the weight of the fucking paper it's written on. That's pretty much everything. The Kabbalahs, the Gnostics, all of them. They all derived out of one branch or another of the fucking Anunnaki. Period. The only thing that I can count on in truth, and that the only thing I've read in pure truth, is the laws of physics. It's on these walls, and they're consistent globally. And everything after that was a lie. Period. I don't care whose teachings or what. It's been a lie. All the yogis, all the real yogis and gurus were murdered and burned at the stake. They didn't write shit. That's what I'm saying. That's just like Tesla. Trump's uncle confiscated all these trunks, and then all of a sudden, the trunks are here. There's a few missing, but we've got Tesla's information. Only that they want you to know. And if that's actually Tesla's information, who the fuck knows? I don't. It looks dangerous. Shit I'm looking at isn't dangerous. I mean, I'm sure it could be. I'm just saying the Dendera box isn't shooting fucking electric everywhere. And if you touch the wrong thing, you fucking go up in smoke. And that's exactly what Tesla transmitted fucking energy is. And it's like, no, I don't think that's what Tesla was working on. If it was, that's some scary fucking shit. You need to tone it down a little bit, Tesla. And he was fucking onto something, but he was definitely wrong. If that's what he was looking at. And we've proven that simple fucking shit right here. So it makes you got to know they're not showing us stuff that is really Tesla's shit. You just got to know that. And I do. But that goes with everything that we're looking at that's on paper. I wouldn't trust it unless you've seen it work. I never have. I've always been very pragmatic about proof. I need to see the proof. I need to see it work. I don't believe it until I see it. And I've seen what we're writing on the walls, and it all makes sense. And I've read an awful lot of things on paper that um, they don't jive with what I'm reading on the walls. Proven. And I'm talking about all these religions and esoteric teachings and stuff. They're teaching you exactly opposite of what you need to do. There is no focus on your third eye. There is no fucking using this. I have found personally you can't use that. It doesn't work that way. That's not where your magnet is. Hmm. Yeah, a lot of information shouldn't be let out according to some of these fucking powers that be. But I'm tired of watching people bow down to the powers that be. Myself, I never have done that. It has always disgusted me, and I'm not going to be that guy. Give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I, 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 I don't give a fuck. Made a video literally titled "I don't give a fuck" because I don't. Their tactics. I've been through them. I've seen how they work for fucking decades. It ain't no different. They worked with lies against marijuana, and I won. We won. This is definitely a we situation. It's a little bigger than marijuana too. I ain't trying to talk bad on you, baby. Just putting it in perspective. Spontaneously combust. See, there you go. I got the information out. It's too late. Cat's out the bag. They're talking about it out on the ocean, out in the geography, all over fucking YouTube. Professionals answering questions in fields that need to know these things. Because I never went to anyone to do it. I went to everyone to do it. And that is what me using their tools against them. Because if I went to one person, yeah, it would probably be a different picture. Malachi, he's a trip. Then I got on there and fucking Linda Moulton Howe dissed my ass. Told me it was impossible for the moon to be doing cartwheels live on air. I was like, but it the fuck is. Oh well, fucking poor. Well, she ain't never given anybody anything I could fucking grab a hold of, anyways. I've never liked the woman. I hope one day that she notices her moon's doing fucking cartwheels and tells somebody about it. I'm an amateur astronomer, and if it was doing that, I would have noticed. I'm like, no, obviously not. That's what she said. She said, "I'm an amateur astronomer." Well, I'm sure you've heard it. Fucking what's his name went and dug it up off of Daz's fucking thing, and I've told you all about it a fucking dozen times about my fucking struggles with these motherfucking people that are supposedly the truth givers. It's like what? Wait, it's in your sky, bitch. Amateur. I know it sounds impossible, but you should look. I was trying to give her something to look at. She ain't never mentioned it ever. So I imagine she's probably never looked at the sky since then. When you die, you're going where you think you're going. You gotta live with your own conscience. That's right, man. Well, I mean, look, that's why I keep asking people, how you living with what you're doing in the mirror, man? That's fucked up. So shit they be pulling, I don't think I could look at that guy. Um, you gotta you gotta know you're a real person when you're dealing with yourself, or you got problems. Yeah, I love George. Yeah, woman. Oh well. Like I said, she's all about. Well, she's an Ike clubber. She's definitely misinformation trained. Period. She's one of the higher funded, bigger noised, popular fucking personalities. That's where it is. It's just like CNN, Fox over here on the internet side. That's who gets the attention. That's who gets the money. That you can see it, and it's funny. You can see it in if you're watching somebody for a good enough time. Like I've watched this happen to BP Earthwatch in 14. He was one of the first people I actually watched change his channel and his information. Jesse, BP Earthwatch. I used to watch him. I used to try to give him the moon. He was one of the first people I had actually approached because he wasn't really talking about Nebaroos. He was just giving, and then he started to talk about Nebaroos and shit. But I kept trying to give him the moon, and he gave me the finger. And I worked on 333, Naughty, and all the above. It'd be hard pressed to bring somebody I didn't work on with the moon for a long time that didn't give me the finger or just plain old blocked me, like DTTV. I never heard a word from them. They just blocked me. Started passing around my thumbnail. They blocked me. I'm blocked. That's an archaeology we want to show you truth channel. It's not just the Nibiruers. It's not just the flat earthers. Oh, it's not just the Genites. It's fucking Brian Forrester. What are you going to do? Everybody's all like, oh, I love Brian Forrester. Really? Ask him about Raw. Ask him how to read a hieroglyph. Ask him why in the hell he blocked the only motherfucker that was trying to tell him how. With a dingly cobra on his thumbnail. Now nobody can even see the thumbnail. See how that works? That guy's working to give you truth, isn't he? Not really. Not anything they don't want you to know. Because in truth, they're fixing to set up for the old gods to come back and have a fucking exchange of power. And they want you to know there's a little history going on here. You just don't need to know everything right now. But Brian's a part of exposing all that. Him, Tellinger, geologist shot, talking about the age of the fucking. He's Captain Obvious over here talking about the Sphinx. But he's got big pull now in the truth community because he's challenging the status quo. Who hasn't? But is he giving you the moon? Is he giving? He's a geologist. Why the fuck isn't he talking about fucking the shit that I'm talking about? Because he's busy giving me grassy knolls. He's big name as he's production. It's like Snowden. Who the fuck is Snowden? He gets you big CNN over here, and all he's talking about is shit we knew 30 fucking years ago. Nothing has changed just because I'm online now. The only way you're going to find out something is to go look for it, and way off of YouTube usually. That's why I send you anywhere but my page to go learn. I want you to go to your doctor's pages. I want you to go to your fucking jackass pages over here, and everybody I've pointed at has turned tail and changed their fucking MOs and all this shit. It's fucking crazy. You was floating out on the field, TK. Three-quarters of the world population, of course he did. Well, Malachi was a Jesuit priest. Yeah. He's given you the story. And it didn't deviate from their script. It never did. He just tell you in a different way. I like Malachi. I really did. I like George and all that shit, but I can see where that was just a play. All of it. For you and me. And it was scripted right out in the fucking Vatican. I can't either, TK. You was meant to have eyes to see. Well, he was a priest. That was part of his whole thing. He was a priest. He was Father Malachi. He was a priest. Catholic. Agent. He was a priest. Yeah, he's an agent. He's a priest.
He was a priest. That's like CIA agent to me. Same fucking organization, pretty much. Yep. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, yeah, absolutely. Anything comes out of the Vatican is exactly what they want you to hear. Malachi Martin was a priest, absolutely. Oh, Linda Moulton Howe? Fuck that bitch. Amateur astronomer never looks at the moon. Well, that's impossible. I thought so. I thought so too. And then it started doing it and it's been doing it for a while now. So I'm pretty sure it's possible and it's been going on for a while. So you might want to look, Linda. Give it a good amateur astronomer fucking gung ho give a fucking look. You don't need your binoculars or your fucking telescope. She went on about her telescope. I was like, I got you a telescope. You got a little put your eye right up to that little viewing hole there. Oh damn. Those were my younger, freer scientifically days. I just put my dick in anybody's eye. Fuck. Someone hit me with a wrench. There she is. Thank you, Polly. I love you. She shows up perfect time with her cucumber and wrench. You have to find. Well, there's a fucking video of her talking about my dumbass. You should go listen to it. It's funny. She disses me hard. Said, "Oh, fuck you, man. You're crazy. I ain't never seen no such thing. I'm an amateur astronomer. I got a new telescope." I was like, God, woman, just look. It's in you. Fuck you. And then he hung up on me. I didn't say fuck you or any of that, but yeah, she jumped on my neck and then gave it a little twist. I was just trying to give her the moon. She put her heel into me. I was like, damn it. Yeah, I didn't care for her, and I was kind of upset, but George had open lines, and I was all like, pa, and I got through. I was all like, you know what's funny? I listened to it the other day, and I was like, man, my story ain't changed a fucking, not a word. How many times have not fucking one word has it changed? Your moon, I describe it the same way because it's doing the same thing. There's a preset. Yeah, I'm not aware of one. They would be discommunicated and they're no more a priest, technically, as they go beyond their doctrine. That's just the way it works. That's why they discommunicate themselves and defrock their priests. Very tight. They do teach them in fucking seminary, though, the truth. To a point. Yeah, they're very indoctrinated. A friend of mine was a or excommunicated. A friend of mine was a priest. He wanted to be a priest, and that's what he became. And I, before I even was reading hieroglyphs, I had read the pre-1800 Bible version with the pre-1800 dictionary side by side. So I confronted him on the Lord's Prayer and how it was actually a letter to the seven churches about how you get gonorrhea, the symptoms of it, basically from your catamites. And he's basically. I asked him. I says, "Well, how can you fucking tell people a lie like that?" And he's like, "Well, you got to give them something to hold on to and have faith in." And I'm like, "How's about them fucking cells, David?" This is first name. He really didn't have much of an answer for that, and I've never spoken to the guy again. We didn't have a satisfactory, and we used to sit and play chess all the time with kids when we was kids and shit up there in the middle of Ohio. And yeah, I ran into him. I guess maybe. Well, after California had legalized, of course, and I was on my way across country at some point. I don't remember exactly when, but I stopped by his house, and he was still there. Well, his parents were his step parents. His step dad was. His mother actually passed away, but I got a hold of him through them, and he was in the town over. Actually, he didn't live with them. They still lived there. His parents did. So, anyways, yeah, I have actually confronted a priest on the subject. A personal friend of mine. Well, you know, I can't consider him a friend, but in a funny way, they mean good, but they don't have the truth themselves. They've been taught the lie, and they know there's a creator of all in that book. You do too. They speak of it right here, where they're having moral dilemmas and creating us to be slaves in the first place. And then they bring out that age old fucking conversation. Is it fate or destiny? Every time they fucking destroy something or fuck something up, it's always that question they ask themselves, knowing the answer. But they try to make themselves innocent of what they've done. And that can't be done. You didn't you didn't get touched by, well, see, I guess not everybody does. I didn't. I wasn't. I didn't do Catholic. I think I've been everywhere else. That is good to hear. You were spared the traditional touching of baby boys. That seems to actually be pretty prevalent in that particular order of things. Yeah, the Jesuit order is the warring arm of of the fucking Vatican, and the Knights of Malta is the knights that war for the fucking Pope. Um, and people don't understand when your president's getting knighted the Knight of Malta. by the old queen there. That's not Cinderella shit. That's Crown Vatican DC Enforcement Arm Corporation. Right there. In your face. Just like that movie screen thing. It's been in our face since fucking Star Wars. And then some. But you see what happens? They put it in your face, and you stand there and you scratch it, and then once you finally get it, boy, they get pissed. It's like, wait a minute. You need to sit down, son. Because actually, I think we have actually truly understand more about that emblem than they did ever since the day they put it there. I just get that strong feeling off of this, too. We actually have uncovered way more than they were flaunting in our own face, which is kind of ironic, if you ask me. I can see irony in damn near anything. And they do. You can tell they get off on mocking us. And then all of a sudden, one of their mocks turned on them. All of their mocks just turned on them. Like I keep saying, the repercussions of what happened this week will strike well out of the zone of fucking YouTube on both sides. And I'm telling you what, that whiplash on the other side is going to sting a little bit. Ouch. Crater done fucking broke out a cat of nine tails while I was taking a nap. That's what just happened. This whole week. I was taking a nap and it just kind of laid down the way it is. Crater took hold of that shit, started beating the shit out of some banker types. I was like, oh damn. I need better trolls. Shit. What I need is the trolls to just fucking start at the fucking oldest video and work their way to the top. It's my best advice for them. Number one, they'll know the fucking material they're trying to beat down. That might help them trying to beat down them from if they actually knew what they were trying to beat down. Is I've been watching them hit way off the mark every time they open their mouth, and half the time they ain't even they aren't even in the same ballpark, and it's like it leaves you just scratching your head. You know, it's billionaire philanthropists are powerless against the truth, is what it boils down to. The truth. They can't even. Oh man, you've seen it yourself. It's beyond words. Ooh, now who's dinging me? Good hash. I'm not gonna push play on that. I'm not gonna push play on that. Did you see my pretty pipe? Let me throw a grassy knoll at you. It's a bunny with a little glow in the dark tail. There's another one in here. Oh, well, here's the flower. I don't know if you can see. Oh, yep, you can see it better now. Covered up. There's a bunny in the flower, and then the other bunnies in the bowl with the 3-hole. That's going to be a lot better than your fucking aluminum foil rig. I had a feeling it was. I had a feeling it was you dinging me. That's funny shit. Go pull some points. It's about bedtime. Because tomorrow we work on the blue, blue set of pawns. Because I just finished the red ones. And we're gonna let them cook for a little bit longer. Because I know. Well, shit, they're coloring in pretty quick. But my kiln's pretty hot too tonight. I've got it up a little bit more than I had the other night. But they're shit, man. They're coloring in pretty quick. Nice. Find the bunnies. Yeah, protect the bunnies. Yeah, they like to create environments. So I love bunnies. That's why I'm always saying we got to protect the bunnies because we do. They got little puffy tails, man. That shit ain't that shit and Nova Fire doesn't mix, man. we got to protect their little fuzzy asses. They gonna be bald bunnies, and that's not pretty. Damn it. Unfortunately, well, we're back to Janine. We've been lied to about even right down to the atomic structure until recently. But they didn't come out and say anything about it, really. They just, I mean, look, they confirmed everything I've ever said, but they never said anything about it, except that there's a magnet in every atom. That's all I needed. I've seen that in several different ways now. They found the fucking eggs, and they found the torrid field in the electron microscopes without fucking CERN. And now we got CERN hitting the fucking center of the fucking atom, finding that it's a magnet that holds it all together. Well, we already knew that. Is that funny that I was a year ahead of CERN? Where the fuck is my Nobel? Damn it. You've gone quiet, been working on your server. Yeah, and the good thing is, Robert, that's the coolest thing about all this. Like I said, man, fucking for the longest time, all I had was the moons fucking doing cartwheels and fucking we're all gonna die. Bottle of water so it ain't slow and painful. Um, was it. That was my stroke of genius in this. I was I was figuring out different bunker styles to fucking build for yourself or whatever. I was helping people figure out bunkers, and then all of a sudden, I started reading walls and finding out that it's not quite the desperate situation I had thought it was. And here we are. All of this stuff has been proven and backed up in scientific and medical fucking findings that actually they knew what they were talking about when they drew it on that wall. And it's funny, I was actually pretty fucking accurate, and John, to the translation in pertaining to all this shit. Um, Brilliant to that point. I mean, like, if you want to use, and I'm not talking, I'm just saying, just fucking like the point we hit it with the accuracy because of the fucking map we were given, of course, was fucking brilliant. Uh, and it took a cooperative effort to figure out, and we had the map. Still didn't know what to do. See, I was trying to wipe my ass with it at one point. What do you do with this? Didn't work. I'm like, what the fuck do you do with 1748 hertz once we even had the fucking center of the thing? And things just started popping up. The 17 pretty quick. I was like, well, all right, I don't know anything about it, but I'm going to go look. And then bam, 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 instantaneously, just stuff started flowing. And I was like, oh my God, this is actually something. And then we had the human biology down and we had the magnets down. We noticed that pattern was all over Lee's magnets once we, and had that for like all of that information for a couple months. And then I was like, wait a minute, toward field in the atom. Holy fuck. So I went to the electron because I had that in my fucking head as a new discovery or something a few years ago. And I went and looked it up and I was like, yeah, that is, I always have stupid memories in my head of stuff. And then I got to go look it up again because I didn't study it. It was a point of interest. And I remembered something about it that clicks with something else. I call it useless information, but it's not really that. I don't know what to call it. uh, yeah, one of those things that you're just holding on to and vaguely just kind of fucking connects shit. And it's like, wait a minute, magnet fields. And I was like, let's go look at this a little deeper. And I couldn't even find the actual original article, but I found all kinds of things about it. And that there you go. There was omnipresence and the unified field all in one shot. And that's why, of course, it was so huge in the center of that hugely informative picture. And it all made sense. I was like, fuck. And then people want to tell me is wrong. I'm like, I don't think you've actually looked at what we've discovered off of this little tiny disc. Yeah, all the interconnectivity, all that. And then you start looking at the temples in India and seeing those intricate wave patterns on the walls. And you think, because you might want to think to yourself, well, who would sit and design that in rock? And you know what that is? That's a fucking very important frequency. And I want to know what it is, on that wall. I want to start just looking at these walls, my own eyes, and touching them and bringing along a fucking catalog of fucking frequencies. Call me a geek. That is my life dream now. that's what I got in my blood. That's what I want to do because I understand it and it's something new to me. It's learning. It's real shit. Like I said, I've read the shit on paper and it's mostly lie. Everything I've ever seen. And what we were carving in the rocks wasn't a random fucking frivolous ball game and fucking fairy tales. It is fucking the farthest from the truth about what we were drawing on those walls, on those monuments and shit. It's fucking ludicrous. And to see people actively going and trying to fucking discredit this shit, it's fucking sad. Yeah, I want to experience them myself and just get out. I don't have to be here for those 300 fucking videos to still be there. I could be. I don't have anybody to convince anything anymore. I don't. That's I ain't convincing nobody of nothing. Why? This is happening by itself. The cat's out of the bag. Now it's time to go touch some walls and read some more. Woo! I'm excited. There's a whole world out there to read now that nobody's read before. My nipples are fucking hard. Hi, Polly. You want? Wait a minute. You want? You want to touch the wall or my nipple? Oh God. Uh-oh. Now everybody wants me to take my shirt off. Oh God. Go with both. I bet it probably wouldn't bother you if my nipple was on the wall. Oh God. Yeah, he went there. It'd be kind of sandpapery though. Might make it harder. Uh-oh, now we're in trouble. See, yeah. Yeah, it's a spitting cobra. Shit. Oh my goodness. So apparently I use confounded too much, huh? That's funny shit. How's this wall looking? Hasn't looked in a while. I imagine it looks much the same. Tiny bubbles. Flick it. I turn back on Josh. Alright. It's been like that for a little while now, huh? A little bonkers. A little more bonkers than before. On a steady bonker basis. Yep. She's still kind of heavy on that one side. Yeah, it was a pretty good little show there. And then more IMFs. Yeah, that's showing up IMF more and more and more and more. And define not planet Earth's fucking shit going on behind it. But like I said, I mean, you don't believe what you're looking at in this wall? Go out at night and look at your night sky and tell me why them stars aren't there then. And it doesn't count if you pull up a star at and take a screenshot of that and be like, look, this is my north sky. And I'm all like, no, actually, have you gone outside and looked at the fucking thing? Because I'm seeing exactly not that. Doing good, Chad. How you doing? It is 11:11. That it is, Rebel. I think that is the international sign for fire up a bowl of marijuana. I know people talk about it a lot, so it's got to be something associated with 420. And I'm just going to run with it. Good to hear, Chad. Nice. Nice, Chad. That's good. I haven't had any fucking anything cross with any kind of widow in a long time. My buddy Lex, he's a bear out there in fuck. He owns a strawberry alarm clock. Merced, California. I think this Merced. He used to grow white widow. And the last time I talked to him, yeah, it is good. He was all he was literally he called me from his bathtub. He said, "You ain't gonna believe it, fish." I was like, "What?" Right? He says, the price. I can't even give away my fucking weed anymore." He said, "I've filled up the whole fucking bathtub and I'm just laying here in a tub of fucking weed. Just fucking thought I'd have to call you." I was like, "Lex, you are the fucking man, dude." He was complaining he couldn't get $100 an ounce off his weed. It's like, poor Lex. So he wanted to take a bath in it. He said, "I'll fucking bathe in it and smoke it myself." And he was. He was doing just that. So, I don't know. I left Lex in his bathtub. I haven't heard from him in a couple of years. He might still be there. Well, you have it medically legal, anyways, in Pennsylvania, stringently so, but it is legal. Legality for recreational, honestly, I had never ever in my life fought for recreational marijuana, but I'm enjoying the fuck out of it. I couldn't find an actual leg to stand on to argue for legalization under recreational use. But medical, that was my crowbar. And Yeah, after you use it for so often, you realize everybody could use a little bit of this medicine. Because I know his mother has her rec, or not rec card, but medical card in Pennsylvania. She lives in Philly. Yeah, it should be just. It shouldn't even be a topic, Chad. Exactly. It should be legal across the board. It's our food, and it's a herb that brings you closer to God, according to the Hebrew texts. I'm pretty sure this is the seeded plant they brought down for food, because that's what we were using. Um, I'll take it. Good shit. But it's I come to the decision about 15 years into the battle for medical that it wasn't actually a miracle that it was curing all these ailments. It's supposed to be our food, and it's likened to scurvy. How do you cure scurvy? You eat a fucking orange. Need I say more? Ta-da! It's not a miracle. It's just that our bodies were fucking rebelling because we're on the wrong foods. This is not a miracle medicine. It should be your food. Jack knew that, but the connection had never really been solidified there, in my head, anyways, until a while into the fucking battle. And I just knew it couldn't be suppressed if I could get the truth in front of a non-biased adjudicating audience. And at that point, in other words, educate your population. And that is hard to do, but we did it beginning in California. And just that act alone got people looking. Granted, some people not in the right fashion because it was attached to California. Need I say more? Oh, fucking nuts and berries, and I can't deny that. But it is what it is. It's a good fucking medicine, and I took the fight all the way. And I will maintain to this day, because I was told from the beginning of this, Texas would be the last state to fall. I walked right into that motherfucker. I walked right out, and it was legal for only minor children to medicate with THC. I dropped my mic forever on the situation. Harvest Crunch. you know, when you do stuff like that and then you run into stuff like this, it's like, well, I had to pick up my mic on a different situation because I knew what I was running from, but I hadn't had time to actually contemplate what had just happened in North Carolina with Davis until I got out here to Colorado because I was fighting for kids in Texas like the next day. After I left there. I drug my healthy child down to Texas to fight for some sick kids. I was like, all right, the fucking medical fight's over here in North Carolina. That's where I was at with it. I need to get out of here before I end up buried in the jail because I'm the only thing my kids got. So I left that night for Texas. And Matt and Amber graciously set me up there in the fucking art gallery and I blew glass.
and changed the way people look at medical marijuana around the nation through the eyes of Texas. And Texas, it wasn't the population that I had to convince. It was only the legislatures, which put the actual responsibility of the health of their fucking constituents in their hands. And I pinned them down with a human right violation that had already been withheld in court. You can't withhold life-saving altering medication from a patient, or it's a human right violation. And I threw that the fuck down in their face, and they signed it. History speaks for its fucking self. Children could use marijuana in Texas, and adults couldn't. And that very next year, I think, what, 6 or 8? Fucking, fucking then everybody, the fucking floodgates happened. And I had never said a word about it in any of those states. You know, Texas was not the last to fall. You know, I do put on a cape sometimes, Chad. See, that's the cool thing about having a kid. You get to wear capes. We probably won't be doing that live. Although I just watched Wage's friend do it today for like 4 hours in a Batman and a Superman cape. That motherfucker was hilarious. Oh shit. The battle robe. Daniel's ready to go. Oh yeah. When I do my dance off pants, I get them. God. Oh man, don't get them started. Oh my God. The scary thing is, I know fucking Gina and some fucking form or another is watching this at all times. So it's like, it is kind of funny because I know she has to have some fucking unshreddable fucking images come across her head too. Because I know I do. Last night it was fucking Gina dancing with a Woody. I don't remember how in the hell we got on that. Oh yeah, she was a hermaphrodite. Something. And I don't know how we got on that, but it was probably my fault. And I just had that image. I was like, no, God. Why did I have that image? Why can't I not get rid of that image? It's like a pants off, dance off fucking talk. It's fucked up. She's a handsome woman. Jesus. Well, yeah, it got into the division and the gender things and shit, and Gina popped up, and it got out of control. Oh shit, man! I don't know why Lee didn't use last night's fucking talk. He could have fucking slapped us the fuck around all he wanted to. We gave him great fucking material. Maybe he'll hook this one up. I'm a monk. Fucking A. Monk is highly underrated.
I'm a sex monk who worships the sexy beetle, the scared beetle. I couldn't think of it for a minute. Pollyanna's out here. She's gonna beat on me now. She's our leader. we give good material over here. We have too much fun for our debauchery selves or debaucherous. We're debauching something. I'm telling you right now, every moment. There's just too much fucking fun going on over here. Five years about the time you start getting comfortable with it. It's like, all right, fuck them bitches. Now I'm sounding like Lee. They can't be trusted. They magical thinkers. Now, see, that's exactly opposite of what I've always said about a woman. They're the creator's most faithful creatures until they see something shiny. Well, but that doesn't mean they can't be trusted. You just gotta know that they like shiny things. Damn it. Maybe he'll make a better one because his minute and a half one was me just going on about fucking confounded and confound. That was pretty lame. Come on, Lee. Pull one out of the sock. Hit me with the soap bag. I ain't even got no marks on me from all this fucking fighting going around. I'm like, come on. You're a magical thinker. See, now there's a problem. Get your cucumber on the stick and give her another swing. It's like a shit. Oh shit, he got the shiny cucumber going on. Oh, I swear to God, that's it. Next time I hit the grocery store, I am getting a bigger cucumber than Lee's. I'm going to make sure everybody sees my big cucumber. I got something for y'all. It's epic. Oh, God. I had to go to 3 state fairs. Look at this motherfucker. I fall down. Fucking cucumber death. Watch me. Damn it. Hang out with your harvest out. It's fucked up. I'm scared, Polly. She likes my little needle cobra better than my cucumber. It's not so threatening. Batteries not included. I know something that bad. You'd have to be jamming in a fucking 9 volts all day. Jesus. The jalapenos on a stick. You add a little spice to it, don't you? Keep the fruit in the looms. That's the plan. Now, that one I like. Bongs away. Oh shit. Oh my god. See, we have too much fun over here. We should be debauched for our debauchery. Actually, that sounds kind of redundantly fun. Woohoo! Pineapple on the stick. See, now I can't compete with the pineapple on the stick. That reminds me of the fucking, what is it, the Lion's Den there in LA, that German sex shop. Never forget that place. On the big bulbous. Holy fuck. He had a football on a stick. And it was going like that. I was like, oh, I'm out the door. I saw Zeke in the back. I was, have a good one. Jesus. Twinkie on a stick. Twinkies ain't a bad food. I'm just saying it ain't a good food, but you know, I think it's actually got more vitamins in it than fucking ramen pride. uh, I'm gonna fool myself, tell me it does, because I like a Twinkie every now and again and a ho ho. I've never been to Amsterdam, unfortunately. I wouldn't mind going, but that wouldn't be my top priority place to hit, actually. Cockroaches haven't moved into the Twinkie. Oh, God. I'm sure it is in architecture and shit. Fuck, the Renaissance is pretty much the area that area of Europe is set in. Um, and then you got, weed everywhere. Jack strain everywhere. Just fucking good, wholesome buds everywhere. See, yeah, oh man, everywhere. I would like to go, but I mean, like honestly, fuck man, Peru, dude. Did you see Raw in Peru everywhere? That's I'm like they can grow weed in Peru too. I want to go see Raw. I'm really onto this. It's exciting. So yeah, I could go over get over take a trip south rather than uh even to Amsterdam. At this point in my existence, just it's like give me some walls. I don't even know what to do with it. I just want to look at them, see what they say. I want to find that totem pole and touch it. Mother's Milk Cafe. Yeah, that sounds good. The road of big holes. What, you're from Peru? Or Amsterdam? Band of holes. Not much info here. Circular stone line structures. They say there's photographs. Where the fuck are they? They suspect they're Inca. In the holes. Peru. Let me see. Not found. Fucker. No legitimate source. Inside more stuff. Okay. There's quite a few of these things. It looks like the whole area is pitted. On the satellite map, that's some strange looking shit. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. And not only just Peru, I mean, like it's all the way down from Mexico, all the way down from the Grand Canyon. There's fucking rocks everywhere. We were drawing on. And it's funny that somebody just does, I mean, like just yesterday was talking about fucking Baalbek. You're like, I haven't even looked at Baalbek. Really. Beckley Tepe a little bit. But and I'm seeing the same shit on there, but it's all over the fucking Mesoamerica. I've seen pictures of that Rainbow Mountain. That's some nice shit. Where you got this hieroglyph, Chad? Yeah, they're in the Grand Canyons too. I'm not so sure if I'd be a big fan of Lake Titicaca myself. It's like way up there. And I've seen some of those steps you gotta climb. I'd go, but oh, I wouldn't have a good time. I'd rather fly. The ancient aliens set with the sound off. Yeah, off the Florida Keys. The Florida Keys is some odd topography around that area. Yes. Nice, Michelle. Sounds like a full day. It's about sign off time here, too. It's about midnight. I got what I wanted to accomplish today done. So, be waiting on the caller here this week. Yeah, the Florida mummies. I've seen something about them too, Chad. Wormhole. I'm not sure where Phil came from. How you doing, Phil? Can you read the hieroglyphs? No, I'm starting to wonder. You're in Tampa? I've been to. I was married in Jacksonville. God, that was a long time ago. But me and my kid's mom hung out in the Keys for months. I've been all over Florida. I like West Palm. That was fun. I'm going to Ashoka. I'm waiting on this red to pop real nice. It looks nice, but I want, The deeper it sets, the better. And Polly needs company. I'm not that tired yet. I just know I'm going to be sending Seamus to bed here soon. And I'm pretty done. Like I said, I got the last 3 pawns in the red set done. Eat dog food. Who said eat dog food? Bill. Actually, something. Let me look right now. Let me turn back on book 3. I'm glad y'all are around.
At 144. Let's all try to remember 144. Okay, that's what we're gonna pick up next time. All right, folks. We're gonna have the Red Radio interview coming up for you next. A 2-hour interview that I conducted last week. So we'll be playing next on the network. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed the show tonight. And boy, looking forward to the future here. And we continue to push on. Please donate to our work if you can, so we can continue here. We're running low on funds right now, so we can use any support we can get. LegalReality.com is on our website. Jimmy Banner donate button is there. Links to listen live. All of my films are all there. My name is Josh Reeves. I love each and every one of you. We will see you guys next time for the broadcast. Have a good one. Have a great night. Take care.
I told you I'd be right back. I knew where it was. It's a little inkwell color changer.
Damu and the Tiamat, Ningazina was saying, their MEs, which we're assuming is their DNA, will be studied bit by bit to ascertain what is wrong. In Shurabak, in the House of Healing, the essences of Adamu and Tiamat were contemplated. With the life essence of the Anunnaki males and the females, they were compared. Listen to this. Like 2 entwined serpents, Ningazita separated the essences.
That's the body.
Arranged like 22 branches on a tree of life.
That's the delicate tip for your glass pen. It's actually a medium.
22 branches of the DNA corresponded to the 22 branches.
That's one of my little calligraphy sets.
Their bits were comparable. The images and likeness they properly determined. 22 they were in number. The ability to procreate they did not include.
Thank you.
Another 2 bits of the essence of the Anunnaki present Ningazita.
But yes, I do have one, Chunka.
One female. Without them, there was no procreate. So they had to add extra,
actually,
extra little bits of their DNA to
but
them.
it's definitely for a lady.
And the molds of Adamu and Tiamat, they were not included in the combining.
This is very pretty.
Ninma heard this and was distraught, and with frustration, she seized.
It's nicely balanced, too.
The
very
clamor
nicely.
in the Abzu is great. Mutiny is again in the making. Inky said,
I've been doing this for a few years. I just don't.
The gold extraction shall
not here in Colorado. Ain't much of a market.
Ningazita in these matters learned a solution was proposed.
Colorado's been rough on me, but I've sworn to stay here for my kids' graduation.
Let all
3
the
weeks.
heroines who Ninma were assisting sin away. They locked the door behind them, the 3 with the 2 earthlings alone remaining. Upon the 4 others,
I make very fine tips or coarse tips. This is about it's pretty fine. But it's not gonna snap on you like a fine tip might. I would prefer if you have your own calligraphy set with the attachment to let me see that attachment, and I can make tips that are interchangeable for you too. I can make just the tip. I think it's how we got out of control last night. I was talking about just I can make just the tip. Here we go again.
The life essence he inserted.
Okay, cool, cool,
the
awesome.
Incisions were made,
I'm glad you like it.
Closed up. Then the four of them by Ningazita were awakened. It is done, he proudly declared. To their tree of life, 2 branches have been added. With procreating power, their life essences are now intertwined. Let them freely roam as one flesh, let thorn knots each other, Ninmah was saying. In the Eden's orchids to freely roam, Adamu and Tiamat were placed. Of their nakedness, they became aware. Of malehood and femalehood, they were knowing. Tiamat made aprons of leaves, so they would be distinguished from the wild beasts. In the heat of the day, Enlil was strolling in the orchard. He was enjoying the shade there. Without expectation, Adamu and Tiamat he encountered.
Yeah, like I said, I can make anything at 3,200 degrees. It's just a matter of practice.
What is the meaning of this?
That's you're holding a stick of honey and trying to make it straight. It's what that is.
He explained to Enlil. The 7 and 7 had failed to Enlil, he admitted. Ningazita examined the life essence and noticed that an additional combining was needed. Great was Enlil's anger. Furious his words were. The whole thing was not to my
nice. Well, I can make cheaper versions. That one's just that one's a nice one.
Being that we need, it already exists. Even you said this.
Did I interrupt somebody? Wait, what?
All we needed to do
what do you mean Dutch is out of new videos? Good night, Shunka. Sleep well.
At risk. Ninmah and Ninki were in danger. To no avail it was all. Your handiwork was a failure.
What have I done? What did I do? What? Oh, you didn't interrupt us. Oh, that's what you're talking about, Miss Shunka. Shit. I was glad she asked because I'd remembered and I left it upstairs, but I knew where it was. I wasn't sure which exact pin it was inside there, but I knew it was a fucking pin. It was almost like opening up a Christmas present myself. What do I have in here?
And when they couldn't get that to happen, that was when, Inky and the whole clan decided, hey, we gotta put some more
good stuff.
Inside.
Always happy to see you, Shunk.
Make what we need. But Enlil here is saying that perchance our life cycles will be.
Josh Reeves.
They're saying, you're going to bestow our life cycles onto them, and that right there explains why humans have we should live for a lot longer than we do.
He doesn't have the right narrative, but he's cool to listen to.
3,600 years, so
he doesn't have quite the right framework for some of this, but he sure does on some of it, and it's fun to listen to him. He sounds like me a lot, but he'll go off. He'll go off a little more than I will on some of these tangents. But it's incredible what we're listening to.
Because of the rapid orbit of the Earth around
I was going to pull another point or two. And then kill my kill.
Enlil ordered the Great Flood and ordered mankind to be wiped out. But because Enki had love and compassion and saw the primitive workers as, his creations. This is where he allegedly created the ark, the spaceship, and kept the DNA essences inside them so that they could continue to thrive. And that's what this whole book of Enki is supposedly about. This is his account, the accounts that he attempted to use to set up the Brotherhood of the Serpent, so to teach mankind in secret the history of the Anunnaki, so that we would not repeat those same mistakes ourselves. And of course, they just relegated this stuff to the fridge and act like it has no historical context, when in fact very much does. So, thus Enlil did speak angry words to Enki. Enki, Nimrod, and Nikazia were summoned to pacify Enlil with words. My lord Enlil, Nikazia was saying, knowing for procreation they were given. The branch of long living to their essence tree was not. Nimrod then spoke up to her brother. So they're again, admitting right there that they could add, more essence to the DNA, which would make them live longer if they would do that. So maybe that's what we should be looking for. How can we add stuff to our DNA to make us live longer? Obviously, it can be done. There's proof right there. Why get science on that? They know. They're full of well aware of that. They need Kissinger and Rockefeller in the fucking 90s. And they're in better shape than some of us are. Nimrod then spoke up to her brother Enlil. She said, what choice, my brother, did we have? Just to let it all end in failure and let Nibiru face its doom? Or try by procreation to let these earthlings undertake the toil? Then let them be where they are needed, Enlil said with anger. To the Abzu, away from the Eden, let them be expelled. There you go. There's the explanation of Adam and Eve from Eden, throwing them out there. Get them out of paradise, throw them out there into the fucking gold mines where we need them, and get their asses out there mining this fucking gold.
Gold. That's some of the first fucking words God said to Adam about how the worth of gold, and how you get gold.
Yeah, that's what you're
how gold is worth.
Great stuff right there, isn't it?
Fucking.
That's what all your religions are based on right there.
Looking for, digging for, pulling for.
Into the seventh tablet now. We're moving right on through this book. The seventh tablet. To the Abzu, away from the Eden, let them be expelled. So did Enlil command the decree from the Eden to the Abzu, and the Adamu and Tiamat were expelled.
What the fuck does the creator of everything in the universe give a fuck about gold?
He left them to get to know each other. With joy,
on a personal basis.
Did see what
that don't even make sense.
To be. Tiamat was now with child and frolicking.
The gold for a planet.
Ninmah came to the birth giving to watch.
Mama needs her
a son
gold.
And a daughter, twins, to the earth beings were born. With wonderment, Enki and Ninmah watched the newborns. They watched how they grew and developed, and it was a marvel to them. Days were as months to earth years accumulated. By the time Adamu and Tiamat had other sons and daughters, the first ones were by themselves procreating. Before one shar of the Viru had passed, the earthlings were proliferating. But understanding the primitive workers endowed with commandments they were comprehending.
About 12 years from what I can gather.
To be with the Anunnaki, they were eager. For food rations, they toiled well. Of heat and dust, they did not complain. Of backbreaking, they did not grumble. Of the hardships of the work of the Anunnaki, the Abzu were relieved. The vital gold was now coming to Nibiru, and Nibiru's atmosphere was slowly healing. The Earth mission was proceeding with satisfaction to all. Among the Anunnaki, those who from heaven to earth came, there was also espousing and procreation. The sons of Enlil and Enki from sisters and half-sisters from healing heroines took spouses. To them on earth, sons and daughters were born. Here we go. The watchers, they were watching Adam and Eve grow, watching their progression. And now what are these watchers doing? They're procreating with these Earth beings that have now been born and having children by them. This is going to be problems.
That hasn't
This is
started.
going to be trouble.
That is not started yet. That is not what they're saying.
By the life cycles of Nibiru, they were endowed. By Earth cycles, they were quickened. When on Nibiru, they would still be in diapers. On Earth, they became a child. When who on Nibiru began to crawl, they on Earth were running around.
It's because they were formed in Earth.
Special energy. Joy there was when to Nanar and Ningal twins were born. A daughter and a son twins. They were, Iana and Utu by Ningal they were named.
Gemini.
With them, a third generation of Anunnaki on Earth were present. For the offspring of the leaders, tasks were allocated.
Gemini was
Some
born.
Chores were divided easier among the offspring.
And you'll hear that later.
Chores, new tasks were added.
Gemini was just born.
Upon the earth, the warmth was rising. Vegetation flourished. Wild creatures overran the land. The rains were heavier. Rivers were gushing. Abodes, houses were in need of repair. Upon the earth, the heat was increasing. The snow-white parts with water were melting. That's it, global warming. The cars running around back then, but the earth started getting hotter, right? The earth started to rise. No SUVs running around doing that back then, right, guys? The bars of the seas and the oceans were not contained. From the depths of the earth, volcanoes and fire and brimstone were belching. The grounds were trembling each time the earth was shaking.
And ask why? Why?
In the lower world, the snow-white hued place,
why?
The earth was grumbling.
Why?
At the tip of the Abzu, Enki made him a place for observing.
Yeah, observe, baby. Why?
So the earth's undergoing catastrophic changes.
Yeah, it is. Why?
The watchers have now made
Tell us why. What's going on?
Their creations.
Keep reading, Josh.
Remember, they created these,
We got to know why. I already do.
Themselves, had children with them.
It's a cyclical event.
And this is where you start to see the beginning of the separation of the bloodlines.
And it's one that happens to rip the fucking any healing they ever did on Nibiru, right the fuck off in Nibiru.
These cataclysmic changes happening on Earth, the judging of the creatures, the rest of that.
It undid all their good works.
It's getting interesting. So page 152, after that, page 152, that's what we'll pick up next time. We left off last night, page 152. The earth is starting to tremble and shake, and the children of the sun begin to wake. No, that's a Zeppelin song. Sorry, never mind. But yeah, that's pretty much what happened. So the grounds were trembling, and each time the earth was shaking, hey, maybe that's where Zeppelin got that shit from.
It might be, huh?
Most of their stuff come from, a lot of their lyrics came from occultic stuff, and left and right. And Jimmy Page is a fucking warlock. To his son Nergal and his spouse Ereshkigal, command, he therefore entrusted command to them.
Fucking Nergal.
A thing unknown, an untoward thing thereunder is brewing. Nigal to his father Enki said, In Nibiru Key, the place of the bond of heaven and earth, Enlil was watching the heavenly orbits go by. By the immies of the tablets of destiny, celestial motions he was comparing. There is turmoil in the heavens, Enlil said to his brother Enki. From the planet Laranu, the place of the way station, Marduk to Enki, his father, was complaining. Strong winds are disturbing us, and annoying dust storms they are raising on earth. So Marduk to his brother Enki was beaming his words. In the hammered bracelet, turmoils are occurring. Upon the earth, brimstones from the skies were falling. Pitless demons, havoc causing violently, they approach the earth. Now, what's interesting is this being caused because of the orbit of Nibiru coming close to the earth and the cataclysmic effects that it's said to have on our planet when it gets closer? That's what I think this is. That's what I think they're referring to. I could be wrong about that. In the flaming fires in the sky, they were bursting. In a clear day darkness, they were causing storms with evil winds that raged around. Like stony missiles to the earth, they were attacking. Well, the hammered bracelet is the asteroid belt. So I guess the asteroid belt starts hammering the earth asteroids. Kingu, Earth's moon, and Lamu, which is Mars, was too affected by these habits. The faces of all three were covered with countless scars. Enlil and Enki to Anu the king were beaming urgent words. They alerted Nibiru's savants. The Earth and the Moon and Lamu, Mars, are facing an unknown calamity. From Nibiru, the savants were responding, and their words from the leaders' hearts were not calming. In the heavens, the family of the sun were taking stations. The celestials, of whom Earth is the seventh in a row, were choosing places. Again, 5,000-year-old text here, folks. In the heavens, Nibiru was approaching. The sun's abode it was nearing. By the seven in a row arranged was Nibiru distracted. The path through the hammered bracelet it was missing. From the bracelet bits and pieces it had been displaced. So Nibiru is passing close to Earth in its orbit around the sun, and it starts displacing pieces of the asteroid belt, and those start hammering Earth and the Moon and Mars. Bereft of the celestial bar, Lamu with Mumu near the sun were crouching. In the heavens, Lamu was abandoning her glorious dwelling place. Toward Nibiru, she was attracted to the heavenly queen, a queen of heaven she wished to be. To quell her, Nibiru made a monstrous demon appear from the celestial deep. A monster once playing host to Tiamat by the celestial battlefield fashion. From this celestial deep made its way by Nibiru and was from its slumber awakened. From the horizon to the midst of heaven like a flaming dragon it was stretched. 1 league was its head, 50 leagues was its length, awesome was its tail. By day the skies of earth it darkened. By night upon the face of the moon a spell of darkness it cast. To her brothers the celestials, Lamu was calling for help. Who will obstruct the dragon? Who will stop and kill it? She was asking. Only valiant Kingu, once Tiamat's protector, stepped forward to respond. To intercept the dragon in its path, Kingu was making haste. Fierce was the encounter. A tempest of clouds upon Kingu was rained. By its foundations, Kingu was shaken from the impact, and the moon quaked and shook. Then the heavenly havoc was calm. Nibiru was returning to its distant abode in the deep, meaning it was going back to its normal orbit. Lamu did not abandon its place of dwelling. The stony missiles upon the earth in Lamu ceased their raining. Enki and Enlil with Marduk and Inerta gathered. They undertook a surveying of the havoc on earth. The foundations of the earth Enki surveyed, and he examined what had befallen of its platforms. The depths of the oceans he measured. In earth's far corners, the mountains of gold and copper he scanned. Of the vital gold there will be no shortage, Enki was saying. In the Eden, Inerta was the surveyor, where mountains trembled and valleys shook.
He's
in
all
his
like,
skyship,
there'd be plenty
they
of gold.
soared and journeyed. And, here we are, 5,000-year-old text, openly talking about people flying around in a fucking skyship. No big deal. Now, again, ask yourself why this is the first thing they did when they invaded the Iraq National Museum in 2003. Why did the first thing they did was go in and get, text like this, so we can't see them. Duh, hello. The landing platform was intact in the valleys of the north. The earth's fiery liquids were pouring. So Ninurta was telling his father Enlil about sulfuric mists and bitumens that he was discovering. On Mars, the atmosphere was damaged. Dust storms were interfering with life and work. So Marduk said to Enki, I wish to return to Earth. He disclosed to his father. Enlil, to his olden plans, betook himself. What cities and their tasks he planned, he reconsidered. A chariot place in the Eden must be established, to the others he was saying. So he wants a,
Patches protest.
he wants a landing pad in the east. He don't want to have to land over at the National Lines to fly all the way over anymore. No, he wants
All your hugs were
front row
stolen.
service.
None for the
The
pet.
olden designs and layout of the crystal tablet he showed to them. The conveying from the landing place to the way station on Lamu is no longer certain. To soar toward Nibiru from Earth, we must be able to do. Enlil was saying to them. For the count since the first splashdown, the count of 80 shars it was. Well, they've now been on Earth 80 shars, which a shar is how long it takes
About
the
10
to
years ish.
go around
10 to
the
12
Earth.
years.
The Earth goes around the sun, or I'm sorry, to go around the sun, but the Earth goes around the sun much quicker than that. Well, they age a lot faster. Now, this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk. Well, you've seen some of David Hanford Childress's research. He's got some stuff some evidence, pictures, photographs, where he's taken, a picture of the moon, and it serves a close-up, from telescopes from 1 year, and then shows that same area 2 years later, and you can see tracks, and you can tell where stuff has been mined. Somebody's been up there mining on the moon for a very long time. Who? Well, I'll leave that up to you to guess. But I have a feeling that's where it's going to go here. They're probably looking for gold and all that stuff on the moon. Now this is the account of the journey to the moon by Enki and Marduk, and how Enki determined the 3 ways of heaven and the constellations. Let the place of the chariots near Bad Tibiara, the metal city, be established. From there, let the goal from Earth to Nibiru in the chariots be directly carried. So Ninurta of Bad Tibira, the commander, to them the words he was saying. Enlil, to the words of Ninurta, his son, gave heed. He was proud of his son's wisdom. To Anu, the king, Enlil quickly conveyed the plan. He said to Anu, let a place of celestial chariots in the Eden be established. Near the place where the gold ores are smelted and refined, let it be built. Let the pure gold in the chariots directly from Earth to Nibiru be carried. Directly to Earth from Nibiru, let heroes and supplies be coming. Of great merit is the plan, my brother, Enki was saying to his father Anu. A great disadvantage it is holding in its core. The net pull of Earth, its gravity, is much greater than Mars. To overcome the gravity, we shall exhaust our powers. Before there is rush to deciding, let us examine an alternative.
The moon.
Nearby, the Earth companion hangs, the moon it is. Smaller is its gravity. Ascent and descent thereon will require little effort. Let us use it as a way station. Let me and Marduk thereto journey. The 2 plans I knew the king before the counselors and savants considered presenting. Let the moon first be examined, the king did advise. Let the moon first be examined, I knew to Enki and Enlil being the decision. Enki was greatly joyed. The moon to him was always alluring. Isn't that interesting? We'd be reading this once, and we'd be reading this guy on the full moon. We're talking about Enlil and Enki going to the moon. Obviously, here to this, they're saying here to set it up as a way station. Maybe that's why, there's been this thing where people have been kind of afraid of the moon. Maybe they're up there using it as a way station still to this day. Who knows? Whether somewhere it was hiding water and what atmosphere it possesses, he always wondered. Isn't that interesting that Enki was wondering, if it had water? And of course, what did we do? We, straight out of Mr. Show, we blew up the fucking moon. Oh, we're going to blow it up, find out if there's water there. And India's going, hello, Mr. America, we already found the water. Why did my Indian sound like a Mexican? God, I'm terrible. I'm sorry. Jesus
Christ.
It's sleepless nights, it's silvery cool disc with bewitchment, he observed. It's waxing and waning, a game with the sun it played, a wonder of wonders. What secrets from the beginning he wished to uncover of the moon? In a rocket ship,
I'm eating pistachio ice cream and I'm about to lick the bowl. Nice. It's fucking delicious. What are you doing?
Created a deep wound.
I'm laughing at Josh over here talking about suck Satan's cock and shit.
By many hollows, the handiwork of smashing demons had marked the face of the moon. In a place of rolling hills, they set the rocket ship down. In its midst, they landed. From the place of the earth they could observe, in the expanse of the heavens. Eagles' helmets they had to don. The atmosphere for breathing was insufficient. With ease they walked about. In that direction they went. The evil dragon's handiwork.
They're frolicking on the moon.
Desolation.
Him and Mardik
explains, that they were setting up a way station there. There's that thing called the shard.
You're about to watch me lick at I ain't licking the bowl.
SHARD, type the shard.
I'm gonna let Patches
on
lick
the moon. In the Google, you can find that. It's this fucking structure. It's like a tower for giants. This thing's like 20 miles thick or something like that.
That is some good ice cream.
It looks like this giant tower.
I overloaded with hemp seeds too. So
that's what it is.
It's even better ice cream.
Maybe that's why there's been so much, obfuscation and lies about what's really on the moon.
Yeah, you think?
With ease, they walked about any direction they wanted to. The evil dragon's handiwork was dryness and desolation. Unlike Lamu, it is for a way station, it is unsuitable. Marduk said to Enki, "Let us abandon this place and let us return to Earth. Do not be so hasty, my son." And Enki said to Marduk, "Are you not by the celestial dance of Earth and Moon and Sun enchanted? Unobstructed from here is the viewing of the quarter of the sun is at hand. The earth is like a globe in the void, by nothing it is hanging.
Like a globe in the
With our
void,
instruments we can scan the distant heavens.
Do you hear that?
The
Wait.
handiwork of the creator of all in this solitude we can admire.
Enki, slow down.
Let us stay and observe the orbits. Midst they landed. For the place the earth they could observe. The quarter of the sun is at hand. The earth is like a globe in the void, by nothing it is hanging. And lies about what's really on the moon.
I hope Lee's listening.
With ease they walked about any direction they wanted to. The evil dragon's handiwork was dryness and desolation. Unlike Lamu, it is for a way station, it is unsuitable. Marduk said to Enki,
"Oh God,
let us abandon this place and let us return to Earth."
Tony, very important.
Do not be so hasty, my son. And Enki said to Marduk,
"This is a scientific Lee moment.
Are you not by the celestial dance of Earth and Moon and Sun enchanted? Unobstructed from here is the viewing of the quarter of the sun is at hand. The earth is like a globe in the void, by nothing it is hanging. With our instruments we can scan the distant
heavens. Earth ain't hanging off a stick.
A handiwork of the creator of all in the solitude we can admire.
Neither is the moon." I just thought that was interesting that Enki had made that observation.
Circles the earth. And how the earth is making its orbits around the sun. So Enki was agitated by the sights and was saying to his son Marduk.
I couldn't help it.
Marduk was persuaded by his father's words.
You're playing video games?
In the rocket ship, they made their dwelling.
I'm playing video games.
For one orbit of Earth and for 3 orbits on the moon, they remain.
Not tonight.
Its motions about the Earth they measured. The duration of a month they calculated. For 6 orbits of Earth, for 12 orbits around the sun, they measured Earth year. How the two were entwined, causing the luminaries to disappear, they recorded. Eclipses, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Then to the sun's quarter they gave attention. To the paths of Mumu and Lamu they studied. With the Earth and the moon, Lamu, Mars, constituted its second quarter. 6 were the celestials of the lower waters, so Enki was explaining to Marduk. 6 were the celestials of the upper waters beyond the bar, the hammered bracelet they were. Anshar and Kishar, Anu and Nudimad, Gaga and Nibiru. These were the 6 other planets, and I believe Gaga was the original name for Venus or Jupiter or something like that. Maybe it was Jupiter. Which one was also known as Lucifer? Is that Venus or Jupiter? One of those. Well, whichever one it is, that's what Gaga relates to. So there you go, Lady Gaga, Lady Lucifer, blah blah blah. We already see that. We already knew that, but I want to point that out since we're reading 5,000-year-old text here.
Yeah, I think
It's pretty obvious where these occultists that run the music industry get their fucking stuff from. If you read that's why they don't want you to know this stuff. Because then you'll be able to point out, we see Lady Gaga on TV, you see some video where she's got Sirius in the background and 2 dogs flanking on both sides. You go, oh my God, the dog star, rising star. I mean, my God, that doesn't get any more Illuminati than that. And most people just don't see it because they don't read. 12 they were in all. Of 12 did the sun and its family finally make the count. Of the most recent upheavals, Marduk was inquiring to his father Enki. Why have 7 celestials in a row taken place? Their circuits about the sun, their orbits, Enki then considered.
Oh, that sounds like fun.
Their grand band around the sun, their progenitor, Enki carefully observed. The positions of Earth and Moon therein on a chart, Enki marked out. Now, my question is that he's talking about that, marking out the positions of the Earth and the Moon on a chart and showing, where the planets are in relation to the sun. My question about that is that the same thing that we've seen in some of the Sumerian artifacts? There's a Sumerian artifact that I've seen that's over 5,000 years old, long before the times of telescopes or anything else, and it's exactly that.
You should see the ones in Giza if you're impressed with that.
In addition to 2 that we literally don't know about or talk about right now. And
that's
2
what
that
I
are
say.
all in the right position around the sun.
Lady Gaga. I know. Well,
this could be where this
you got to keep in mind, Josh doesn't have the same frame rate that we do. He's still working on the old paradigms and shit. And trying to figure it out. Old Lady Gaga's.
Manipulation being its first usage in ancient Siberia on the rock carvings.
You should see fucking Giza. They're much more detailed than Sumerian versions.
The original medical field, which was the technology that the Anunnaki had that gave to mankind, which was the knowledge of DNA.
And they were here first. That's been established a long time ago. Just everybody wants to make Ra out of some kind of god out of Ra. That is not the way it worked. That happened when Marduk assumed Ra's identity.
Were observed by the father and son. Other proximities and groupings.
And Ninga
was fascinating.
Shit. Ningazita is Toth.
Images of 12 constellations.
I remembered them.
In the great band, the way of Anu.
Shit.
One each for the sun's family of 12.
I was talking through some important shit.
To each one he desert from. They got it on the moon and then brought it back to Earth and gave it to the primitive people later on.
Shut up, John.
Same reason why we see the Caduceus.
I'm going to give you Caduceus.
Manipulation being
it's at the end of the train.
In ancient Siberia on the rock carvings there. Same one that's used today in the medical field. That's why. Because the medical field is based on the original medical field, which was the technology that the Anunnaki had that they gave to mankind, which was the knowledge of DNA and how to extract it and use it for whatever purposes, manipulation, everything else.
Mm-hmm.
By the motions of Nibiru, of the son, not a descendant, the width of the great band he outlined.
Of the son, not a
The
descendant.
way of Anu, the king, Enki decided to name it. In the expanse of the deep heavens, the stars were observed by the father and son. By their proximities and groupings, Enki was fascinated. By their orbit of the heavens from horizon to horizon, he drew images of 12 constellations. In the great band, the way of Anu, one each with the sun's family of 12 he paired. To each one he designated a station. By names they were to be called. And notice how anytime they always said anytime anything is given a name, when you give it, they indicate giving a name to something separates it from being, just an animal or something, and actually indicates that it's a living spiritual entity. Then in the heavens below, the way of Anu, whence Nibiru is approaching the sun. He designed a band-like structure. The way of Enki, he designated. To it, 12 constellations by their shapes he also allotted. The heavens above the way of Anu, the upper tier, the way of Enlil, he called. 13 therein to the stars into 12 constellations he assembled. 12 constellations, 12 tribes of Israel, 12 stones in the ephod communication device, 12 extraterrestrial races. Starting to get the idea here.
It isn't the extraterrestrial
36
races.
for the stars, constellations, and the three ways.
It's the family members.
So we will position the Earth position designated as it travels around the sun. The start of the cycle of celestial time will measure. When I on Earth had arrived, the station that was ending by me, the station of the fishes, was named.
Mm-hmm.
Right, the age of Pisces.
Yes,
He's
that's
talking about setting up.
Yes,
yes. What we know as the time period that an age is.
Yes.
Enki says, when I arrived on Earth at the station that was ending, which here that's what we're referring to as an age, as a station. The age that was ending was named the age of the fishes, or the age of Pisces.
Yes.
The one that followed after my name title, he of water, I called. Enki was saying this with pride and satisfaction to his son Marduk.
Also one of his family's.
Your wisdom embraces the heavens. Your teachings, any own extend. Sorry. Let me try to see what I'm trying to. I have to try to kind of fucking make this
readable.
Your teachings extend understanding extend. I don't know what that means.
They speak backwards. Crazy
understanding
shit.
Is what it's supposed to say.
They do. You should read the damn text.
But on Earth and Nibiru, knowledge and rulership are separated. Marduk said to his father, my son, what is that you do not know? What is it that you are missing? To him, Enki was saying. The secrets of the heavens, the secrets of the earth I have shared with you. Alas, my father, Marduk was saying, there was agony in his voice. When the Anunnaki were toiling in the Abzu on Earth, when that ceased, and you sent the primitive worker to fashion, not my mother, Ninmah, the mother of Ninurta, to assist you, was summoned. Not I, but Ningizida, the younger, you invited to help.
Toth.
With them, not with me, your knowledge of life.
He's a teacher of man.
You did shit. My son, Enki, responded to Marduk. To you, command was given of the Agigi, the workers, and of Mars to be supreme. You were given rulership over Mars and its workers. Alas, my father, of supremacy by fate we are deprived. You, my father, are Anu's firstborn, yet Enlil, not you, is the legal heir. You, my father, were first to splash down to Endu and establish it, which is Earth. Yet Iridu is in Enlil's domain. Yours is in the distant Abzu. I am
South
your firstborn.
Africa.
By your legitimate spouse on Nibiru I was born.
He lives in the underworld.
Is
and back then, They used to
They're
refer to the
from
underworld
sin or
as
to
the
withhold it.
Abzu, South
The
Africa.
survival of the Viru is in his hands. It is not in mine.
Hi, Renee. How are you?
Now that we are returning to Earth, what will be my task? Am I to fame and kingship fated, or will I be humiliated? In silence, Enki embraced his son. On the desolate moon, he made a promise to him. Of that of which I have been deprived of you, your future lot shall be. Your celestial time will come.
Uh-huh.
A station adjoining mine shall be yours.
Good to hear, Renee.
So there he says, you know.
I thought I was asleep. No, I'm listening.
Fix this. We're going to make sure, you know, you feel
No,
like
I'm not that tired
your parties. And we're going to see more of these conflicts coming up between these. We're going to see conflicts coming up between Lil and Enki and
all of them.
So apparently, from what I understand from reading some of these other Sumerian texts, the workers start to revolt. They don't want to be enslaved because they've been made with too much of this princely DNA of the Anunnaki, and you know they just say, "Oh, fuck them," you know, wipe them out, great flood, whatever. But Enki was the one that said to have had compassion. This was the whole thing of, you know, Lucifer and the devil and Jesus. I mean, you see where all these myths come from. All this stuff originates out of ancient Sumeria. And this is the big reason why there's been such a moratorium on this info, because they really don't want people.
He's tough. He's Jesus. Him and fucking what's his name? The part that the DNA came from. I forget.
Unbelievable stuff there. Well, I'm glad you guys tuned into the show with me tonight. We're going to leave it right there and pick up next time on the account of Sipar and the place of the chariots in the Eden. Let me make sure and see what place this is. 160, I guess it's the page.
Part 5. And the quakes have been continuing to roll off the shelf. Looks like we're about due for another one here next. A little bit. Look, yeah, here soon, within the next hour. What's she gonna do? Looks like she's lowering. Under 5. I don't even have to pull up any other map when the Y map's doing that. I know what's going on the polarity already. So yeah, we're looking at about 5 or under this next hour. If she keeps heating up like that, she's going to pick up magnitude again, though. Start going over 5. We'll see. On average, though, the fucking quakes are picking up magnitude today. Again. Yeah, I've noticed that too, really. An awful lot more than usual. All over the damn place. I haven't been feeling any of the shakies. Just every now and again, I feel a tremor. Oh, I'm good with that. A video on the yeah, that's if you're looking at the magnet field, It does. It's the same thing you're looking on ISWA. ISWA costs billions of dollars. That's about the only difference. That's why I like that model. It's like, oh my God, I totally see exactly what's going on over here. And yeah, I'm glad you made that connection because that's exactly what that's why, because that's what he's looking at the same thing. Yeah, sinkholes. The geologists in North Carolina called in NASA about their sinkholes. I was like, yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, and they'll blame it on water pipes and stuff, and it's like, I don't know. I don't see it. It seems to be geologically going on, and I think it has a lot more to do with the well, the harmonic tremors than anything, um, settling in the lands. Sinkholes and quicksand. Yeah, that could be fun. That's a nice Sunday outing. Yay, Texas. Yeah, houses and shops and stuff all over the world. Um, but when you have shaking like that all the time, you're going to have settling. I ain't saying for sure that's what it is, but I know it ain't broken fucking sewer lines causing this shit. I think maybe the broken sewer lines are a result of this shit. just saying. You're on a ton of clay. Here you go. I tell people if you're nervous and being told to move, I'd listen. Roll on up to a creton up in the middle of the country there or something. But I'm not going to be the one to tell you unless you live in LA. And I'm going to be like, get the fuck out of LA. Get out of the region, get away from fucking all those calderas and get away from that ocean. Up and down the coast, the whole coast of the west coasts of the world. East coasts, stand by. There's going to be slosh, but you're going to have an awful lot more warning than the west coasts of the globe. That king tide's going to kick up one day, and it ain't just going to be a rogue wave. It's just going to keep coming. It might not be 3 miles tall, like they want you to imagine coming out of Hollywood, but it ain't going to be no joke. It's going to be called magnetic braking. King tides are her just tapping the pedal. When she hits on the brakes, it's going to be king tide, all right. That's going to be a crazy day. That's going to be the day we drop back into the blue sun. Because she's got to do that first. Yeah, it's I don't expect anything like that, Renee, but I don't expect a whole lot to get away from it either. She's trying to give people warning and signs and times. And people's hearts are all bunched up and nobody's listening. I don't know how planets do it. Put up with our asses. But she's pretty good. She's patient. But I know we have to reverse polarity before we jump. Because if we don't, we're going to have another Cretaceous boundary. And it is not her goal. Oh, we're losing power, fourth. You can count on it. They might get the grid back up and running, but I mean, I wouldn't exactly expect my night light to stay on while we're in between suns here, jumping onto orbit. Toth over there behind us. I don't know. We'll see. Like the days of Noah. Absolutely. And if you read what that, well, we're going to. Ishka picking. And read Hut, he says. Good stories. That's why I like listening to this. You'd better bottle it right now. Fourth. In any container you throw in the trash, rinse it out, wash it out, fill it up. Yeah, I would prioritize that over food. Although I'd grab a bag of dollar rice at the dollar store at least once a week and throw it in a fucking pile. Keep that shit because that's going to disappear soon. Probably before the water, but I would bottle water. Good, because that's going to be a top priority right there. And if you got it in the jug and it doesn't have the iron oxide and iridium in it, you can boil it. I don't care if it went sour or not. You fucking boil your water. I'm going to boil every damn drop of my water just to make sure. I don't fucking want to get sick off of it. But I'm going to have it in a jug. So I know I wouldn't be able to drink and do that to surface water. You boil iridium, it's going to sit in there and laugh at you. I'm radioactive. Now, so are you. That's the difference I'm looking at. Make sure you got water. And they've been pretty violent. Yeah, I expect more of it, Renee. I hope you got a basement. I got one, thank God. It's going to get crazy. This is going to be crazy year. A lot of destruction going on this summer, I feel. Man-made and natural, possibly. Depends on how they want to play this game. And yeah, it looks like they're continuing to march ever faithfully forward. We'll be in Syria popping off Damascus soon enough. Yeah, absolutely, Lauren. This is going to be a terrible year. People will be begging for 2020 again. Hurricane season, tornado season, fire season, all that. Yeah. And on top of it, what just happened? The frost is killing the crops in Europe this year already. Yeah, 2020. They'll be wanting 2020 back. Huh? I don't know. If this is a year, I think it is. It's going to be a rough year. Yeah, and the trees are definitely showing some shit. I would clear my acreage. You're a smart woman, Renee. Famine, fire, all kinds of shit coming this year. Yes, ma'am. Yep. Famine, fire, flood, hail balls, rocks from space, and possibly lobbing the bomb or two or at each other. Waiting for the other shoe to drop. Yep, that's about the speed of it right now. Yep, that's all you can do. Bide your time. Play with your magnet. Stay relaxed. Point at the moon. Stay away from billionaires. That's my plans for the immediate future. Yeah, the moon is the thing. I mean, it is the fucking sign, and it's still flashing up there. It's still doing the cartwheel. As long as it's doing that fucking cartwheel, it's there for you to show off. That fucker's confused. It's very confounded. Stay away from evangelicals. You know, not all of them are bad people. It's just easy to hide in that group, apparently. I myself really should have put this together a long time ago. Oh yeah, it's definitely well, it's on the same path. We've just tilted and we're rocking back and forth now, which is adding to the erratic rise and sets even more so. And yeah, I saw that they've been releasing a lot of that UFO stuff this last year, Renee. It's very high in the sky, and it should never be that high. I agree. And that's because we tilted 66.6 degrees fourth time. We've been dancing with the blue Kachina in the plaza for fucking 10 years. He's about to reveal himself, being raw. And that began when we started everything spinning in the sky because we tilted our axis. It's us, it's not the moon. It's off. Welcome back, Chad. No, Jacqueline, I'm ready. I'm signing off right now. It's almost 1 o'clock. I'm tired. Yep, isn't that funny? 666. So far, that's the only time that number has shown up in this whole scenario. I'm waiting to see more, but I think that is the sign of this. 66.6 fucking degrees tilt. I mean, that's that's what you have to get to be opposing that ecliptic by 90 degrees. And that's what you have to get that 180 degree fucking rise to set roll. And yeah, it's math at that point, and it comes up to 66.6 degrees, and that's just crazy. To be confounded, it's confounded, and that's it. Yeah, it is a great sign, and it's the 666 all together. So it makes you wonder if that's it, if that's the big entrance to the number, and that doesn't seem very Hollywood. That's not as scary as they made it seem. And this whole adventure's been like that. It's like all of a sudden I'm up against the fucking, oh my god, and then I'm rolling in my floor laughing about the shit. It's like, oh my god. Again, I mean, my head's been blown fucking off of my shoulders so many times over the last 2 years. I'm getting used to it. If this is what it's like working on the side of right, I could hang out here for a while. Yep, you gotta understand the 369. It's good stuff. It's been an interesting trip, huh? Sure, a lot better than watching reruns on cable. I gotta tell you, I'm there with this. Doing good, Michael. How are you doing? Yeah, it's not scary at all. It's actually pretty exciting. Fun with lizards. Yeah, it's been a strange trip. I'm happy with just the fucking fuck, man. Look at what we was writing on the walls. That's the crazy shit. I'm happy with all the answers we've got, and I wasn't even asking for all that shit. Maybe I was. I don't know. I was asking for what the fuck should I do in this situation to help my kid fucking live through it, and I mean, all of a sudden, this was provided. I was like, I should probably share this with people. Because it's a lot better than telling them to bottle water and you're going to die. It's the only message I ever had. Yeah, I'm ready. I'm all like, oh, it's like that. Then let's do this. Woohoo! Okay, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm. You know, Lauren, like he's saying, you would have too. Any human being with this kind of shit sitting on the ass would just start screaming it. Look at you. You ain't stopped since you figured it out. It is our time to move forward, damn it. Yeah, see, that's what I say. If you'd have run into it first, you would have shared too, Lauren. I just had to. I didn't have any choice. You kidding me? I'm grateful it came to all of us because it's how it came. The lucky ones are the ones that exit before the big boom. You bet. Because in a very short time, they're going home already. They ain't gonna have to sit here and look at this mess that's fixing to happen. I don't know what our next homework is. Figure out how to levitate. I'm good with just being able to communicate with animals and mom, dad around me and feeling people's hearts. I don't know if I'm ready to move on yet to flying. Y'all can do that. I'll sit here and watch you. I'll be like, oh, that's a little high. You might want to come down. Hello. See, that makes me nervous. I was a Virgo this year. Funny enough. Yeah, we are. I don't care what happens to me now. I know what's going to happen to me. I'm just going to shed this skin. It's a governor switch as it is, all by itself. When you're in the field, it ain't like when you're in your skin. Things slows down over here. But we've got that real time connection with everything, regardless of our skin. It's fucking beauty about it. It's the magnet inside you. Crazy. Yeah, you lose your fear. You do, and I still contemplate on it. I'm all like, holy shit! And I've already got it. But I mean, it still just replays as so incredible in your head. I got a fucking magnet in my chest. Woo! Uh, and every atom in my body, every atom you're breathing in, every atom you can't see. You can't see atoms are teeny, just little teeny things. Yeah, struggle has helped me too. Uh, I've had a couple of near deathers also, which apparently changed me in ways. First time I was in that accident, people kept saying I changed. I said, no, you changed. Maybe it was me. Well, there are those fun times where you get to lose everything you ever had and pick up your fucking life and start all over again. That's pretty close to a near-death experience. Pretty close. Well, yeah, yeah, I was driven into this, Renee. There ain't no question in my head. I signed a contract long before I zipped up the fucking skin suit, and I have just been on that since then. And Creator just pushes me where he needs me, and I fight when he starts pushing. Fucking get off of me! And it just makes it more fun. I think it's a lot less than that. And I know you're hearing it from everybody, but anybody telling you any truth, Michael, I'm wondering if you've started reading the hieroglyphs yet. Because yeah, you're gonna have to uh, understand that you don't have 6 or 7 years. It's already in mid swing right now. You're hearing the ringing. You're getting dizzy and seasick like most people. I mean, for you, it's already begun. That's for sure. I can tell you that right now. And if you don't do something about your Schumann, you'll probably be dead within a year. That's just the way I'm seriously. That's the only way to look at it. That's what's happening right now. Yeah, the downloads definitely gave me a fucking issue because I didn't like anything I saw. It was all quite grandiose and strange, and here we are. I was like, holy fuck. Every time I turn around, I'm proving something I did not want to be true. And then here comes the hollow earth. I'm like, fucking A. It only makes sense that it's hollow with a big old egg inside. That's the only thing that makes sense. And it's a globe. I'm like, fuck. All these working models show that there is an egg inside of this fucking globe, and there is a tube running from each end of it. And that's just that's just the way the cookie fucking crumbles. I'm like, okay, so that's what we got. Ken McClellan says it's coming soon because he's reading it off of the rocks, which recorded the timing for the last time it happened. Absolutely. And it's pretty fucking accurate. He keeps coming up with the same things we do. It is not weakening. See, that's fucked up that you're even talking on this channel. You need to go over my other channel and learn physics instead of listening to fucktards telling you like BP Earthwatch and Suspicious Observer and all those liars telling you Mother Earth's fucking magnet chain is fucking weakening. Anything about that magnetosphere is weakening. They don't know the first thing about a magnet, number one, ever. They have never looked at a magnet because they're telling you exactly the fucking opposite of a fucking truth about a magnet. When a magnet gets stronger, it goes to center. Those closed field lines you're looking at, one of them is worth a lot more in the fucking Gauss meter than all of the fucking relaxed pole lines we've looked at for centuries. Just the fact that she goes boop that adds 10 times strength to her magnet. And that's why she's pulling in. She isn't fucking weakening. That's a fucking lie. So yeah, that's why we don't allow people that haven't read the hieroglyphs over here to talk. Because I've actually explained this in physics and taken you to the physics to show you the truth. Long established knowings about magnets, and anybody telling you anything about Earth and BP Earthwatch started that. I'm just telling you, that's the rules here. We've literally cracked the code to the universe, right down to the atomic. And you don't have to be listening to what people are telling you, especially me, ever again. You have to know this. Well, do you even know I have a learning channel? Because you're on the wrong channel. And I don't know where you came from. So I'm just asking. Because you've definitely not looked at any of what we've discovered coming out of that. Because I covered that pretty early in the older videos. Yeah, we're expecting to have fireballs. Michael, that goes for you too. I'm actually surprised neither one of you have been smacked with a wrench yet. Um, Everybody over here speaking in this chat can go out individually and bring a wall back and translate it for us. You have that opportunity before you right now. If you go to your little fucking search bar here in YouTube and say raw mapped, get on it. Have fun. I know where you got your information from. Everybody that lied to you since you began looking. That's exactly where you got your information. I know. I've been there looking and trying to point out something that they could give their audience, like the moon's doing a fucking cartwheel every night. I noticed you didn't say anything about that. Did anybody tell you about that? Do you have to be told about that? Because your moon's rising like a frown, rolling 180 degrees and setting like a grin. That is a wax to wane roll every 12 hours. And you've missed it for 10 years. And you have the balls to come in here talking in this chat like you know something. Go to Angry Catfish. Don't say another fucking word. Go. Bye. Thank you. Seriously, you've missed 10 years of the fucking moon doing cartwheels. You don't have the right to speak in this channel. You need to go do your homework and then come back. We'll love to have you come back. But you need to know this, and that doesn't include listening to my stupid fucking mouth roll words. You need to go look at the proof rather than listen to my cheap fucking words. Because I've got some cheap fucking words for you. But I brought the proof over there on Angry Catfish channel. So that's what this is about. I may have to make another one of my fucking channel introductories. But God, I'm just gonna have 15 minutes fucking bullshit every time I fucking talk. I ain't making no more videos. Fuck them. Fuck them. I felt that. I felt a little tremor in my toe on my floor. It's concrete. I wonder where that one's going to show up. Speaking of shaking in the United States, I don't, well, it just happened, huh? So I don't see it yet. They haven't updated in about 12 minutes. We'll see. We'll see. Patches got up too. I heard her get up at the same time. You felt some flutter today too. That's about all it was. I was like, ooh, it caught my attention though, because I'm sitting down, you know. If I was up, I would have never felt that. I was a tiny tremor. I'm waiting for another one. I'm like, is there going to be another one? Probably not. I live in a fairly stable region. Yeah, it was one of those almost moments. It's like, what was that? Yep, I agree. Well, it has a lot to do with our rotation and the location of some of the magnets that are pulling on some of the stronger points on the planet. And yeah, it goes from west to east a lot when we're seeing these quakes. Well, you've learned that, of course. You're good at it. Renee's done her homework. I ain't teaching her nothing. So, but yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. That's a big part of where I'm placing them at. I watch where they hit. I'm like, all right, what happened here? All right, we're looking at deficit over here now. It has a lot to do with the way it rolls on the map. You bet. And this thing out there knowing her geologies. That's that's fucking awesome. Well, let's see. It's 1 o'clock. Fix to go to bed. Y'all have yourselves a good evening. Uh, we will be making some blue pawns tomorrow. We got the red ones. We'll get the red ones out of the hot box. I might even make some of these points into some pipes tomorrow too. That just fuck, why not? I got a new tank. Good night, everybody. Yeah, ley lines. We'll figure those out.